Tes mic 1 2 3 1 2 3. Oke, halo guys, welcome back with me Fedelish, your online friend. So ya, hari kita bakal lanjutin main Chaos Child, yang dimana kita sebenarnya udah tamat, cuman kita lagi cari rute keduanya ya. Dia ada total ada 5 ending. Gak tau 5 ending itu udah termasuk true ending apa 5 ending plus 1 true ending, aku lupa. Tapi kita udah mulai masuk ke trigger ininya sih, true ending ya. So ya, true ending lagi. Ending kedua, sorry, true ending. My bad. Kita sambil baca live chat deh. Halo Mat Raffi, welcome to the stream. What the fuck ya, WT Kudasai, welcome to the stream ya. Kamu ngesim Jeta ya Mete Kudasai. Oke, Hinai chapter. Harimura and I had decided that it would be better not to use my power for a while. No matter what that woman was after, it was very likely that it had something to do with our powers, which meant that I should avoid doing anything that will attract attention. And everybody knew when you had a trump card like this, it was best to master it in secret and play it at the right moment. So if you plug this into the formula, anyway, why was math always such a pain? I wanted information, not formulas. Numbers and formulas were just ideas and didn't provide any benefit at all as information. At time like this, I took out my Pokécom and hid it under my desk, then loaded Shibuya News. What? What's wrong, Miyashiro? No, nothing. I see. Solve this next problem then. Crap, that was a mistake. But this was big news. Apa tuh? Malah ketawa yang Mete Kudasai. Kenapa kamu yang Mete Kudasai? Kau ngesim Jeta ya? Hey, big news. Big news. I heard the door to the club room fly open and Ito ran inside. Kau nonton banyak YouTuber berarti ya Mete Kudasai. Siapa aja yang kau tonton? Yang paling kau suka deh? Why is that? Why are you yelling? Why are you so calm, Miyashiro? News. And big news too. Listen carefully. The person behind the new generation madness has been... They were arrested, right? Masuk cover. Oh, si kobok-kobok ya? Kobok. That's right. What? You already knew? Of course I did. Who do you think I am? I call myself the biggest right-sider in the school for a reason. Everything you learned, I learned a long time ago. Then what about the information on the girl they caught? Riko Haida, tapi aku lebih suka kamu. Iya, oh my god, geli sendiri gue. Unemployed was arrested by a police officer last night on suspicion of being behind several arson cases in Shibuya, right? So you did already know, huh? That sucks. I was sure I had beaten you to the punch this time. Oh, sorry. But that's how information works. Knowing things first. Oh, kita baca di backlog. So blah 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 blah. To tell the truth, I had just found about it in the math class. But that's how information works. Knowing things first put you at advantage. Betul sih. That said, I was overjoyed to know that the woman who had attacked me had been arrested. Oh, di sini ditangkap ya? Beda ya? Now I wouldn't have to be afraid of being attacked again. But is it really good for the newspaper club that they were caught? What do you mean, no?
どういうことだよ。
Because if the case got even bigger, that means we could have gotten a bigger scoop. Right? What the hell? That's right. I guess in that sense, it is bad news. Gelutnya ini visual novel, cok. What do you think, Taku? Did you want to keep chasing the case? I wasn't sure. Ada sih gelutnya scene-nya, tapi bukan gameplay gelut. Scene gelut kan ada kemarin pas di ending pertama. It was true that the bigger this got, the more people will be paying attention. Oh, kirain ada gelutnya. Ini visual novel, coy. Jadi benar-benar main klik doang sebenarnya. Main mouse klik kiri doang. Cuman baca teks. Nggak mau pencet spasi lah kalau nggak mau pencet klik kiri mouse. No, I think it's for the best. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so passive. I figure you will want more stuff to happen. Gelut yang lain maksudnya, huh? You're making it sound like I want people to die. Listen up. Just so we are clear, I'm not a psychopath. I don't want people to get murdered. I want to know the truth about the murders that have already happened. To tell the truth, I was a little disappointed that the case had ended this way. But half of me felt relieved too. Oh yes, oh no, what the fuck? What the fuck? Anybody who had been the target of a murder attempt could understand how terrifying it was for me to have that woman with those strange powers try to kill me. There were ways to deal with a physical attack, but her power violated all the law of physics. It was a miracle I had made it away from her alive at all. I was honestly glad that woman, Haida, had gotten caught. Well, I'm a little disappointed now that the police have her. They'll be taking everything over. Just like Ono is safe. If things had dragged on a little longer, even more people will have been paying attention to the case. And if I had been the one to solve it, the newspaper club will be famous. There's no point in complaining about that now. Wait, does this mean that the case we've been following is all over? Ini ada animenya gak bang? Ada. Well, before I could give my opinion, the door opened. Tapi kan kalau anime kan satu ending ya. Kalau ini ada 5 ending di game-nya. Chosu! Everybody! Hina is here. Rimura, what are you doing here? How can you be so cruel? We went through the fight of our life together. Oh, right. When Miyashiro was attacked, you were there too, weren't you? That's right. This scary lady showed up and then everything went boom, kaboom, wham. It was really nuts. Lucu juga ini si Hinai. She was waving her hand in exaggerated manner as she spoke, but it was impossible to figure out what she was trying to say. Yeah, Chaos Child lagi. Hello Harry, welcome to the stream. I see. So this is the newspaper club. Kayaknya anime-nya nggak terlalu terkenal. Kurang tahu ya. Tapi ini visual novelnya terkenal. Isn't it Hina? No, I was here once before. You know, on the day of the culture festival, but it didn't feel like the right time to really poke around. Karena kita lagi di rute kedua, Eri. Kemarin pas kita new game, buat nge-trigger rute keduanya itu malah kayak anime ecchi gitu anjir, Eri. Makanya aku kasih judulnya, lah kok jadi gini? Kok jadi gini? Judul streamnya. Kayak anime ecchi gitu, cok. Kayak ecchi halu gitu anjir. Arimura walk around the room, staring at everything and stop in front of the cork board on the wall. Oh, this is cool. It's like a detective show. Right? It's got all our observation on the case. Hey, Seri, what is this? Oh, that's... He wasn't listening at all. You, Miyashiro, about what we were talking about before. Oh yeah, before. What was that? About whether the case was over. Oh right, I was thinking about that. What you talking about? Until a moment ago, she was enjoying her conversation with Serika, but now Arimura happily butted into ours. We were talking about the case. You heard the woman who attacked us got arrested, right? So, the scary woman was arrested? What? You didn't know? She had friends in a lot of places and seemed like she would be really quick to pick up on new information. So I was surprised to see she was actually a wrong-siders. If the cops caught her, they should have told us. That's right. We almost got burnt to a crisp. I know, right? And after all they made us do for them, that's why nobody trusts the cops these days. You can complain about the police some other time, Miyashiro. What are you thinking? Alright, listen, if you look back on all the murders that have happened so far, first, there were the murders, and then there were the fires as well. I decided to think about the relationship between the two of them. Anime tahun segitu banyak genre ecchi. Oh begitu. Ini tahun berapa ya? Ini kayaknya tahun 2014 ya? Ini sekitaran gitu gak sih? Aku lupa. Kalau nggak salah 2014, 2013 deh. Animenya ya? Anime ini. Tapi maksudnya nggak masuk, cok. Kalau misalnya emang ada anime ecchi ya udah, aku tahu gitu anime ecchi. Tapi ini dia gore gitu. Ini anime gore ya. Anime gore diselipin ecchi itu aneh anjir. The first thing I had to do was go over all the cases that had happened so far. All the cases that had happened so far form what people were calling the return of the new generation madness. The first murder was, don't look at me, the death of Ootani, the Nikonia live streamer. And the second, Leaky Noise, Momone Takayanagi, the anime song singer. And the third was, that's right, Revolving Dead. That's where Arimura's acquaintance, Kakita, had been killed. I remember that one clearly as well. I had been there after all. And the next one, the fourth murder, was another one I had never forget. Kotsuan Death, where Watabe the internet reporter had died at the school culture festival. Those were the four murders that had happened so far. The problem was what came next. The fires. The fires had happened at near the Don't Look At Me incident in Jinan. Emang gitu semua genre dimasukin ecchi kayak lagi tren gitu. What the fuck? Near the Leaky Noise incident in Shinan. Near the Revolving Dead incident around the Loft Hotel. The near Gotsuan Death incident. In other words, near Hakiho Academy. That's right, the fires were happening regularly near the sites of the new generation madness. So we know that the fires are taking place near the sites of the murder. It will be strange to think that they weren't connected somehow. And I concluded that the fires were all set by Riko Haida, the pyrokinetic gigalomaniac. Yes, see? Harusnya ada hubungannya sih. But then why are the methods used so different? The murder didn't involve arson. Iya sih. Nggak involve ini ya. That's because why? I know the arson incident were just practice. She practiced, but it didn't go well, so she chose a different method. What? You don't look satisfied. If you've got an opinion, then say it. I don't know if it counts as an opinion, but then what about the lab? Ya, lab yang ini ya, yang di hospital ya, Arimura seemed annoyed at Ito's inability to finish his sentence and interrupted with a dub of her own.
施設って
The lab? You mean the one in the
そうで
basement?
す。
That's
あ
right.
そこで行われてた研究。あれは
Do you think the
事件と
research
関
they
係
did
なかったって
there had
宮代
nothing to
先
do
輩
with
は
the
思うんです
case?
か？
それは
Sabar, nyeruput dulu. Well, nah, I'm back. Iya, Airi. Welcome to the stream ya. It probably did. Anjay, nyeruput apa tuh? Kopi. But the experiment that were performed down there ended with the earthquake. So it will be strange for her to just suddenly start killing people now. And I told Arimura that she still didn't look satisfied.
柿田さんのことは
You know, but
ご
Kakita,
存知で
right?
すよね。
あの回転デッドの被害者
The victim of revolving
確
that,
か
right? I think.
はい。
Yeah, I
あ
told
の
you
人
he
が
was a friend
私
of
の
my
兄の友
brother's,
人だったっ
right?
て話はしましたよ
I
ね。
remember that she
今だから正
I
直
can
に
tell
言
you
い
the
ます
truth
けど、
about this now.
彼は
He was
私たちのよう
investigating
な能力
psychics
者に
like
ついて
us.
調べていたん
He
です。
said there might be
そして
some huge
その後ろに
organization
は
behind
何か
all
巨大な
this.
組織が関わっているかもしれないって
Oh,
巨大な
a
組
huge
織な
organization? Sounds like a conspiracy theory to me. What was its
その
name?
組織
それを事
He
件があ
was
ったあ
supposed
の
to
日
tell
に
me
教
on
え
the
てく
day
れ
of
る
the
予定でし
incident,
た。
but
ですが
he died. No, he was murdered.
じゃあ有村は
Then they're trying to say the killer was Enrico
って
Haida.
女じゃないって言いたいのか
Ini mulai dari mana? I mean cutting story-nya. Ini dari new game. New game main terus tadi dia mulai pindah alur itu pas kita dikejar sama si cewek yang kekuatan api. Then you're trying to say that the killer was Enrico Haida.
そういうわけじゃないですよ。
That's not it. I'm not
私には
smart
難
enough
し
to
いこと
figure
わか
that
んな
out.
いし、
Anyway,
ただ
but even if she was the
仮にあの
killer,
人が
I
犯
think
人
there
だ
might
と
be
して
someone else behind
裏に
her.
はまだ何
Hmm.
かあるんじゃないかって。
I
伊
see,
藤
I
はどう
see.
思う
What do you think, Ito?
うーん
I always did love
まあ
conspiracy
確かに
theories,
組織とか
but
機
it
関と
just
かっての
doesn't
は
seem
魅力
very
的な言葉ではあ
realistic.
る結局どっちにして
Either
も
way, there
今の
there
状
is
況
not
じゃ
enough
判断材料が
information
少なすぎる
to
っ
make
つうの
that
さ
call right now.
小野は
What about you, Onoi?
私はそうだな。
Me?
タクはどう思う？
What do you think, Taku?
質問に質問
Don't answer a question with a question, Wado.
そうだけどさ、
Sure, but
私に
I
は
really
わかんない
don't
んだ
know.
もん。
If you don't know, at least try to think about it, okay?
しょうがない
Oh,
な
fine. I'll tell
じゃあ
you my
僕の
own
意見を言え
opinion.
ば
I don't want to get
僕は
attacked
これ
again,
以上襲われる
so
の
I
がごめ
hope
んだ
she's the killer.
だからあ
To
の
be
女が
honest, I
犯人
still
だったら
thought
い
it
いな
was
って
a
思う
miracle I had made it out of that alive. If she had attacked me when I was asleep, I wouldn't have last a minute.
あとは
Now we just wait to see what the police say.
あの女が犯人に
Whether
して
she
も
was the
違うに
killer
して
or
も
not, it will be a good idea to be
これから
careful
しば
for
ら
a
くの
while
間
now.
気をつけて
私もそう思いま
I
す。
think so too.
お昼も
We talk
話を
about
しま
this
した
at
けど、
lunch, but I
特に
think
能
that
力者である私と
both
宮
you
代
and
先輩
I
は
need to be
用心
extra
した方
careful
がいいで
because
し
of
ょう
our
ね。
powers. I silently nodded. Normally, I would want to practice and try to learn to better control my abilities, but it will be smarter to wait and see if the case had ended first.
よしとりあえず
Alright.
しばらく
For
は
now,
慎重
we'll
に
just be
行動す
careful.
るってことで
And just as we finished, we heard the sound of someone pounding the wall in the corner again.
たくまたか
She's again. Hey,
おい
Kazuki.
和樹
She was so busy with SO2, she couldn't hear us again.
小野へ
Onoi.
オッケー。
Okay. Sarika nodded, went over to Kazuki, and took off her headphones.
おーい、花ちゃん。
Oi,
壁殴っ
Hana-chan.
ちゃダメだって
Taku says no pounding the wall. Chi. Eh? Ngechi dia anjir.
と。先輩
Miyashiro?
その人
Who
は
is that?
ああ
Oh, I guess you never saw her before. Hana Kazuki. She's a first year student and a member of our club.
へえ。 さっき
Oh,
までそこにいるって全然気づかなかった。
I didn't even realize she was there. Halimura walked over to her.
チャオス。
Just Kazuki bought her hat.
私、有
I'm
村
Hina
ひ
Arimura.
ひ
Call
な
me
ちゃんと
Hina
か
if you
ひな
want.
先輩って呼んで。
I can call you
あなたは、
Hana, right?
でいい。
She bowed again.
ごめん。
I'm sorry. Can you say that aloud?
ああ、ダメだよ、ひなちゃん。はなちゃんは喋んないから。
Oh no, Hina. Hana doesn't talk. Hmm?
そうなの？
He
なんで？
doesn't?
宗教
Why?
上の理由とか？
Religious reason or something? Religious dong.
理由は知らないけど、喋らないんだよね。ね
I don't know why, but she doesn't talk, right? Oh my god, puasa ngomong. Emang gak ngomong kan dia?
一言も？
Not a word.
一言も。
Not a word?
そうなんだ。
I see.
ま、それはそれでいっか。
I
楽
guess
だ
that's
し。
fine. It makes things
そういうことで。
easier. So, hmm?
お近づきの印にシェイクハンド。
Since we're friends now, let's shake hands. Kazuki was still hesitant, but Arimura grabbed her hand and swung it around. That was probably her version of handshake. I thought that she had resist. Arimura attempted to force them to be friends, but she seemed kind of embarrassed. Ini motor 11 air kan? But then something amazing
これ
happened.
からもよろしくね、花。
Nice to meet you, Hannah. As Arimura swung her arm around.
よろしくかも。
Weh, ngomong dia nice to meet you, maybe. Huh? Miyashiro kaget. Hey, what's that?
カズキが喋った
Kazuki talk? The whole room shouted in amazement. We had known Hana about 6 months, and this was the first time we had heard her voice. But Hana herself seemed more surprised than anyone. Halo Air, halo Maldo, welcome to the stream. Oh my god, ini ketika Ijat ngomong, kalau Ijat kan emang gak bisa anjir. Ijat emang gak bisa ngomong kan? It felt like she didn't intend to speak, but had just been caught up in Arimura's energy.
なんだ、か
Oh,
わいい
you have a
声
cute
してるじゃん。
voice. You should talk
もっ
more.
と喋ればいいのに。ね、ね、
Come on, say something else, ready go? Come on, you can do it, just a
ちょっ
little.
とだけ。
It doesn't have to be a
だけで
lot.
いい。
He wasn't going to say anything else, it seems. Ijat pernah ngomong pas di episode olahraga waktu itu.
まさかあのカズキ
I can't believe that Kazuki will
本当に
she
喋れたんだね。
really can talk, huh?
何よりも恐ろしいのは有村のテンションだな
It's Arimura's energy. Kan keadaan saya mana disambut Fedelish. Cok, ayolah. Orang-orang kira nanti aku nggak nyapa loh. Pantai ya weh. Everything we had talked about that day seemed pretty important. Baik dong Air, kamu gimana, hati-hati ya Air ya. Om Aldo itu om-om yang suka kayak Om Aldo itu om-om yang suka anak umur 15 tahun, hati-hati. Nggak ada kan? Hayo ada anjir, aku bilang Om Aldo anjir. Welcome to the stream. But it was all blown away by our shock at Kazuki actually speaking.
お
Sini ku ambil palu arit Amalda. Halo Maxwell, welcome to the stream. We are done. Yes. Oh my god, untung 17 suhu. Let's go someplace on the way back. Three days had passed since the attack by Rico Haida. There had been no new event with the case. Bangke nih Fedelish. Loh, kenapa cok? The police were probably still investigating Rico Haida. They hadn't announced anything else. 17 lebih hati-hati lagi. 17 dia sukanya tuh range-nya 15, 16, 17. Saya hati-hati aja. There must have been some kind of censorship in effect because the TV show had mostly stopped talking about it. KXY veteran Gestapo apa tuh? The only people who were still talking about it were online. Waduh, beli umur di mana ya biar aman? Anjir, beli umur gimana cerita, cok? The wrongsider at school seemed to have forgotten that a murder occurred in this very building. What's wrong? What is? Itu G3 SPK ya. Kok kasarnya gue jahat banget sih anjir. Loh, emang ada yang bilang jahat? Enggak ada yang bilang jahat. Itu mah menurut kamu aja. Semua ini masalah genset ya Om Aldo ya. Top up umur sini sama aku gitu. Iya, Om tertua. Kakak tertua ya. Kakak tertua XY. Kurusu was looking down over me. Her injury from the other day still hadn't fully healed. But Dad had told her that she would be able to go back to school, and so today he had. Dalah mau main PS aja dizolimi anjir. Main apa kau, Omaldo? It's nothing, really. Yeah, right. You are probably hoping that something else happened with the case, aren't you? No. Listen, Takuro, you're almost killed. Even if they caught a woman, you're still in danger. And you agreed that even if you're not going after the case, you could still have fun, right? Don't forget that. No, I know that. Do you really? Then shut up. I just said I know. You don't have to keep saying the same things over and over. I'm not a kid. Knowing Kurusu, I was ready for her to be even more annoying, but... Right, I'm sorry.
Huh?
I wasn't sure how to react to that. Khusus sana main konsol 30 fps mumpung belum mati seru. Diusir gitu sama Om X sama kakak tertua kamu Om Aldo. Diusir sama kakak tertua. You're right. You're doing what you are doing for a reason. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. Just don't do anything dangerous, please. I know. Kurusu smiled weakly, took her back, and left the room. What was that? It was throwing me off. Taku? I ran to Serika when I left the classroom. Actually, she was probably waiting for me. I wanted to see if you wanted to go home together. I didn't really say anything, but Serika started walking next to me anyway. I saw what just happened. You mean with Kurusu? You shouldn't act like that. Non still recovering. You need to be nice. Membangun strata persaudaraan. I didn't mean to. That's right. I hadn't meant to hurt her. But Kurusu always had to be right, no matter what. She had been like that ever since we lived together at Aoba dorm. Sometimes it was frustrating to deal with someone who was always right. After I had made my promise with Kurusu, I was still watching the news and looking online. but I have been trying my best to avoid doing anything else. For the past few days, I have been staying quiet. I have even cancelled a club meeting for today, and I was trying my best not to think about how bored I was. But the way she said it still made me out to be the bad guy. Oh.
ど
Oh?
うしたの？
What's wrong?
忘れ物。
I forgot something. I had been thinking so much, I had gotten distracted.
悪い。ちょっと取ってくるから。
Sorry, I've got
先
to
に
go
帰ってて
back
くれ。
and gotta go home without me.
ああ、
Ah,
Okay.
sure. Okay. I have been spacing out lately. Maybe I was just too bored. Oh, here it is. Even if I had gotten in a fight with Kurusu, I still couldn't believe I had forgot my pocket com. This as I grabbed my pocket com and went to leave, I saw a familiar pair of blonde twin tail bobbing down the hallway.
有村。
Arimura. He was cheerfully walking down the hall with a group of several other girls. Were they classmates or friends from her club? El Saikongro, halo Bang Pisa, welcome to stream. It was the same group of girl I had seen before. Ini udah rute 2 udah ending OTW ending 2 ini. Bang Pisto. Lebih tepatnya baru masuk trigger ya sih. Ini masih jauh sih kayaknya buat ke ending 2. Enggak tahu juga sih. Anyway, so I saw Haruka walking with Inoue a while ago.
うっそ。
No
何それ
way.
マジ？
You're kidding me?
はるかって白井くんと仲いいんじゃなかったの？
I thought she was close with Shirai.
ちょっとひな。
Wait, Hina.
いつの話してんの？
It was forever ago. After Shirai, where was all that stuff with Morimoto?
嘘嘘知ら
No
ない
way,
知ら
no
ない
way.
何それ
I
聞い
had
て
no
ないんだ
idea.
けど
Nobody told me about this.
まあ、
Well, you seem to have a lot going on at the time.
うわーショックだ
Wow,
わ
that's a real shock.
てかさ
Anyway,
私も
I wish
そう
you
や
will
って
tell
男子にモ
me
テる方
how
法
to be
教えてほ
popular
しい
with
わ
girls like that.
私は別に
I'm not
望ん
doing
でや
it
ってるわ
because
け
I
じゃな
want
い
to.
し。
知ってるって
I know
あ
that.
れは
Well,
白井
agreed
の方も
that it
悪
was
かったって
Shirai's
話じゃん
fault, right?
そうそう
That's right. We all know you're a good girl, Haruka.
よくわかってる
There, there.
そっか
Wow, a lot's going on in this world.
やめてよ。
Stop
バ
it.
バアじゃないん
You
だから
sound like an old woman. Kalau old
Iya,
man mah Om X Y.
私はもう若い人たちにはついていけませ
No,
ん
I
よ
can't keep up with you youngster these days.
何それウケる。
What? That's hilarious.
ところでさいいの
Anyway.
時間
How are you for time?
やば
Oh crap, you're right.
てかいいのは行か
Wait,
ない
you're
の
not coming, Hina?
私はほら
I'm too old for this
あ
stuff.
とは若い人に任せ
I'll
て
let you young people handle it.
だからそれやめてって。
Anyway,
じゃあまた
see you.
オッケーアディ
Okay.
オスグラッシャー
Adios, gracias. Evidently, Arimura wasn't going with the rest of the group. She watched them disappear down the hallway, laughing and chattering as they went, and then
は
she sighed loudly. And then, as if she really was an old woman, she lazily put her hand on her shoulder and stretched her neck out. Moodnya mau disumpel pembalut. And then,
あ
oh, our eyes met.
えへへ
Hehe.
チャオス宮代先輩
Just Miyashiro senpai.
お
Hi.
お
もしかして今の
Did you see
見て
that?
ました
今のってのは
Did you made a
さっきの
conversation
会
you
話の
just
ことを
had?
言ってる
Or
のか
how lazy you look
それと
just
も
a second
バレそうな
ago?
タイ
A second ago.
ま
Oops!
さか
You
両
saw
方
both.
見られていたとは
That was a
失
screw
敗
up.
失敗
Shippai, shippai. She slapped her hand to her forehead like a bad comedian and smiled.
え
Yeah, why
その
don't you go with them?
嫌だな先
You,
輩なら
you
わか
should
る
be
でし
able
ょ
to guess.
めんどくさいからです
It's
よ
a pain in the ass. Her happy tone vanished, and she seemed genuinely annoyed.
みんな口先だけの上辺ばっかり思ってもないこと言って
They are all shallow. They say things they don't mean.
ちょっと
They
でも違
pretend to
う
have
ことを言え
fun.
ば
You
それ
disagree
だけ
about
で
the
次から
slightest
は
thing,
仲間外れ
and next time you're out of the group.
さっきのはるか
That
って子
Haruka
は
girl you just
男子
saw
を
goes
取っ換え
from one boy to another.
特に人の彼氏が好きで
She especially likes taking other people's boyfriends. She makes them break up, and then as soon as they do, she got bored and dumps the guy. Anjir. One else is pissed off at her, but they're playing along and laughing. It's the same with Rie and Maki. They both said she was a good girl, but neither of them believe it. But they smile and just play along and pretend to be friends. It's stupid and it makes me sick. It's the idea of hanging out with them after school that makes me want to throw up. Ooh. I had heard Arimura talk like this several times before, and sometimes it had been directed at me. But it felt like she was more emotional now than she had ever been before. Everybody told a lie or two, but if you didn't know when other people were lying, it was possible to trust them. Yes, see. But once you knew when they were lying, once you knew what were they thinking under their smiles, could you still trust them like you did before? I didn't think I could. Maybe knowing if what you were told was true or not was a lot more painful than we thought it was. I remember what Arimura had written for her wish during the school festival. Please let the truth be found. That tiny wish was a cry from her soul, but her voice was a whisper. But I hate myself, most of all, for hanging out with them anyway. Arimura? Just kidding. She tried to go back to her usual self and give me a mischievous wink, but she must have realized that it didn't work. She scratched her head, looking awkward. But jeez, don't make that face. I don't know how to deal with it. Hey, can I ask you something? What? Why are you telling me this? Eh? You and I just met until just a little while ago. We could barely even talk. So why are you telling me this? I'm not sure. Because I'm a gigalomaniac just like you? Well, that's probably part of it, but it's probably because you are so easy to figure out. I'm easy to figure out? You're the type who can't hide what they're feeling, right? When you lie, you start to get all flustered. Don't be stupid. I've got my poker face on at all times. That's impossible. See? Just like that. No, that was just... Oh, it's just what? Kusogaki gini, adik. It felt like the more I tried to respond, the more I was thinking my own grave. Oh, there he is. Hey, Taku. Erika came back. She must not have gone home after all. Onoe? What's up? Did you forget something too? No, that's not right. You were taking so long that I decided to come check on you. Erika ran up to me and pawed. Iya, Onoe. Di sini kamu masih imut. Tapi pas di rute ending 1, kamu menjadi beda. I told you to go home without me. True, but remember what you said this morning? You needed a new smartphone, and I figured if you were going to get one, I should come too. To think of it, I never did find my phone. According to Shinjo, the Yamazoi girl had thrown it away. As for the photo, it was sad, but if it wasn't coming back, there was nothing I could do about it. I had talked to Serika this morning about how I needed to get a new one, but... Oh, it's Hina-chan. You just noticed her. Jasu, Seri. Coba tetap netral memandang Serika. Sebenarnya jatuhnya si Onoe ini jadi kayak Yandere, cok. Yandere sih aku cukup suka. Still that this wasn't Serika anymore. We are getting a new smartphone.
おいおい
Hey,
何
who
勝
said
手
we're
に今
going
日行く
today?
お違
Oh,
うの
we're not? Well, whatever.
私は
I'll
遠慮しと
pass.
く
It will be
友達に会っ
awkward
ちゃっ
if
た
I
ら
run
気ま
into
ず
my
いし
friends.
そう
Yeah, I'm not
よ
sure
く
I
わかん
follow,
ない
but
け
that's too
ど
bad.
残念そんじゃ私はこれでドローンします
Alright,
アデ
I'm
ィオス
off.
グラッシャ
Adios, gracias. This time, she posed like a salaryman ninja from an old manga and then skipped off to her home.
なあ小野江
Wait, anyway.
お
Ooh,
僕って
am I
わかりやすいか？
easy to figure out? Yeah. He didn't hesitate at all.
どうしたの
What's wrong,
落
Taku?
ち込んじゃって
You look down.
なんでも
It's
ない
nothing.
よ
I had always considered myself inscrutable and mysterious, so that was a bit of a shock.
それにしても
Anyway,
ひな
Hina's
ちゃ
so
んって面
much
白い
fun, isn't she?
そうか
Is she?
だって
You were
楽
having
しそう
fun
に
talking to
話して
her.
たじゃん
Fun? Me? Talking to Himura? Sure. That fool, you're going to be killed. Thing when we first met scared the hell out of me. But when I actually talked to her, I found out she wasn't that scary at all. I was never really good at dealing with normals in the common sense of the word. Mind you, not the superior original sense, but Arimura felt different than the others. Dan dari kalau Daklu masih oke sih, ini tiba-tiba bikin perasaan leader naik turun. Oke aja sih kalau aku. Part of it was that she was a gigalomaniac too. But the biggest reason was probably that she was always keeping her distance from the other people. She kept a comfortable distance to avoid making anybody upset. She had learned how to do it through long practice. In that sense, karena kau udah headbang berapa kali Om XY?
楽しいという
It's
か
fun. Or, well,
嫌じゃないの
I don't mind it. Mana nih boss fight-nya? Elah, ya elah, kamu udah diusir juga sama kakak tua XY. Kamu tadi diusir dah. Jadi kau main apa sama Aldo?
そっかそっか
I see. Bye.
なんだよだからなんで嬉しそうなんだ
Bye dong bocahnya. Why do you look so happy?
別になんでもないそれよりス
Nothing.
マホを
Anyway,
買
are
いに
we
行かな
going
い
to
の
get the phone?
うんやっぱ今日
Nah,
はやめ
I
てお
think
くこと
I'll
にす
pass
る
for today.
そうなの
Yeah, I should have just gone home
だ
then.
からそう言っ
That's
ただ
what I
ろ
told you to do. There still might be a lot of sumo sticker in town. I shall stay put for a while.
つまんない
That sucks.
のんちゃんでも誘って会期祝いに甘いもの
Maybe
で
I'll
も
go
食べに行こう
invite
かな
Non and we can eat some sweet.
そうして
Masih
やって
waras
くれ
belum headbang. Oh
クリ
belum
ス
ya?
も喜ぶだろ
Kirain udah headbang. Do that. I'm sure it will make Kurusu happy.
オッ
Okay.
ケーじゃあまたね
Mata ne Taku.
あ
Now then, maybe I should go home and read the latest edition of Cool Cat Press, which Ken brought me yesterday. Omaldo. Kenapa ya? Smiles. There were always smiles in Arimura's families back then. Look, Hina, you've got some cream stuck on your lips. Whoa, get it off, brother. Fine. There, I got it.
ありがとうお兄ちゃん
Thanks. Wah, ini brokon sama siskon banget ya. You really do love your big brother, don't
そう
you?
ね
That's right.
でも
But
慎
it's
吾ちゃんが
always
ひな
such
ちゃ
a
んの
big
面倒を
help
見
to
て
have
くれて
Shingo
助か
take
っ
care
た
of Hina. Keep it up, Shingo. Mom and Dad were both busy with work. Sometimes they will have to sleep at the company, and they didn't spend a lot of time at home. But when they were with the family, they always smile. And Hinaya had a big brother too. Just having her big brother by her side was enough for her not to feel lonely. She could and did believe that she was part of a happy family. For young Hinai, that was her whole family. That was what was true for her. One day, Hinaya was bullied a little at school. It started with something small. Someone said that they lost the basketball game in the gym class because of her. Hinaya was a tiny little girl, and the big ball scared her. When they passed it to her, she would duck. She had ducked away. When her brother Shingo saw she was done, she immediately asked her, "What's wrong? Is someone bullying you?" Hinaya shook her head.
違うよ
No,
いじめられて
I'm
なん
not
かない
being bullied. She was embarrassed. She didn't want her family to know that someone was mad at her for something, so she lied. But when her brother had known immediately that she wasn't telling the truth, Hinaya, lying is wrong. Whatever you do, don't tell lies. I don't want you turning into that kind of coward. It was the first time she had seen her brother look so strict. Her brother hated lies more than anybody. She had been so impressed by her beloved brother that she had sworn to herself that she would never tell a lie. She couldn't grow up to be a coward. She wasn't going to tell any lies.
本当はね
Actually, yeah.
私
Hinaya told her brother everything. That she had been bullied at school. That it was over something that had happened at gym class.
だったら兄ちゃんと練習しようか。
Want to practice with me then?
いいの
Can I?
当たり前だろ。
Sure, if you get good,
上手くなれば
nobody will be
みんなも
mad at anymore. With her brother's help, Hinai got over her fear, and then the bullying stopped, and her friends came back. She came to love her brother even more, but one day, Hinaya realized that all her happiness was an illusion. It was started when she witnessed her parents cheating. Oh no. Four days had passed since we had been attacked by Riko Haida, but there had been no development in the case.
でどうする
So, what do we do?
おい聞いてんのかよ
Hey, are you
宮代
listening, Miyashiro?
聞いてるよ
I'm listening. We're talking
これ
about
か
the
らの新
newspaper
聞
club
部の
next
方
move,
向性
right?
だろったく
Yes, if you're listening, then say something. You're just staring out the window and yawning like you're
気の抜
bored.
けたあくびしやがって
I was bored. It had been a month and a half since the Don't Look at Me case. So much had happened, and then everything had suddenly come to a halt. I wasn't sure how to handle all this peace and quiet. Part of me was hoping that there would be some new development, and part of me was thinking that maybe this was just how it was going to come to an end.
まあ女帝との約束もあん
Well,
だろう
you've
し
got your promise
しょ
with
う
the
がないっちゃしょう
Empress.
がないんだろうけどさ
Maybe there's not much you can do about it.
別にそういうんじゃないよ
That's not it. Just with
ただ
nothing
何
happening,
も起きな
there's
ければ
nothing we can
動き
do.
ようがないってだけだ
In fact, the whole madness with the sumo sticker was starting to recede as well. According to Serika, all the sticker that had been covering the city had been removed when she had gone into the town yesterday. The government must have taken them down or something. Since just seeing them was enough to make me sick, I was pretty glad, but... That's...
あれは
I looked down out the window and saw an unusual appearing.
どうした
What's up?
いや
Nothing.
ああなんだ
おう
有村に和樹か
That's Arimura and
珍しい
Kazuki.
組み合わせだなって
I
思っ
was
て
just
さ
thinking that's pretty unusual.
確
That's
か
true,
に
but you
な
remember what happened? When
でも
Arimura got
この前
Kazuki
の
to
ことあっただ
actually...
ろほら
When Kazuki had
有村
told, huh?
そういやあれはさす
You
が
know.
に僕も驚いたな
That surprised me
だ
too.
って
It had never
初め
happened
ての
before, after all. Yeah.
今まで
I've heard
笑い
her
声は
laugh.
聞いたことあっても
But
喋ってるところなんて
I
聞
had
いたことな
never
かった
heard
し
her talk before that. Arimura and Kazuki were talking happily. But from here, I couldn't hear what they were saying, and from the look of it, Arimura was doing all the talking and Kazuki was just shaking and nodding her head. But she didn't seem upset or bothered at all.
そういや最近
Come to think of it, you've been getting along well with Arimura lately too.
は
Huh? What was he talking about?
たわけんなって
Don't try and fool me. I heard you two were having a great time talking to each other after school. Serika must have told him. God, where did she get these ideas?
別に特別仲がいいってわけじゃない。ただ有村はほら言ってみれば同
We
類
are
みたい
not
なも
really
んだろ。
friends, Arimura.
だからそれなりに
Yes,
話した
you
って
know,
する。
she's the
その程度だ。
kind of the same as me, right? So we can get along. That's all there is there is to
な
it.
んだよそれ
What? That's a waste.
もっ
What?
たいないって
What do you mean it's a waste?
知らねえの有村
You don't know. Arimura is actually pretty popular.
人気
Popular? You
人
mean
気って
guys like her?
男子の
だってほら
I
見
mean,
ろよ
just look at her.
見て
She's
くれた
pretty
って
cute.
まあそこそこレベル高えし誰とでも明るく接するタイプじゃん
He was the type person who can actually okay, who can get along with anybody.
それはあいつの能力が
That's because of her power.
そんなのはどう
That
だってい
doesn't
い
matter.
んだって
Nobody's know it.
みんな知らねえんだからさ
What matters is
ど
how
う
they
受け取
see
る方
it.
がどう受け取るかってことだ
That
ろ
made sense, maybe. Arimura was just trying to avoid making enemies, but on the other hand, that meant making friends.
にしてもお前ほんとそういうの疎いよなそれでよく人のこと情弱だなんだ言うぜまったく
You really are dense about this stuff, though I don't know where you get off calling people wrongsiders.
あのないと
Listen,
勘違いしている
Ito.
ようだから一
Listen, 石ぶ
Ito.
ってやろうか。Since you seem to be misunderstanding this, I'll give you a lecture.
言っておくけど
Just so we are
誰かが
clear,
人気だとか誰と誰が
who
付
is
き合ってるとか
popular,
そ
who
う
is
した情
dating
報なん
who
て
are
こ
minor
の壁
pieces
標
of
学園という
information
ほんの小
that
さな
are
コミュニ
only
ティ内での
valuable
些細
within
で
the
ど
small
うでもいい
community
情
of
報でしか
Hekiho
ない
Academy. Benar sih.
そんなこと知っていたところで
Knowing
真
those
の状
facts
況とは言
doesn't
えない
make
し
you a true
ましてや物
rider,
事の
and
真実を
certainly
見
doesn't
極め
give
る
you
ような
the
大
ability to
舞台が
determine
待っていな
your
いぞ
truth. All it
せいぜ
does
い
is
ギャル
make
ゲ
you
ー
the
の中
best
でも
friend
親友
in a
ポジショ
visual
ン止まり
novel.
誰がギャルゲーの親友キャラだ誰が
Who are you calling the best friend in a visual
さ
novel?
っきの前の発言なん
What
て
they just
その
said
まま
is
だろ
exactly what the character always says.
言われてみり
Come
ゃ
to think of it,
確か
you
に
might
そん
be
な
right.
ほらどうでもいいことで落ち込
Don't
むな
let something that doesn't
授業
matter
始
get
まる
you
ぞ。
down. Class is starting. Ito looked really depressed for some reason. I tried to cheer him up, then looked back out the window. Arimura and Kazuki were gone.
たく
Taku, is the club
今日は部活あるの？
meeting today? Serika came by as soon as the school was over.
うん特に何をす
There's
るっての
not
も
much to
ないけ
do,
ど
but I was thinking
一応部
of
室には
at
行こうと思っ
least
てる
going to the clubroom.
そ
Anyway,
れにして
you
も
got
お前
here
早
quick.
いな
Hmm? Yeah,
今日は
class
なんか
ended early
授業
today.
うんまあいい
Well,
や
whatever.
それじゃあ部室
Anyway,
に
let's get going.
ちゃおーす
Jaos. No, it was Arimura's turn to barchin. She opened the door as energetic as ever. At the same time, the whole class started to stir.
おいあれ有村ひないだろ
It's the Hinai Arimura from the second year class.
本当だ。
You're right, I love girls like
ああい
her.
う裏表な
She
さ
just
そうな
looks so
元気な
happy
子
all the time.
つうか
Wait,
うちのクラ
what
ス
is she
に
doing
ない
in our class?
宮代先輩が
Miyashiro is...
いた
Ah, there you are. Everyone was surprised to see her walk straight over to me. You're
嘘
kidding
マ
me.
ジで
つうか
What is she doing with a guy like Miyashiro? Nah, ini kita mesti yang positif punya nih, ambilnya.
宮代先輩ちゃおっす
Miyashiro senpai. Chasa.
お
Oh, hey. What Ito had been saying was definitely true. I could feel all the boys in the class glaring at me. Pada iri ya. It kind of made me feel superior.
あセリも来てたんだ
Oh, Sarah here
Chao-su.
too. Chao-su.
ちゃおーす
Chao-su. At some point, Serika had started copying Arimura's greeting.
ところで有村までどうしたんだよわざわざ
So what's bringing you here? Tapi anime ini selalu pembuat anime ini selalu ada opening yang unik ya, tiap kayak buat nyapanya. Ya, kalau si di stand kit kan tuturu.
やだ だな。私がここに来る理由なんて
Oh
一つし
jeez.
かないじ
You
ゃな
know,
いで
there's
すか。
only one reason I will come here. One reason.
タクル王子、
Prince
お迎え
Takura,
に上がりました。
I've come for you.
ファ
あ
王子
Prince? What was she talking about?
やはり記憶をなくされてしまっているのですね。では仕方ありません。説明を。
So it's true that you've lost your memories. Then I guess I'll have to explain.
説明なら
I
私
can
がする
explain
よ。
Baku.
おのえ
Oh no.
実は今まで黙っていたけど、
Tumben Omek
私
say.
たちは
Palamu
地球より360
Palamu tidak
万光
pusing.
年離れた惑星ギガローマからやってきた宇宙人なんだよ。
I've never told you this before, but we are actually aliens from the planet Gigaloma, 3.6 million lights year away from Earth.
そしてタク、
And Taku,
あなたも
so are you?
僕が
I'm
宇宙人
an alien?
そう。
That's right. The
惑星
planet
ギガローマ
Gigalomania is
6つ
split
の王
into
国に
six
分かれていま
kingdoms.
す。
Five of them consist of only
5
women,
つの国は
and the
女
sixth,
系国
the only one with
そして
men,
唯
is
一男
yours,
性がいる
Prince
国が
Takuru.
タクル王子。
クルスまで
Kurusu, what are you talking about? Are you feeling okay? Have you gone nuts?
信じられないの
I
も
know
無
you
理
may
ない
find
よ
it
ね。
hard to believe,
でも
but it's true.
これは事実なんだよ。
Baru bangun, paling bentar lagi ketidur. Anjing, baru bangun bentar lagi ketiduran bocah kok bisa anjing. Wait, that's not what Kunosato personality is like. What's going on here?
私たちはね、
We are all
それぞれ
princes,
の国のお姫様で
princesses from these
あな
countries,
たの妃の座を射止めるため
and we've
に
all come here in hopes of becoming your queen. Anjir,
けれどタクル
haram
王
gini
子
ya jadinya. But
あな
Prince
たがこの
Takuru,
星へやっ
when
て
you
きた
came to
時
this
に
planet, you were
この
caught
街で
up
起きた
in the
地震に巻
earthquake
き込ま
that
れ
took place in the
記憶を
city and
なくしちゃ
lost
って
your
たんだよ。
memories.
ちょっと待て
But a second,
すぎて
I'm
ついていけ
having
ないん
trouble
だけど
keeping up with all this.
私たちはみんな
We all decided to
あなたの
wait
記憶が
until
戻
you
るまで
got
待ってい
your
たわ。
memories back.
けど
But no more. It's
それ
time
は
for
もう
you
限
to
界。
choose your bride. Our
そろそろ
countries
相手を
and the
決めて
whole
もら
of
わなきゃ。
planet Gigaloma
私た
itself
ちの国
are
が
in danger of
ギガ
destruction.
ローマの星そのものがタクル王子、
Prince Takuru,
私と
I want you
結
to
婚してほ
marry
し
me.
いかも。
Maybe.
カズキお前も
Suzuki,
か
you too?
私だって
I want to get married too. Anjir, si Loli cok.
山添まで
Even Yamazo.
分かっていただ
Do
け
you
ました
understand
か
Prince
タクル王
Takuru?
子。
If you understand, then choose me as your partner and give me a passionate
あなた
kiss
の
as a
将来
sign
の
of
パ
your
ートナ
love.
ー。ちょっと待ってよ。
Wait, no cutting in line,
タ
non-chan.
クと一番
I'm
仲いい
the
の
one
は
who is
私だ
best
もん。
friend with Taku, right? Taku?
タクは私
So
のこ
choose
と
me,
を
right?
選んでくれるよね。
Ya kan haram mode anjir.
いやちょっと
No,
待って
no, wait.
選ぶ
This
の
is all too
急
sudden.
すぎて何が何だか
そんな
That's not
宮
true.
代先輩は
I know
私のこと
Miyashiro
が
is
好
in
きな
love
はず
with
です。
me. Right, Miyashiro?
宮代先輩、
あいや
Oh no.
待って。
Wait, he belongs
そ
to
の
me.
人、
そのキャラ違和
That
感ひどすぎ
personality
るんで
just
すけど
doesn't fit you.
私の
He's mine.
かも。
Come on.
いいえ、
No, he's
私の
mine.
ものです。私のタ
Taku
ク
is
だもん。
mine.
私のです。
He's mine.
違うわ。
No, he's
私の
mine.
よ。私
Mine.
の、私の、
Mine.
私のだもん。
Mine.
私の、
Mine.
私の、
Mine.
私の。
Mine.
待ってみんなもっと
Wait,
落ち着い
calm
て
down, everyone. Oh my god. Kalau gang bersel satu tinggal membelah diri kan? Everyone was looking at me.
誰を選ぶの？
Who will you choose? Aduh. Kamu pilih yang mana, Maldo? Aku sih kayaknya pilih Hinae. Amoeba itu mah. How stupid. Prince? What the hell is wrong with me?
先輩、聞いて
Miyashiro,
ます？
are you listening?
ここに来た理由だ
Yeah,
よ。
I was asking why you will come here.
例の件、なんか進展あったかなって。
Aku pilih kamu. Oh my god, Kia. I was wondering whether they have been any news.
いや、特に進展といったも
No,
のは
not really.
ありゃりゃ。
Oh
そうっす
no.
か。残念。
Oh dear. I see. That's too bad.
あれ
Eh?
でもタク、
But are you going
今
to
か
the
ら
club
部室
room
に行
now?
くんじゃない？
まあ、
Well, I was
一応
planning
そう
on it.
じゃあ、ひなちゃんも一緒に行けばいい
But
じ
why
ゃん。
not invite Hina-chan then? Eh?
だって、タク
You'll be
一人
bored
じ
by
ゃつまんない
yourself,
でしょ？
won't you?
一人って。
By myself. You're not coming. You're not coming on. I remember I've got somewhere to be.
そっか。
I see.
ちなみにのんちゃんは
By the way,
生徒会の
Non's
仕
busy
事で
with the student council and Shin says he's got something to do today. Come to think of it, the two of them had disappeared.
そういうわけだから、ひなちゃん、
So
今日
Hina,
はタク
take care
の
of
ことお
Taku
願
for
い
me
ね。
today. Bye bye. Seri? Serika left the room before anyone could stop her. What was she doing here? Just me and Narimura were left.
別に尾上の言うことは
You
気に
don't
しな
have
くて
to
いい
worry
ぞ
about what Onoe said.
なんだよ。
What?
先輩、
Did you forget about my power,
私
Miyashiro?
の能力のこと。
What was she talking about?
まあ、先輩も
Well,
一人
probably
で部活ってのも
Be
寂しい
lonely
で
in
しょ
there
う
by
し。
yourself. I guess I can come too.
おい。
Wait,
別
I
に僕
wouldn't
が
be
寂しく
lonely.
なんて
I
なし。
didn't ask you
付
to
き合って
come.
くれとも言っていない。
Or did I actually think I would be lonely there by myself? No, but that's
はいはい、わかりま
right,
した。わかり
right.
ま
I
した。
get it. Okay, let's
それじゃ
go.
レッツゴー。
Let's go. Arimura wrapped her arm around mine and dragged me out of the classroom before I could protest any further. Seeing the jealousy in the other boys' eyes made me feel kind of good.
あれ
But aren't you going to the club room now? But when I got to the club room, I was surprised to see that someone was already there.
あれ、
え
花、なんだ来てたん
Hana, you
だ。
are here. Iya, Umaldo. Kobok. Kobokanairu. Wait, kenapa? Kazuki was playing her game, like always. When she saw us, she nodded slightly.
何やってるの？
What are you up
また
to?
演奏？
SO2 game?
演奏ってそんなに
Is
面白い
SO2
の？
really that fun?
そっか。
I see. Maybe I'll give it a try. Wait. Are you kidding me? You're kidding me. Kazuki smiled? I had seen her laugh when she found something funny on the night we had stayed over for the school festival, but I had never seen her smile so happily. Actually, she had been talking to Arimura yesterday too.
なあ、
ええ
二人とも。
When did you
いつの間にそんなに
two
仲
get
良
so
くなったの？
close?
いつって
When? Do you
先輩も
do
知
you
って
know
る
the
で
answer
しょ？
to?
つい最近ですよ。
Hey, you know the answer
話し
to
て
that,
みた
right?
ら意外
Just
と馬があ
recently
った
we
って
got
いう
to
か。
talking and realized that we really got along, right? Maybe since Kazuki didn't talk, it was easier for them to get along. Maybe they made a pretty good pair.
それにしても。
So what do you
普段
guys
どんな
usually
話を
talk about?
別に
Nothing special. What happened at
学
school?
校であったことと
Or our
か
private life?
プライベートのこととか。
Our past? It looked like Arimura's expression clouded for a second.
まあいいじゃないですか。
Well, does it really
それより
matter?
先輩、
Let's talk about the
事件のこと。
case.
一応
I got a
昨日の
call
夜
from the
例の刑事
detective
さん
last night.
何か新しいことでも分かったのか？
Did he find something new?
何にも進んでないっぽいです。
The police are really useless when it counts, aren't they?
そっか。
I see. From what Shinjo had told Arimura, the underground facility at AH Tokyo General had totally disappeared. That in itself was a big development, but it was also meant that all our clues were gone. And then there was the Uki Amazue girl. They were looking after her at the Frisia place, but all she did was cry. They couldn't get any information out of her, or even get her to explain who she was. Since Harimura had brought it up, I was hoping there would be some new development. I felt definitely need some, there will be some new development. I felt a little let down.
言っときますけど先輩、だからってまたいろいろと探り回ったりはしない方がいいですよ。
Doesn't mean it's a good idea to start looking around on your own.
まさか使ったりしてませんよ
Miyashiro,
ね。
and your power, you're using it, mate, are you?
言われなくても大丈夫だって
You don't need to tell me that. Things were calming down, and we hadn't been attacked since then. But that didn't mean the case was over.
ふむふむ。
Humma,
どうやら
humma.
本当みたいですね。
Looks like you are telling the
じゃあ
truth.
いい子
I'll
に
give you a
してあげま
pat
す。
on the head and knock Arimura hand away.
やめろって
Stop it.
こんなことで嘘つい
There
て
will
しょ
be
うがな
no
いだろ
point in lying over something like this.
でも一応念を押しとかないと。
But I
これ以
figure I
上
had
知
to
り合い
bring it
があん
up
な目に遭う
anyway.
のは嫌ですか
I
ら
don't want
ね。
that happening to anyone else I know. By that, he was probably referring to Kakita. Kakita was investigating the Gigalomaniacs. She had said. She had suspected that some huge organization was involved, but whether they were responsible for the crimes or if it was all that Rico hired a person, I didn't know. Either way, it was probably a good idea not to do anything until I knew.
それより
Anyway,
先輩。
couldn't you give us a
いい加
way
減連
to
絡
get
手
a
段なん
hold
とか
of
さ
you
今みたいな状態じゃ
without a phone?
何かあった
If
時に
something
困るんで
happens,
すけ
I
ど。
won't be able to get a hold of you.
今の
We're in this
私たちっ
together,
て
right?
一
In
連
this
卓上
together.
に
ん
どうかしました？
What's wrong?
別に
Nothing. Yeah, you're right.
でも
I do need to get one
そうだ
soon.
な
I couldn't stay
確
without
か
a
に
phone
そのう
forever.
ち買わなきゃなとは思ってる
Without one, I couldn't call for help if I needed it.
よし。
Alright,
じゃあ買い
let's
に
go
行きましょう。
shopping on Sunday.
日曜日に決ま
On
り。
Sunday, it's settled.
は
あ
何勝手に決め
You
てるんだよ
don't just get to decide that.
So,
And why Sunday?
その方が
Because
いろいろ
it will be a good way to
楽
relax.
しいでしょ？
It will be fun, right?
楽しいでしょっ
Fun?
て
Wait, are you coming too?
だって
I need
私
to
はたまに
relax
は息抜
once
き
in a
に
while,
遊
you
びた
know?
いし。
それなら友
Why
達
not
と
go
遊び
with
に
your
行けば
friends then?
先輩が言って
If
る
by
友達というの
You mean
が
the girls I hang out with all the time? Then absolutely not.
なんで
Why?
楽しくないんだ。
It's not fun. Yeah, it probably wasn't a lot of fun if you knew when the people you were talking to were lying to you. Wait,
それって裏を返せば
does that mean if you're with me it's fun?
ほら、
You
先輩
know?
は私
You
の能力
know
のこ
about
と
my
分かってる
power
じゃないですか。
that actually makes
そ
things
れ
a
だ
lot
けでこ
easier
っち
on
も
me.
気分的に楽
He
なん
was
で
right.
すよ。
I couldn't lie if I knew she could tell when I was doing it. And even if I did, I wouldn't be able to keep it up. It was exactly how was I acting around her right now. But didn't that mean she could have fun with anybody who knew?
だったら
Then
せ
why
っかくだし
don't
お
we
前も誘っ
invite
て
Ono? Suddenly I felt a light impact on the back of my head. Oh. I turned around and Kazuki had given me a chop to the back.
Oi,
Okay. Wait, what was that for? Oh, so that's it.
分かっ
I
た
get it. You want to come too, right,
Kazuki
Kazuki? Oh, digedig kita. Oh. What was going on?
尾上は誘
So
う
you're
な
telling me not to invite Onoe?
じゃあクルス
Okay,
か
maybe
人を
Kuroshi or Kazuki raised fist landed straight on top of my head. Really, she didn't want me to invite anyone.
じゃあ、そういうことで、
That's it
日
then.
曜の正
We'll
午に
meet in the
8分
front
前
of
で
the statue
Adios, gracias.
of Hachi. Oh, ini kayaknya kita ambil rute jadi PDKT sama Hinae deh.
あ
Huh?
有村
Arimura? Oh. Both Arimura and Kazuki had vanished before I had a chance to stop them. Sunday in front of the Hachi statue. I didn't really have any plans. I wanted to see if the sumo sticker were gone too, so I didn't mind going. But shopping, just the two of us, that sounded like a date.
デート
A date? Maybe. Wait, bentar guys. Benar. Bentar deh. ambil minyak kayu putih dulu. Okay. Even after coming home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I had been practically forced into meeting with her on Sunday. I was going out shopping with a girl. Seen from the outside, would that be considered a date? But if going shop with a girl made it a date, then I had been on plenty of dates with Sarika and Kurusu. But a date was supposed to be the kind of thing that Cool Cat Press wrote about. That was a little different than I had done with Sarika and Kurusu. When I went out with Kurusu, we were always going grocery shopping and stuff. I was just there to hold the bags. You couldn't call that a date. And Sarika would just cycle along whenever I wanted to go somewhere. You couldn't call that a date either. And what was the exact definition of date anyway? Two members of the opposite sex meeting at the designated time, the dictionary said, which meant that maybe all the things I had done so far weren't dates, and what I was doing Sunday was. But wait, I couldn't get too far ahead of myself. Even if I thought it was a date, if she didn't, I'll end up looking like a fool. But still, if Arimura did think it was a date and I couldn't escort her properly, I would still look stupid. Minami Kata's column in Cool Cat Press always said that a man who couldn't make a woman happy was a scum. Oh, we said. Apa iya Om Aldo dan Om XY? Scum. I'm fine, I'm a normal. If it was a date, it would be good to be prepared. And if it turned out not to be, I could just change my plans. If I could just get all the how-to knowledge crammed into my head. How to know when a girl is asking for it. No. All the technique to make her... What the fuck? No. How to get your ideal body. What the fuck? Where was he? He always showed up when I didn't want him, but now that I needed him, he was nowhere to be seen. Oh, there he is. Ken-san. Oh, Taco, what's the hurry? You wanna drink? Gak boleh gitu, Len. Don't touch my beach. Wish. Ngeri kali kamu, Om XY. No, do you have a new issue of that thing? Kalau Om Aldo mah carinya yang 15 tahun kan, Om Aldo? What thing? You know, the one I always buy. Cool Cat. Oh, that. I'm not sure. If you do, I want it. By tomorrow. By tomorrow? That's not happening. Don't say that. Come on, I'll pay you. October 18, Sunday. The clock read 3 minutes to noon. I checked the time, took out the bottle of Mountain Dew, and took a big gulp. If I hurried, I could make it to the station in 3 minutes, so there was no need to panic. I cleared my head and opened up the March 1999 issue of Cool Cat Press that Ken had rushed out to find for me. What the fuck, Om XY? What the fuck, Om XY? Your first date, a real man's choice. This was the article I had been looking for. It had all the know how I needed for my first date. Over the last 2 days, I had gone through this and every other issue of the Cool Cat Press to prepare myself. Creepy. Cukup creepy. I was now the most normal of normals. The ultimate normal, you could say. Ngeri sekali ya. Live chat ini banyak predator ya. This is what my normal database was telling me. Arrive late. Not only will being late keep her in suspense, it will also heighten her excitement for the event that were about to occur. I checked the time again, and it was noon exactly.
よし
Okay,
そろそろ行くか
let's go. I took the long way around Shibuya Station and headed for the statue of Hachi. And there she was. I remember the phrases I had read 1,000 times last night, and as I got close to her, you ran up to her out of breath and saying, "I'm sorry, did you wait long?" And no, I just got here.
よし行くぞ
Dia sengaja telat.
ごめん
I'm sorry,
待
did
った
you wait long?
遅い
You're late.
何やってんすか先
What are you
輩
thinking?
女の
How
子
can
待
you
たせる
keep a lady waiting? No,
こんなところで待たせ
what if
ナンパ
some
でも
guy
されちゃ
came
った
up
り
to
した
me
ら
and
どう
started
してく
hitting
れる
on
ん
me?
ですか
Somebody almost
さっ
did, you know?
きもうちょっとで声かけら
This
れるところだったん
didn't
で
make
すからね
sense. Dibajak berani. Cool cat, what's going
振り
on?
返って睨みつけた
I
らどっ
turned
か
around
行っ
and
ちゃった
glared
か
at
らいい
him,
けど
and he wandered
あ
off.
のままだ
But I
と
was
すっ
about to have a
ごく
really
嫌な思い
uncomfortable time. I'm sorry.
まあいいです
Whatever, just be
次からは
careful in the
気を
future.
はいわかり
Okay,
ました
I understand. That one just didn't happen to work out. Next time it will work for sure.
そういえばその服なかなかいいな
Cool cat dating Ted. Praise her outfit. Every girl loves compliment. Her clothes, her hairstyle. It doesn't matter what. Just tell her it looks good.
あれこの服前も着てましたけ
I've
ど
worn this outfit before though.
そうだっけ
Did you?
まったく
That means you
それ
don't
って
care about me
全
at
然
all.
私に興味ないっ
That's
て
kind
こ
of
とじゃない
shock.
ですか
そんな
That's
ことは
not true. Your hair. Did you cut your bangs?
切ってません
I did not. It failed again. What is going on, Cool cat?
そんじゃ行きましょう
Alright,
か
let's go. Yeah.
そうだな
We can start with.
それじゃあ
Uh,
まずはあれおいどこ
Oi,
行くんだ
where are you going?
どこってス
You're
マホ
going to
か
buy a phone, right? Eh?
先輩のってど
Is
この
yours
で
a
したっ
Dokono or a
けそれ
Do?
とも DU? ハドパン
Do
どっちにしてもこっちですよね
Apa tuh? Tipsless. A share of Hardbomb, a Japanese wireless phone company. Marketing strategies unable to dominate public discourse, as well as the white dog character with the commercial. Do, a Japanese wireless phone. Their phone have been popular since the day of smartphone. Docono, a Japanese cellular phone company. They got their start with the pager business.
ひょっとして格安
Oh,
の
do you
霜降り
maybe
端
use
末
a
です
cheap
か
SIM-free terminal then?
いや
No, this way is right.
そうですかじゃあ行きましょう
I see. Let's go then. Om, anaknya hilang mulu. Kapan ketemunya? Hah? Anak siapa, Cok? Welcome to Mekazuki ya? Arimura nodded and started walking in. That's right. I had been so focused on the word date that I had forgotten why I would originally come here. It didn't take too long at all to get a new smartphone. Once I picked out the phone and re-registered my number, I was able to pull most of my old data off the cloud. My photo was gone, but unfortunately, there was nothing I could do about that.
オッケ
Okay,
ー
I've
ちゃんと登
got
録
you
しまし
added.
た
Now I can get in
これ
touch
で
if
何かあ
something
った時も
happens.
連絡取れま
The
すね
first thing I did once I got my new phone was to add Arimura's number. The problem was what to do now. I had accomplished my goal for a day, but I couldn't just let all the know how I have built up on how to be a normal go to waste. First, I needed to confirm that she didn't have any other plans.
あのさ
Arimura.
有
So
村
after this,
どうします
so
これ
what
か
do we
ら
do now?
だって時
There's
間
still
は
got
ま
a
だまだ
plenty
た
of
っ
time
ぷり
left,
あり
right?
ますよ
It will be a waste to just go
Sepaka
home, wouldn't it?
そうだな
That's right.
有
If you
村さ
don't
んよ
mind,
けれ
we
ば
could probably
こ
go
の後
somewhere
どこか
after
に行くっ
this.
てのもありかも
Rimura spoke up before I could finish.
じゃあどうしましょう
Alright, what should we
ちょう
do?
ど時間
I'm
的
getting
に
a
お
little
腹も空い
hungry.
てきたし
So why don't we
なんか
go
食
eat
べにでも
somewhere?
行きます
Apa nih? Kenapa ini ada opsinya? Soalnya
So
opsi hal.
dah.
That's right. This was perfect. I had my eyes. I had my eyes on a couple of restaurants just in case this happened. At times like this, it was important to pick a place that a girl would like. That was what a normal boy had to be able to do. The problem was that there were too many good options to choose from. There was the time to consider the location, and the weather and temperature. Cool cat had insisted that I take all of this into account. At this hour, every place will be pretty crowded. We should go someplace pretty light then. For example, something we could buy and then walk around and eat. Which meant,
ここですか？
あ
here?
あ、
Yeah.
ここで売ってるキャ
Their
ラメル
caramel
ポップコーンが美
popcorn
味しいらしい
supposedly
んだ。
good. Kok caramel popcorn?
宮代先輩って思ったより流行りとか
Kan
詳
dia
しいんで
lapar
す
ya?
ね。
Masa makan popcorn anjir? Anak orang lapar dikasih makan popcorn, cok. You know more about trends than I would have thought. Yeah, sure.
まあ、僕はリア充だ
Well,
か
I am
ら
a normal.
待っててくれ。
Hold on,
ちょっと買っ
I'll
てくれ
go
よ。
buy some.
お待たせ。
Here you go. Wow, it smells so
美味し
sweet.
そ
It looks great.
さあ、
Come.
食べたまえ。
Let us eat.
う。いただきます。
Let's eat. Oh. It's so good. What is
何
this?
これ？これ
It's
超美味し
delicious.
い。
Hello, hello, Maldo. Yeah, yo, Maldo. Yeah. Right. Jagung is karbo. Ya, aku tahu, tapi tetap aja orang lapar, cok. I hadn't spent the last 2 days looking it up for nothing.
先輩もどう
We have
ぞ。
some too. Here, says kamu date sama anak-anak. Loh, ini kan kita anak SMA, cok. Gimana sih kamu, Maldo? Nggak kayak kamu cari yang 15 tahun. Gimana sih, Maldo? Beda. Kamu tuh sama Om EXO itu baru kriminal. Kamu cari 15 tahun, dia cari 7 tahun.
うん。
Yeah, yes, it's
美味しい
good.
です。
I was stammering.
じゃあ今度は先輩から
Alright, now it's your turn.
あー
Wow. Why say no to Zoe? Kok kabur gitu kamu, Maldo? That's good. Why was this so exciting? This is pretty different than going shopping with Serika and Kurusu. Kok kabur gitu kamu, Maldo? Was this what a date was like?
うん。先輩の手
Your hands are covered with popcorn dust. Oh, you're right.
ほら貸してく
Here,
ださ
let
い。
me see. Huh? Before I could even think about what she meant, she grabbed my hand and stuck her finger in. What the fuck?
うんこれで綺麗になりました。
What the fuck? Ini anime pecok. Ini anime pecok.
おお。
Did the normals do these sort of things all the time?
ねえ先輩、
Miyashiro, I want you to come shopping with me.
買い物
You're shopping, okay?
やったー。
Yes,
実はね
actually, there was something I was
買おうと
thinking
思って
about
たものがあった
buying.
の。
Something she was thinking about buying?
こっちで
This
す。
this way. Turu dah, turu bang, udah jam 12. Emang iya? Emang iya, Omaldo, bohong kamu. Kamu lagi main PS kan? Mau hidup sehat lah. Jadi sama ini kamu nggak hidup sehat. She wouldn't tell me what it was that she wanted to buy. Bukannya kamu lagi main PS, nggak usah bohong kamu, Omaldo. But we kept going further into an area meant for girls, and I was starting to feel more and more awkward.
ランチが重かったらやめよ
If
う
we
か
ate a
なって
heavy
思って
lunch,
た
I
んです
wasn't
けど。
going to do this.
よかった。
I'm glad
軽
we
いも
got
ので。
something light.
あ
Oh,
あったあった。
here we
こ
go.
こです。
This is it.
ここって
This is.
先輩、まだ
Don't
目を
open
開
your
けちゃ
eyes yet, Miyashiro.
うん。
Begadang is not good for the body ya. Iya.
しょ
Kamu jadi jaksel mode gini. Hilih pret tuh. Dikatain hilih pret tuh sama kakak tertua tuh. Okay, alright. Go ahead. What the Cok. Ini kenapa jadi gini animenya, Cok? Kenapa jadi gini, Cok, anime, Cok? Kakak tertua Hilly. Kita pencet backspace kali ya. Oh gitu kan, backspace tuh. Backspace tuh. Jadi ini fungsinya backspace, teman-teman.
Senpai,
Iya, Shiro.
どうしました？
What's wrong? Jadi gitu kelakuanmu sekarang, Om. Kelakuan apaan, bro? What's wrong? Gak usah di zoom dong. Gak usah di zoom dong. Stop.
これはまずいんじゃないのか。
This isn't allowed, is it?
バレなきゃ大
It
丈
will
夫
be
ですっ
fine as
て。
long as nobody finds out. Anjing. Ini game apa anjir? Come on. Ketahuan sifat Fedel yang asli enggak, Cok. Still, was it really okay for two of us to be in the same changing room in the swimsuit area together? The fuck? And notice, there's a word for this situation. I think it's snack. Snack apa? Tipsless. Hentai banget sih buat enggak anjing. Snack, short for sore nante eroge, or what kind of age hentai game is that? Internet slang. Ah.
それよりほら
Anyway,
先
Mia,
輩
sure. I need you to
後ろ
tidy it
早
up
く
for
結んで
me,
くださいよ。
otherwise this suit is
じゃ
going
な
to
い
fall off. You're sure?
いいも何
You
も
need to do
早
it
くしてくれ
quickly,
ないと。
or... Waduh. Apa ini, Cok? Copot, Cok. Lepas. Kacamatanya lepas, Cok. Ihir. Halo Bang Fed, halo Bagis, welcome to the stream. No, that's not going to happen. But it might be something close. Astaga Bang Fed, kok Bang Fed gitu. Anjir, kenapa aku, Cok? The hell, Om. Gitu, lihat ini. Take down. Jangan dong.
とりあえず
What kind
何
of
系が
food
い
do
い
you want? There's
この
plenty
辺
of
ならいく
places
つか
around
候補
here.
が。
うーん
I'll let you
じゃあ
choose.
そうか。
I say, I call up the map I had in my...
じゃあ、あそ
Alright,
こに行ってみ
let's
よ
go
うか。
there.
ここですか？
This place?
Oh.
I thought it was here.
確かここだと思ったんだけど。
Where I thought I would find an Italian restaurant with a delicious lunch menu. I found a ramen place. Nah, Nova baru tahu aslinya lebih hentai. Tanya aja XY. Anjir, jadi auco. Diam kamu ya penyuka bocil 15 tahun ya? Oh, udah semalam. What the fuck? Rusak anjing ngomong XY. Rusak anjing ngomong XY. And there was a big line too.
ラーメンですか？
Ramen,
ま
huh?
あ嫌いじゃな
Well,
い
I
で
like
すけど。
ramen, but
さ
I
す
don't
が
know
に
about this
この
line.
列は。
Astaga, hentai
だ
banget.
だよな。
The hell, Malta. Sampai enggak anjir, aku masih normal, cowok anjir. This didn't make sense.
そうだ。この近くにもう一軒あったと思うんだけど。
Alright, there's another place up here. Ya kali aku menjadi kaum-kaum yang dinajiskan oleh Big Boss Om Aldo. Enggak dong. Kalau itu buktinya si XY ngomong lah. Kamu percaya kakak tertua ini yang ngusir-ngusir kamu? Kamu percaya dia? Masa kamu lebih percaya orang yang ngusir-ngusir kamu daripada orang yang selalu menemani malam kalian gitu kan? Enggak dong. Percaya. Bodoh sekali kamu. Before XY was I am. Jadi aku tahu. Oh gitu. Right up this way.
現在改装
Currently
中。
remodeling. It didn't say that online. I started to get a bad feeling. My reputation as a right-sider was in danger.
あの
Don't judge book by its cover. Astagfirullah, brother.
待って、確かま
Wait,
だ他にも。
there's still more.
私
But I
あ
want
そ
to
こ
go
がい
to the
いな。
place where we always go.
あのって、
You mean lax?
あそこって
They've
月
got
替
a
わりのランチや
monthly
ってる
lunch
でしょ
special, right? I haven't
私
had
今月
the
のまだ食べてなくて
haven't had the one for this month yet.
お
Oh?
主らか
You folk, huh?
今日は
Together
二人
today?
かいつもの席が空いておるぞ
Your usual spot is open, katanya. The waitress let us inside.
マウンテンビューとオレ
A
ンジジュ
mountain
ース
view and
マン
orange
スリーラン
juice
チ
and
2
two
つじゃ
Molly.
の
Wait one
しばし
moment.
待つがよい
We ended up coming here, huh?
やっぱりいきなり
It
の
always
ところ
feels
の方
safer
が
going
安心します
someplace, you
よ
know,
ね
right?
そうだな。
You're right.
もしかして
Are
落ち込んで
you
ます
feeling down?
落ち込む
Oh.
なんで僕が落ち
Why
込
would
む
I
の
be feeling
う
down?
ん
Because it
マニ
didn't
ュ
go
アル
like
通り
you
にい
had
かなかっ
planned.
とりあえず
You
褒め
tried
て
to
みたり
complimenting me
道路歩く
walking
と
the
き車
side
道側歩いた
facing
り
the road,
人気
looking
の
into
店をリサ
popular
ーチ
restaurant.
違うぞ。それ
No,
はリ
as
ア
a
充である
normal.
僕にとって
I
自
didn't
然
have
と
to do
備わってい
any
ること
special
で
research.
やっぱしてたんです
So
ね
you did, huh? That's right. I was talking to Arimura. There was no point in trying to lie.
まあそんなこと
Well, I
だと
thought
思いまし
so.
た
You
よ
were so different
だっ
than
ていつも
usual.
の宮代先輩と違うんだもん
Come to think of it, Arimura had said something similar before.
僕ってそんなにわ
Am
かり
I
やす
that
いの
easy
か
to figure out?
すっげすけです
Incredibly easy.
でもそれって悪く
I
ない
like
ですよ
気休め
You
はい
don't
い
have
よ
to try and make me feel
わかり
better.
やすいとか言われて喜ぶやつなんていないだろ
Nobody wants to hear that they are easy to figure out.
気休めじゃな
I'm
い
not
で
just
すよ
trying to make you feel better.
少なくとも私にとっては一緒にいて
If
安心で
nothing
きる
else,
ってい
it's
うのは
great
大
because
きい
I
です
can relax when I'm around you.
それって
What's that mean?
あほら来ましたよご飯
Lunch is here.
ほれ
Here.
注文の品じゃ
Here is your what you
心して
ordered.
食うが
Now
よ
eat.
おいしそう
It looks good. That's it.
先輩
Miyashiro, you're not going to eat?
いや
No, no,
食べるよ
I'm going to eat. How was I supposed to interrupt what she just said? I kept thinking throughout the rest of lunch, but I never came up with an answer.
先輩
We
まだ
still
時
got
間あり
some
ますよ
time.
ね
Can we hang
も
out
うち
a
ょっと
little
付き合っても
more?
らってもいいですか
ああ
Oh yeah.
そんな身構え
Don't
なく
get
て
so
もいい
tense.
ですって
We don't have to do
別に
anything
どこに行く
special.
とか
We
考
can
え
just
ず
be
自然で
natural.
行きましょう
Natural.
自然で
I end up walking around the city of Shibuya with Arimura without doing a single item on my date plan.
あれ可愛くない
Hey,
ですか
that's kind of cute, isn't it? Was there any point in just wandering around with no plans or goals? I wasn't sure, but
先輩は
what kind
ど
of
ういう
clothes
服
do
が
you
好み
like,
です
Miyashiro? Oh ya, kalau kalian gimana? Kalau aku sih sebenarnya yang penting bahannya enak. Terus warnanya abu udah.
そうだな 僕
I
は
やっぱ露出多めのとか
ones that show a lot of skin.
違う
No,
そう
they're
ふーん
まあ嫌
well.
いじゃ
I
ない
don't dislike them.
素直でよろしい
Thank you for your honesty. I was surprised to find that part of me was enjoying it. Oh, ini maksudnya tebak. Maksudnya bilang kita suka lihat cewek pakai pakaian gimana gitu. Maybe that was just because there was no point in trying to pretend to be someone I wasn't around Arimura.
次はどこ行きましょうか
Where should we go next? But it wasn't just that.
そういえば先輩
Hey,
知ってま
Miyashiro,
すこ
did
の
you
裏に
know on the street? Yeah.
おい
Boy. Suddenly, Arimura fell forward and almost tripped. I quickly grabbed her hand. Kalau Bang Fed suka pakaian yang tadi kan? Enggak dong. Ooh, that was close. How could you trip
こん
over
な何
nothing
もない
like
ところ
that?
で転ぶと
You're
か
not getting old.
しっけえ
Oh,
な
rude.
先
I'm
輩より
younger than
若い
you,
で
but
すよ
still.
まあでも一応俺
うん
Yeah. I felt a little awkward somehow and went to let go of her hand.
もうちょっと
Can we stay like
この
this
ままで
a
も
while
いいか
longer,
な
maybe? Fortunately, I still didn't have the courage to let go of her hand. Things started to feel awkward and embarrassing.
ね
Eh,
あの
look
二
at
人見
those
て
two.
仲いいよね
Yeah, friends.
私たち
I
も
wish
あ
we
の
could
二
be
人
like
みた
those
いに
two.
なりたいね。
I could hear people whispering as we passed them. Normally, I would have quickly moved away. But today, for some reason, it didn't bother me.
なんか不思議。
It's kind of strange.
何か
What is it?
私って普
Normally,
段はね、
I always
いつ
pretend to
も
be
自分
someone
を
I'm
装
not,
って
and
る
so
ん
I
です。だ
don't
か
really
ら
know
そ
who
のせい
I'm,
で
who
普
I
段
am.
友達とおどけて
Am I
い
the
る時の
person
自
I
分
am
そ
when
れ
I
と
tell
も
jokes
思
with
っ
my
てもない
friends,
ことを言
or
わ
the
れてム
person
カ
who
ついて
gets
る
mad
時の
when
自
people
分
tell me lies, or the
それでも
person
笑顔で
I
笑っ
am
てる時の自分
I am when I'm
誰が本
smiling.
当の私なのって。
Which of them is the real me?
でもなんか
But
先
when I'm
輩と
with
いる
you,
と
I feel like
自然
I
な
can
自
be
分で
the
いられる気
natural
がしま
me.
す。
Maybe
こ
this
れ
is who
が
I
本当
really
の自
am.
分だったのかなって。
I suddenly realized that Arimura hadn't been overly energetic today or cold, like she was when we first met. Halo Bang, halo Lalboy, welcome to stream. Udah lama tidak bertemu dengan kamu, Kevin. If this was who she really was, then maybe I could feel relaxed when I was around her too. It was a different kind of peace than I felt with Serikan Kurusu. Maybe it was just a kind of sympathy because we were both psychics. But part of me didn't think that was so bad.
それじゃあ今日はここで
Alright,
ありがとうございまし
that's
た。
all for
楽し
today.
かったです。
Thank you. It was a lot of fun.
こっちこそ
I had fun too. Arimura and I had both seemed... Salam kenal bang, halah, salam kenal. Kau mencari Vigo. Vigo ngilang di telan bumi. Seem to forget that the whole point of this was just to get me a new smartphone.
それじゃあまた。
Okay, see you around.
うん
Yeah, see you. Arimura smiled a little and disappeared into the Shibuya streets. She didn't say her usual goodbye, but that was probably because this was who she really was. I could still feel her warmth in my hand when I closed my fist. Hinai Arimura said her goodbye and walked a while before turning back. He could see Takuro Miyashiro standing in the crowd. What she had just told Takuro was how she really felt. Until now, whenever she had been talking to a friend or to a boy, she had always pretended to be someone she wasn't. It was the same with her uncle's family, who she was staying with. Her uncle and his wife were basically good people, but she knew that at times they felt sick of her. Sometimes other people feeling could be like a knife in your heart. And when they were good people, that only made it worse when you found out they didn't really mean what they said. Gak usah dicari, orangnya aktif di grup WhatsApp, tiap hari kirim foto member JKT. Iya aku tahu, pasti ini kan si Michi kan, si bocah 16 tahun kan, katanya dia suka banget sama bocah 16 tahun. Hinai had been dealing with that for years. And now, for some reason, when she was with Takuru, she felt better. Of course, she hadn't felt that way when she had met him at first. She hadn't liked him at all, in fact. He was a coward and a smart aleck. That first impression was probably right, but she could feel something delicate within him that went beyond all that. Bang, aku nak tidur, selamat tidur ya, Bagisha. Thank you udah mampir. She might have seen a piece of herself in him. Boleh dikirimin nama dia juga bang, yoi. The way he panicked or tried to force himself to pretend that he was calm. She found herself laughing when she remembered that, and she laughed when she saw herself laughing. To Arimura, these were all new experiences. She should have been exhausted from all the walking she had done today, but strangely, her steps were light and quick. So, that's why she was sure that someone else had done it. Just as she went to go down the stairs, she felt a small impact on her back. 2 hands. By the time she realized she was in danger, she had already missed a step. The world's spawn. Dekat itu kalian berdua ya? Kalian berdua pacaran ke what the fuck? Kan dia punya pacar kan? Putus ya katanya. She could see the sky. There was a dull pain in her arms and legs. And she could hear someone running away. It took a while for her to realize. Jangan lupa dong, slogan channel ini apa, Kevin? Your online friend, okay? That someone had pushed her. It wasn't a prank. Someone had tried to kill her. Wait, what? Someone tried to kill her? 2008. Hinai, what's wrong? You're not going to eat? Why? I made all your favorites today. Putus? Lah, bukannya dia putus? Enggak ingat tau. Pokoknya kalau nggak salah kemarin terakhir sempet ngomong putus. Nggak tau dah. You're not feeling well. No, I'm fine. That's it. Masih kok setahu gue. I know. You have a boy you like. Huh? What? Is that true? You know, when that happens, you always have trouble eating, right? Hinai, tell me about him. Is he a good boy? What is his family like? What does his dad do? Ya lu mau aja dibodoh-bodohin dia. Loh. Nggak ada ruginya. Ah, come on, honey. You act like they are planning on getting married. It's not like that. You're right. I'm sorry. Your dad forgot himself for a moment there. Oh, honey. But I do hope that someday Hina meet a nice man, just like I met you. Yeah. You're right. Mom and Dad were smiling gently like always. Nothing had changed. But Hina knew now that it was all a lie. It was only by chance she had found out. On her way back from a school trip, the bus had been stopped at a light. She had looked out the window and seen someone who looked like her mom. So nggak bervalue itu ya manusia itu ya? Siapa? Dibilang nggak bervalue anjing si Vigo. At first, she thought she must be mistaken. She had to be wrong, because the woman that looked like her mom was walking down the street in arm with a young man. She looked again and again to make sure that she was wrong. But the more she looked, the more certain she became that she was right. Hinai wasn't young enough anymore to not know what that meant. She wasn't sure if she should tell her that. If Mom was lying to Dad, if Dad was smiling while she lied to him, then that was just horrible for him. But she was wrong. That was cheating too. Brother, there's something I want to talk to you about. Hina, what's up? Hina was still too young to keep her parents' problem to herself. The only person she could rely on was her big brother, Shingo. She told her brother everything. About Mom, about Dad. Of course. He would be shocked. At least, that's what she thought, so she was totally surprised by his next words. I see. So you found out too, huh? Ini gak ada Vigo kan? Her brother knew. Her brother was the one who taught her not to lie, but he had been lying to her too. It felt like a terrible betrayal to her. Everyone was lying. Everything around her was built on a lie. Hinai wanted the truth. But what was the truth? He was too young to know. But there was one thing she did know. Her brother had been hurt too. He had been suffering alone, keeping a secret that he couldn't share with anyone. From that day, the only truth she had was her bond with her brother. They were siblings, sharing the same pain. That bond was what kept her going. Hinai became even more dependent on her brother, and her brother responded by coming to love her even more. When Hinaya was just a year or two from graduating elementary school. Coba dulu bang, gue besok ada acara. Oke, thank you udah mampir ya, Kevin ya. Her brother said to her,
高校を出たら家を出る。だから、ひなも一緒に
Adios, okay. Once I graduate, I'm leaving this house. You should come with me. From that day on, those words were what kept Hinaya going, her bond with her brother, and her hopes of escaping her parents' lie. That became her new future and her truth. But 6 years ago, on that day, her dream was destroyed. There was a dazzling light and a great shaking, and she found herself buried in the rubble. Oh, gempa bumi ya. By the time the week was over, the return of the new generation madness was forgotten, and everyone was talking about the same counterfeit food labeling that had happened last week. The criminal had taken advantage of the computer problem caused by the crash of 15, which made it a hot topic. Of course, our channel was still talking about it, but it had started to die down. In fact, since the media hadn't reported anything about her, the message board had a new set of theories about Rico Haida, and that was mostly what they were talking about now. And past whether we wanted it to or not, and we students still had to go to school.
おお、宮代。
Oi, Miyashiro. Kaget deh. Yo.
なんだ
Oh, it's just you, Ito.
なんだとは。
What do you mean?
朝から
It's
随
just
分
me.
とご挨拶じゃねえ
What
か。
are you doing anyway?
つが
何って
What am I
学校に来たら
doing?
こ
I
こを通るの
always
は
come
当
this
然
way
だ
on
当たり前のこと言う
the
んだよ
way to school. There's nothing unusual about
そうか
really.
それ
You've
にし
been
て
looking
は
around
さっ
for a
きからこ
while.
こでキョロキョロしてたじゃんか。
Yo,
誰か待
I
ってても
figure
いい
you
のか
might
と
be
思って
watching
さ
for someone. Hadn't even been thinking about Ito. I didn't notice him until he had spoken to me. If I have seen him, I'll have gone into the school building.
で、誰を待ってん
Well,
だ
who are you waiting for?
それはその
Well,
ほらお前を待ってたんだよ
I was waiting for you.
俺を
Or
も
me?
しかして例の事件で何か進展があったのか
Has there been some new development in the case?
いやそういうわけじゃないけど
No, not really.
じゃあなんで
Then, what?
有村だ
It's Harimura.
Eh?
I turned around and saw Harimura right behind me.
よう有村
Yo, Harimura.
あ、
Oh, Ito.
さん
有村
Harimura. Ciao.
どうも
Hello.
宮代先
Miyashiro.
輩
I have raised my hand like an idiot. The morning autumn wind felt cold against it. Huh? I had forced myself to match her greeting. Why was she being so cold?
お前
What happened
どう
to
した
your
んだ
hand?
その手
I looked at her hand and saw that there was a bandage wrapped around it. It's under her sleeve.
これはその
Well, I tread on the
ちょっと
stair.
階
I
段で
looked
つまずい
closer
ちゃ
and
って
saw that she was concealing some purple bruises with
えっ
foundation.
とそれじゃあ
Anyway, I'll be
私はこれで
Harimura seemed a little out of it as she said goodbye and headed into the school building.
なんだよ
What's her
相
problem?
変わらず愛想ね
It's
えな
always so rude.
と
So what
それより
did you
話
want to talk about?
は
Huh?
だから
You're waiting for
なんか
me because you
話があっ
wanted
て
to
待って
talk
たん
about
だろ
something, right?
僕がこん
Why
な
the
ところ
hell
で
will
わ
I
ざわざ
stand
人を
here and
待
wait
つわけ
for
ない
you?
だろ
Huh?
なんだ
What
そ
are you
れ
talking about?
ほらそれより早く行かないとチャイム鳴る
We'll
ぞ
bother her. We will better hurry, or the bell's going to ring.
なんなんだよ
What the hell is
一体
going on here? That was my question. She had been smiling when I said goodbye yesterday, and now she was acting like this in my hat.
遅いな
Harimura's late.
うわなん
What's
だ
going on?
誰だ
Who is
こ
there?
の声は
This voice, it's
Harimura
Harimura.
だな
Yeah, halo dia.
え
How
な
come
ん
you
でわ
guess
かっ
it?
ちゃうんです
That's so
か
dull.
そりゃわかるだろ
I mean, I can tell, obviously.
そっか
You can,
わかっ
huh?
ちゃうのか
Hehehe.
有村。
Arimura.
そうだ先輩、
宮代
チャオっす。
Yes.
じゃ、チャオス。
Yes. That's how it was supposed to go. Nothing negative was supposed to happen. And instead, she had acted like that
女子ってわから
and
ない
then。get girls. Wow. I almost leap up when I heard a sudden yell.
どうしたのタクル。
What's wrong, Takuru?
なんだ、
Oh,
クル
it's
スか。
just you,
驚か
Kurusu.
すなよ。
Don't scare me like that.
驚いたのはこっちよ。
I'm the one who got scared.
今なんて
What
言
were
った
you
の？
just talking about? Oh no, I must have been talking to myself.
いや、今
No,
の
that was nothing.
いた
Oh.
いた。
There you are. Taku. I felt a bad premonition. Serika's timing was a little too perfect.
おっと、そうだ。
Alright.
ちょっと用事が。
I'll better be going.
ねえねえ、
Hey,
Hina
I heard you went on a date with Hina yesterday.
デート。
Date? Is she
Hina-chan
talking about Arimura?
もしかして有村さ
Takuro,
んの
did you
こと？
go on a date though with
Takuro,
Arimura? Crap.
あなた
Now
有
I
村
had
さ
a
ん
real
とデー
problem.
トしたの？
No, forget that.
なんでそのことを思いが知ってるんだ。
How did you know, Onwe?
それは
Because
だって見たんだもん。
I saw it.
見たって。
You saw it. You saw us together?
待ちなさい
Wait,
タクル。
Takuro.
ということは
That means you
本当に
really went on a
有村さんと
date with
デートしたのね？
Arimura, doesn't it? Hello, fun. Welcome to stream.
デートってい
It
う
wasn't a
か
date.
一緒に出か
We
けた
just
だけだ
went
よ。
downtown together.
だから
That's
それ
what
って
they
デ
call a
ート
date,
でしょ？
right?
うん。
This was awkward, even if we weren't related by blood. Who knew that having your family find out about your dating life would feel so awkward?
それでどうだった
So?
の？どんな服で行ったの？どこへ行ったの？何をしたの？うまくいったの？
How did it go? What did you wear? What did you go? Where did you go? What did you do? Did it go well?
どうどう？
Whoa,
のん
whoa.
ちゃん
None,
落ち着いて
calm
落ち着い
down.
たって。
But
あの
it's
タクルは
Takuro going
女の
on
子
a
とデ
date.
ートよ。
As his big
姉とし
sister,
ては
I'm
気にな
worried.
るじゃない。第一それって
One
あ
thing,
んな
it's
陰
a
惨な
heck
ニュー
of
ス
a
を
lot
追っているよ
better
りも
than
全然
following
いい
all
こと
those
よ。
gloomy news
セリカ
stories
もそう
all
思
the
わない？
time. Don't you think so, Serika?
私は
if
タ
that's
ク
what
がそ
Taku
れでいい
wants.
なら。
What's going on here? I knew that girls like to talk back. I'd like to talk about romance rather than think they would like to talk about it this much. Wait.
それでタクルどうなの？
Oh ya, jangan lupa minum ya teman-teman. Dulu. Taku, how did it go?
どうって
How
別
did
に
it
ちょ
go?
っと遊びに行っただけだ
We
し。
just hung out for a while.
ちょっとって
That's no good.
ダメよそん
You
な
can
適
just
当
hang
な態
out.
度
It's
じゃん。
rude to
有
Arimura.
村さんにも失礼じゃない。
Either Serika nor I were sure how to handle Kurusu's excitement. And then suddenly she spun around.
ああそう
Alright, I have to get going.
クルス
Kurusu, where are
ど
you?
こ行くつもり？
決まってるでしょ。有村さんのところよ。弟をよろしくってきちんと挨拶しておかなきゃ。
I have to go see Arimura and properly introduce myself as her boyfriend's sister.
ちょっと待って。
Wait,
いくらなんでも
it's way
そ
too
れ早ま
early
りすぎ
for
だ
it.
そうだよのんちゃん。
That's right, Non.
そう
You
いう
need to set a
のは
date
ちゃんと
for that
日取り
stuff.
を選んでやんなきゃ。
That's not right either.
とにかく
And
有村
anyway,
が
we just
スマホ
want to
を
buy
買
a
いついでに
smartphone.
ちょっと一緒に
We've
プラ
done
ンがした
around for a bit. Really?
本当だって
Really? So please don't get any weird
頼むからやめて
ideas.
くれ。
そう
I see. Why did she look so disappointed?
っていうか
Wait,
のんちゃ
Non,
ん。
why are you
だ
so
って
desperate?
だって
Because if
そういう
Takuro has
楽しいこと
something
が
fun
あ
to
れば
do,
タクルだってもう変な事
he
件を追い
might
か
stop
けたりし
chasing
な
that
くなる
weird
かもしれ
case,
ない。
right?
なんだそんな
Oh,
理由
so that's it.
もちろんそれ
Of
だけじ
course,
ゃない
that's
わ。
not all.
もっとちゃ
I
ん
have
と
a
した
better
理由がある
reason
わ。
to.
ちゃんとした
A
理由
better reason?
それは
It's because, you know,
有村さんも
Arimura
私
is
た
kind
ち
of
と似たよう
in
な
a
境遇
similar
だから
place to us.
似たような
A similar place? What do you
Do you-
mean?
知らないの？
You didn't know?
彼女ご
Her
両親
parents
は
are
ご健在
alive,
らしいん
but
だ
her
けどね。
apartment collapsed during
住ん
the
でいたお
earthquake,
部屋
and her
が
brother,
渋谷地震で倒壊して、
her brother, the one that was friend with Kakita,
今はご両親とも
Now her
東京から
parents
少し離
both
れて
live
し
a
まって、
little bit outside of
彼
Tokyo.
女自身は近くの親戚
He
のお家
lives
か
with
ら通
some
っているら
relative
しいんだ
nearby
け
and
ど、
goes to school from their home.
でも
But I heard from a girl who went the same
有村さんと同じ小学校だったってことを聞いたんだけど、
elementary as her that she really loved her
彼
brother.
女す
And
ごく
after he
お兄
died,
さん子だったら
he
しく
got
て、
really depressed. Ah,
それで亡く
I
な
had
った
no
後
idea
ずっと
that
塞ぎ込んで
Arimura
い
had
た
a
そうだ
past
から、
like that.
別に同情とかじゃないの。
It's not that I'm feeling sympathetic. I just want her to hang in there too. He suddenly grabbed me by the hand and looked straight into my eyes.
もしも何か相談があ
If
った
there's
ら、
something you
いつ
want
でも言うのよ。
advice on,
わかった？
come to me, okay? Got it?
うん。
Yeah. Her demeanor was so overwhelming that I almost took a step back.
それからくれぐれもまたあの事件を追いかけたりなんてしようと思わ
And
ないこ
don't
と。
get any ideas about getting after the case again. Got it?
わかったよ。
Fine. When I nodded, he smiled, satisfied, and finally left go to school.
のんちゃんびっくりだ
Wow.
ね。
None really scared me.
そもそもはお前
It's your
が余計
fault
なこ
for
と言う
bringing
か
it up in the first place.
あれ？
Are? Is it?
そうだよ。
It is.
でもタク、
But Taku,
本当にひなちゃんとは何にもないの？
there's nothing between you and... Oh, wait guys. Sebentar. Bentar ya. Okay. But Taku, are you sure there's nothing between you and Hina?
ないよ、そ
Oh, there isn't.
タク？
Taku, at least not from what I had seen this morning. That's right. It was stupid to get excited just because I had gone to hang out with a girl. We had just gone shopping together. If I got excited and started obsessing over dating and girlfriend, I'll be no different than half the idiots in the school. Kadang kamu Fed. Tuh, kamu baca tuh atas. I wasn't like those wrong-sider who spend every minute of the day thinking of girls. Welcome to stream ya, bubub ya. I spent most of my day gathering information. And I felt bad for Kurusu, but I was starting to get a little bored with the situation. Everybody seemed to think that the arrest of Rico Haida meant the case was dwindling down. But I couldn't be sure that it was over. If Haida was responsible for all the murders, then why did she have to kill all those people? Was it just because they were psychics? Or was she working for some organization? And how had she killed them? Why didn't she use her pyrokinesis? There were still tons of questions. I didn't have time to obsess over every little thing some girl did. Which meant that I had work to do. I had to go over a case again. If I was the head of a journalism club, I needed to act like a journalist. Right. I opened the door to the club room and ready to get started.
チャオス先輩。
Ciao Miyashiro.
有村
Arimura.
どうしてここ
What are
に
you doing here?
決まってるじゃない
I
で
was
すか。
waiting for you,
先
of
輩
course.
を待
I
って
figure
た
I
んです
could
よ
meet you
ここに
if
来
I
れば
came
い
here.
僕に
You came to
Oi.
meet me.
はい。
Yes. Mampir lebih ini yo. I see. Si Kevin eh. No. I had just told myself that I didn't have time to waste on girls.
今朝はごめん
I'm
なさ
sorry
い。
about this morning.
ちょっと考え事してたせいでそっけなかったですよね。
I'm sorry about this morning. I was thinking about something and I got distracted. I was pretty rude, wasn't I?
そんなこと
No, not really. No, there was no point in lying to Harimura.
まあ少し
A little, yeah.
そうですよね。
You're right, but I had a good
理
reason.
由
A reason.
その
Well, I said I got her, right?
怪我した
Harimura
って
rubbed the skin just above her knees and winced a little. Maksudnya apaan? Kalian berdua pacaran, kau ada cewek vet, hah? Enggak, cowok. Maksudnya kau sama aku, cowok. Dia bilang cowok gara-gara dia nanya kan, kau di-share juga bang JKT sama dia katanya. Terus aku bilang, iya. Terus dia bilang, kalian berdua pacaran kayak katanya gitu. I could still see a bandage under her sleeve. It didn't look that bad, but maybe she was worse off than she looked.
階段でつまずいたんだっ
You
け
tripped on the staircase.
大丈夫？
On the staircase, you wrote?
はい。
Okay.
怪我自体
I
は
wasn't
そん
hurt
な
that
に大
badly,
した
but
こと
I
は
feel
ないん
like
ですけ
someone
ど。
pushed me.
それだ
Push you? You mean push you down the stair?
あ、
Who?
いや、あくまでも気がしたって感じで、だからはっきりそうとは言
Oh
えないん
no,
で
it
すけ
just
ど、
kind of felt that way, so I can't be sure.
でも
But it
ちょ
was
っと気に
bothering
なって
me,
て、
so I was
それ
really
で
distracted
朝
this
は上の
morning.
空になってたん
I'm
です。
sorry.
それでその
So,
突き落とされた後は
um,
特に襲われたりとかしてないのか
what about after you were pushed? You were attacked or anything?
はい、
That's
転んで
right.
階段から落ちて、
When I look up,
見上げたら
no one
誰
was there.
そっか
I see. If someone did push her, then who? Could it have something to do with the case? But compared to the other cases, that would be pretty sloppy. Was it just chance then? Or maybe she had been mistaken.
そ
Anyway,
れじゃあ私はこ
I'm
れで。
leaving. Bagus om, angkanya angkapan? Angkapan? Kadang welcome to stream ya Lord ya. Harimura pick up her bag and start to walk to the door.
もう帰るのか
You're leaving.
はい、
That's right.
とにかく
I just
朝のこ
wanted
と
to
一
apologize
言
for
謝り
this
たかっただ
morning.
そっか
Hmm.
先輩がい
If you
いって言う
want,
なら
I can stay a little longer maybe.
ダメ
Or
です
should I
か？
just go?
別にダメな
No,
こ
you
と
can stay, but
本当ですか？
really? Good.
よかった。
I started to feel awkward. But it wasn't a bad awkward. It wasn't that bad at all. It was kind of nice. Agak kesukaan
そうだ怪我
apaan? Alright, your injury. Hmm?
怪我大したこと
You
ないっ
said
て
it
言ってた
wasn't
けど
anything
本
bad.
当か
Was that true?
はい、
Yeah,
大丈夫です
I'm
よ。
fine.
ほ
See?
ら、この通り。
Harimura lift up her skirt to show me. Hah? Hah? Kenapa skirt anjir? I saw I've actually been planning to tell you this for a while. I'm actually a boy. Hah?
私
Anjir, buta anjing.
実は男の子なんです。
Buta anjir. I was stunned. I didn't expect to see bulge beneath.
でも心は女の子なんです。
But in my heart, I'm a girl. Believe me.
いやまあ
Well, I guess after what I've seen, I have to
こんなもの見せられたら
believe.
信じるしか。
やっぱり思った通りだ。宮代先輩って
You're just the person I thought you were. Miyashiro, you're so nice.
そうか。
Am I?
はい。
Yes.
あの
Miyashiro.
宮代先輩
Harimura looked straight into my eyes. She was a girl, no matter how you look at her, but her body.
何
What?
こんな僕でよければ恋人にしてください。
You're okay with who I am. Make me your lover. I looked closely and saw that her shoulders were shaking. It had probably taken all of her courage to say that. And I said,
先
Miyashiro,
むしろ望むところだ。
sounds great to me.
まさにドンピシ
You're
ャ。
perfect.
君こそ僕の求めていた理想の
You're the
恋人
ideal
だ。
lover I've always wanted, Harimura.
本当ですか？
Really? What the fuck?
本当だ。
Really? I'm so happy. Harimura leaped forward and grabbed me. Her body was a little more muscle than I had expected, but it felt great. And Harimura,
はい。
yes, it's poking me.
当ててるんで
I'm
す。
doing that on purpose. What the fuck? Rusak anjir nih anime. No, 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 no. What was I thinking? I'm not into that. When I came back to my sense, I was looking straight at Harimura, healthy tight.
もう先輩ったら
Come on, Miyashiro, don't stare.
Oh.
I knew that I should probably look away, but my instinct overcame my reason.
そんなこと言ったって。
Suddenly, the door opened without warning.
Huh?
Everything froze for a moment. Pasti kamu juga mau kan? Enggak lah, anjir. Kazuki appeared just for a moment before she vanished. A moment later, I heard a furious pounding on the wall. It's not what it looks like. It's not what it looks like, Kazuki.
そうなの花。
That's right, Hana, it's not.
だから違
I said it's not what it looks like. October 22nd. 4 days had passed. Kapan live stream besok ya? Mr. Risike. 4 days had passed since someone had pushed Arimura down the stair. Nothing else had changed for her since then. How were things between us? Well, maybe not too bad, probably. And tomorrow was the 23rd, the day of the Brian death incident 6 years ago. I had spent the whole day online looking for new information and found something interesting. Ditunggu besok. It was the news that burned headless body of a man had been found. Anjir, itu kalau mau ke Divine 2 ya, Mr. Risik ya, perlu nemuin streak anjir. Sekarang udah 2 win kan, masih butuh 6 win anjir biar dapat 1 bintang. Jancuk. Skip dulu, cuma mampir bentar. Oke, Mr. Risik, thank you udah mampir. You are really going.
嫌なら無理に付き合っ
If
て
you
くれ
don't
とは
want to
言わない
come,
けど。
you don't have to. You don't have to. Arimura's expression was clouded, but she shook her head as she shook her head. After school that day, we had gone to visit none other than Kunosato. Nggak pa nemuin streak doang. Iya, nemuin streak doang. Capek cok, animal semua. Offline Leon cok. I wasn't very happy about the idea, but it was the best way to find out about the news I had seen this morning. Of course, Detective Shinjo probably knew more about the case. But he worked for the police. Even if we had been attacked by Haida earlier, he probably wouldn't be willing to give us the latest information. But Kunosato had built up a relationship of trust with police. And it looked to me that between the two, she had the upper hand in her relationship with Shinjo, which meant that she might do something.
じゃあ行くけど
Okay, here we
本
go.
当にいいのか
But are you sure about this? I asked Arimura one last time before we went inside.
だって
I mean,
ここ女の人の部屋ですよ。宮代先輩、
This
そん
is
な
a
ところに
girl's
一人で行
apartment,
くつもりですか？
you're really planning on going in alone?
確かに女子が一緒
Sure,
の方が
he would
話は聞
probably
い
be
てく
more
れるだろ
likely
うけ
to
ど
listen
さ
to me if there was another girl here, but I don't really like her either. Honestly, I didn't want to rely on her help, but I had no choice. If I wanted that information, and I wasn't really relying on her help, I was using her.
私が言
Yeah,
ってる
well,
のは
that's not
そう
what
い
I
う
mean.
じゃあどう
Then
いうこ
what
と
do you
だ
mean?
だか
I
ら
mean, no,
いいです
never mind.
な
Oh,
んでも
cemburu
ない
ya.
です。
あおい部
Oi,
屋の場所
you
知らないんじゃないのか
don't even know where her room is, do you? Harimura stormed ahead of me. Angrily, I followed after her into the apartment building.
誰だ
Who is there?
僕です
It's me, Takuru
Miyashiro.
Miyashiro.
入れ
I'm in. Kunosato led us in much easier than I thought she would. I had been worried she had turned us away at the door, but I guess I had been wrong. The fat besok pusreng gak mau.
散らかっているが
Don't mind the
気にす
mess.
るな
Her room was still in terrible shape. I could see the Shibuya news screen on her PC. It looked like she was editing something. So you are here about the
例の
burned
焼死体
body,
のこ
right?
とだな
Kunosato spoke before we even had a chance. Mio Kunosato pakai baju gini boleh juga.
どうしてそれ
How
を
could you tell?
ギガロマニアックス
Two
のお二人
gigalomaniacs have kindly
わざ
come
わざ
all
こ
this
んな
way
手狭なとこ
to
ろに
my
いらっしゃって
tiny
くださ
little
った
apartment. I can't think of
他
any
に
other
考えら
reason.
れ
Why
る
would you
心当たり
bother?
はない
相変わらず
It's
嫌
always
味
so
な人。
sarcastic.
ご想像の通
So you
り
expected.
夕べの
We
焼死体
thought
に
you
つい
might
て
have some
何か情報は
information
ない
out
か
of
と思ってきた
kepencet anjir. Terus si Lulabi tidur awal besok ada acara, kamu harus disiplin kayak dia. Iya iya. As you suspected, we thought we might have some information on the body that was found last night. Yeah.
です
I quickly moved between them. This wasn't really something I was good at, but I didn't have choice.
どこまで知っている
How much do you know?
その一通り情報として出ている
That's what's on the internet. The location was a multi-purpose building in Hatsudai. The victim was a man between his mid-30s and late 50s. He had been burned so badly his body had turned to ash, and the police had no idea who he was. They were working to ID him. Kamu tuh harus jadi sebervalue itu, Fedelish. Kau dibilang nggak bervalue,
ならば
then that's
それは
everything.
全てだ。
There's nothing else.
それは観光令が
Does
知ら
that
れている
mean
って
they've
ことですか
issued a gag order over it?
いや
No, the police don't
警
seem
察
to know
の方でも
anything else
ま
themselves.
どうやら先月の太陽
The
嵐の
system
影
are
響で
still unstable
また
because
シ
of
ステム
the
が不安
solar
定になってい
storm
るのだそうだ
last month. When the victim's not from
被害者が知り合
Shibuya,
い以外の
it's hard to
人間
get
の
an
場合
ID.
紹介システムにばかり
It's
頼
an
りすぎる
example of what
こ
happens
ういうこ
when
と
you
になる
rely
と
too
日本のよう
much
な
on
ものだ
computer system. Since Harimura hadn't spoken up, what Kunosato had said was probably true.
それで
So,
黒里さんは
what's your
この事
take
件
on this?
どう見ます
Kunosato, maaf ya,
Sorry,
aku
Wak.
nggak sebervalue
ニュー
itu.
ジェネ
Iya
の
iya.
幸いと関係があるかどうか
Are you
聞いている
asking
の
whether I think it's related to the return of the new generation madness? Bukan aku yang ngomong ya, dia yang ngomong ya.
そういうことです
Yeah, I suppose I am.
私にはその質
I
問
was
の
no,
答え
I
が
have no
義務はない
duty to answer that question. I figured. I thought she might say that, so I didn't feel surprised or disappointed. Surprisingly, she asked me something instead.
お前はどう思ってい
What
る
are your thoughts?
僕ですか？
My thoughts?
お前もこれまでの
You
事件を
have
追っ
been
てきた
following
の
the
だ
case closely, so you must
それならば
have some
一
opinion.
応の考
Let me
えは
hear
ある
it.
はずだ
I hated to tell
そいつを
her
聞かせて
just
みろ。
because she asked me, but there was no point in arguing. Kau pasti ketawa baca itu. Berarti kamu setuju. Maaf ya. Iya. I decided to just tell her what I thought.
この事件には
There are several differences between this case
いくつ
and
か
the
の
other.
相違点がありま
First,
す。
location.
まずは場所。
All the other incident had taken place in Shibuya proper. Hatsude was a part of the Shibuya ward, but most people consider it a part of Shinjuku.
それから年齢の問題。
There's also the age. Stress. Emang iya? Alah, ketawa aja. All the previous victims had been in their teens or early 20s. This time, the victim was middle-aged. He was closer to that generation than ours.
つまり
So you think it's unrelated?
そう考え
I
ていい
think
ん
it
じゃない
might
か
be
な。
safe. Might be safe assumption. The fact that the body had been burned to death made me think of Riko Haida. But Haida was in police custody right now, and she couldn't be responsible. And today was the 22nd. It was one day too early for the brain death case.
そこまで結
If
論が出
that's
てい
your
るのな
answer,
ら
then there was no point in coming to ask me. Is
じ
there?
ゃあ
Irwan dulu mau dengerin balasan kamu.
そもそも今
There
のところ
have been no
30代以上で
confirmed
のギガロマニアック
cases
ス
of
発
a
症例はない
gigalomaniac over the age
という
of
ことは
30, which means
少なくと
that
も
if
被害者
nothing
は
else, the victim
ギ
wasn't
ガロマ
one.
ニアックスではないということ
In
だ
other words, Irwan dulu mau
Ryzen
dengerin
tapi
balasan
Jangan.
kamu. Iya. It's either a coincidence or a copycat.
これまで
Either
の事
way,
件とは
it
無
has
関係
nothing
だ
to do with the other cases.
とりあえず関
It's
係
a
ないって
relief
の
to
は一
hear
安
that
心
it
だな。
doesn't.
嘘
You're lying.
先輩
You wish the case
本
had
当は
gone
も
for
う少し事件
had
が
gone
続い
on
てくれ
for
て
a
も
while
よかった
longer,
の
don't
に
you? I hadn't realized it, but if Arimura said so, then maybe I did. Maybe I wanted something to happen to break the boredom.
私はまだ安心でき
I
ませ
still
ん
don't feel safe because
だって
Arimura squirmed uneasily. It made sense. Just the other day, someone might have pushed her down the stairs.
ごめん、そんなつ
I'm
もりじゃな
sorry,
かった。
I didn't mean it that way.
いえ
No, I may
私
be a
の
little
方こ
too
そ
sensitive.
送るよ。
I'll walk you home.
ありがとうございます
Thanks. Arimura held my hand the whole way back. Her hand felt tiny and very frail. The next day was 23rd. That was the day of the brain death incident 6 years ago. Nothing interesting happened in Shibuya that day. November 6, 2009, Friday. Hinaya Arimura was in downtown Shibuya when it happened. Her brother's birthday was in a week. What should she get him for a present? She had taken the allowance she had saved up over the last several months and gone into the city alone. Every year, she and her brother would both celebrate each other's birthday, just the two of them. Hinaya would give her brother a present, and he would say thank you and give her something back, even though it wasn't her birthday. It always made her so happy. What should she get him this year? She wanted to get him something he would keep forever. Something he could wear would be best. Clothes were outside her budget, and glove or a muffler would only be useful in winter. What about a wallet? Just when she had decided to go into a slightly grown-up department store, the huge earthquake struck Shibuya. It was the disaster they called Shibuya earthquake. Hinaya didn't really remember the moment it happened. 1 second, there was a bright light that flooded her field of vision, and the next second, everything had changed. The walls of the building had collapsed. The asphalt had split open. And here and there she could hear people moaning in pain. It was like something out of a dream or a nightmare. She didn't know what had happened. She quickly dialed her brother, but not only did he not pick up, she couldn't even hear it ring. Since she had nothing else to do, she decided to head for home. Only when she stood up did she realize that she had been hurt all over. Her knees were cut open. She had hit her back. She had scraped her cheek against the ground. And all of the Shibuya was in a panic. The building looked like they could fall down at any moment. A car had smashed into the store and was giving off black smoke. Everyone in Shibuya was running into the station in search of a way out. It was hard for the tiny little Hina. Kukira sudah tamat chaosnya kemarin. Ada ini Nep, ada 5 ending. Padahal welcome to stream Nep gue. Jauh cok, susah ini. She was almost pushed down many times as she headed for home. She didn't honestly remember how long it took her to get back to the condo where she lived. She just remembered that she had felt so tired. But when she saw her condo building, all that exhaustion vanished. The building hadn't collapsed, but it was tilted and looked like it could fall over at any time. The people who had escaped from inside were standing a good ways away and looking up at it. Some people tried to go inside to get their valuable, others tried to stop them. She saw her parents there. Mom, Dad, Hina-chan, you're safe. Maybe they had happened to come home early, or maybe they had raced over here after the earthquake. Either way, they were injured, but alright. There was someone missing. Oni-chan wa? She looked around and didn't see him. Where is he? Is he still at school? Or with a friend? Her parents didn't answer. But she could tell where her brother was from where her mom was looking. No way. The condo building was tilted and could fall over at any time. Who knew what was going on inside? Hinai, her father slowly shook his head. Your brother is already... You're lying! Hinai? Hinai? No, Hinai! She dodged past her father's outstretched hand and ran into the building. Of course, the elevator didn't work. She ran up the stairs, which were only barely still functional, and headed for her condo. All the exhaustion she had felt was totally gone. All she was thinking about her brother. All she wanted was for him to be safe. Their condo was a disaster. There was no sign left of the life they had lived, but that didn't matter to her. Brother, where are you? She screamed again and again. She heard a small moan from under the rubble. She ran over and saw her brother. Brother, he was alive. Hina, I'm so glad you're safe. Brother was alive. What are you doing, brother? We have to get out of here. He swallowed her words. Iya, dia juga mau keluar kali. Oni-chan lu kok. Lu lihat ketiban anjing. Her brother body was half buried under rubble, and he couldn't move. Just wait, I'll move it. She tried to lift it off, but she was far too weak to even budge it. It's impossible, Hina. Just get out of here. This place is going to... What are you talking about? I can't do that. She tried so hard to move the rubble that her nail broke and blood began to drip from her finger. But she still kept trying. You're all I have. You're my only brother. Her mom and dad had betrayed her. The one bond she had, the one truth she had was her brother. It was the one big thing that kept her going. But I'm sorry, Hina. That's not right. She didn't know why her brother was suddenly apologizing. We are not really brother and sister. You and I aren't really brother and sister. It was a sudden confession. What was he talking about? They weren't brother and sister? What the fuck? What did he mean? He kept talking, even though Hina didn't understand what he was saying. Hina, you are mom and dad's daughter. Your father is another man. You're lying. Suddenly, the whole world went blank. I always thought I shouldn't tell you, that I should hide it until you grew up, but I'm so... Brother, I'm sorry, Hina, for never telling you. It was a shock. He wasn't her mom, and dad's daughter. Her brother wasn't her real brother, but the biggest shock to Hinai was that her brother had been lying to her. After all the times he had told her not to lie, he had said he wouldn't lie to her anymore, but he had been concealing something so important. She couldn't believe it. No. No more. It was a cry from her heart. Somebody tell me. Somebody tell me the truth. And then she saw something in the corner of her eye. It was twisted and beautiful. It was like some kind of enchanted creature, but cold, like something inorganic, something like a sword. Gomen. But it's true. Suddenly she knew he was telling the truth. It wasn't just intuition. She knew. She knew somehow. For some reason, she knew that his word was true. She stood there in shock. Suddenly, he was knocked backward and almost fell to her feet. It's dangerous here. Go, Hina. Brother, please, you have to survive. There was truth in his cry. She staggered back just as the roof in front of her fell in. The dust rose up. The dust rose up so thick she couldn't see her brother anymore. Brother, run, run, Hina. Those were the last words she ever heard him say. Damn. October 26, 2015, Monday. Ne, did you hear? I did. It's a girl from Class D, right? I was in her class in my first year, and the whole school was talking about a new incident that had taken place. As you all know, there has been a new incident, and the victim was a second-year student at Hakio Academy. It was a girl from our school. Because of that, we had an emergency assembly this morning. The school staff was busy dealing with the second big incident after the Watabe case, and most classes were study halls. They should have just made it a half day, but since the media were outside, they kept us until the full day was over. It was only after school that we were able to have our meeting. Here's what we knew about the case. According to the police announcement, the murder took place sometime after 11 p.m. last night. Shibuya was always pretty busy. Even at that hour, the area where the murder took place was isolated, and it at times could be almost empty. The cause of death was blood loss. The victim had been stabbed multiple times with a sharp blade, and the area around her was said to be a sea of blood. What's your take on this? Like always, Ito was the first to answer.
どうってのは
You mean...
これまで起きた
Do
ニュ
we
ージェ
think
ネの
it's
再
part
来
of
と同じ
the
かどう
return
かっ
of
て
the
こと
new
か
generation madness murder?
もちろんそれも含めていろいろだよ。
That. And any other thoughts you have?
関連があるか
If
どう
you're
かって言
asking
われた
whether
ら
it's related, it clearly isn't.
どうしてそう思うの？
Why do you think so?
どうしても何も
Because
そも
it's
そも
the
起きた
wrong
日
day
が違う。
for one thing,
それに明らか
and
に
the
手口も
method
普
is
通
too
だ。
ordinary.
猟
It's
奇性
not
の面から
bizarre
見
at
ても
all.
関連性があるとは思えん。
Kazuki was actually involved in the conversation for once. She nodded in agreement, but Kurusu shook her head.
何言ってるの。刃物でめった刺しなんてそれだけで十分猟奇的じゃない。
Are you thinking about stabbing someone multiple times with a knife is plenty bizarre.
いや、そりゃ
No,
そうだ
that's
け
not
ど
true, but I
俺が言
mean
いたいのはつまりこ
more
う
like
方向性
what they were
みたいな。
going for with it.
犯罪の醸し出す
Like the
色
whole
っつうか
atmosphere of
雰
the
囲気っつ
thing.
うか
Basically,
要する
there's
に
nothing
不可解
that
な
weird
ところが
about
ないっ
it.
てこと。
確かに手を
True,
切って
it's
食
a
べ
lot
た
different
と
than
か
eating your
お
own
腹の
hand
中にス
and
ピーカ
cutting
ー
open
が
your
あると
Oh,
か
yes,
そうい
see,
うのと
だろ
right? So I don't think it
だから、
was.
やっぱ関係
It
ないん
has
じゃないの？
anything to do with it. Evidently, everyone agreed with Ito's opinion.
宮代、お前はどうなんだよ。
Off dulu lah, mau nyedut teh dulu. Oke, bubub.
僕も伊藤と同
I
じ意
feel
見
the
だ。
same way you do.
残念ながら
Unfortunately, it's probably not related to the other murders.
ちょっとタク
Hey, Takuru, what do you mean
残念ながらっ
unfortunately?
てどういうこと？
Proc, I had accidentally said what I was thinking.
いい？あなたは
Listen
狙
to
われ
me.
たのよ。
Someone
下手をした
someone
ら
tried to kill
あな
you.
たが面白
It
がっ
might
てい
have
る
ended
そ
up
の被害
just
者の
like the
人たちと
victims
同
whose
じように
death
なっていたか
you're
もしれな
enjoying
い
so
のよ。
much. Do you
わかって
understand
る。
that?
わかってるよ。
I do. Here we go again. Here we
そ
go
も
again,
そ
man.
も今回の被害者はこ
And
の
what's
学校の
more,
生
the
徒なの
victim
よ。
this time was
同
a
じ学
student
校で過ごしている女の子が亡くなったの。
at our school. A
面白
fellow
がっている
student
場合
is
じゃ
dead.
ないでしょ。
This isn't the time to try and entertain yourself. Whoa. Duluan
だから
waktunya.
何度も言わな
What
か
the
ったって
fuck?
大丈夫だって。
Oh my god,
そう言ってるだろ。
Okay, I'm excited. Thank you. Don't ambil it. You don't have to keep telling me this. I get it. I was Kurusu here at the newspaper club when a student from our school was dead. Anyway,
今私たちがするべきことは、
our
全校
job
生徒
right
に
now is
注
to
意を
write
促
an
すための
article
記事を書
telling
く
all
こ
the
と。
students
これは先
at the
生方から
school
も
to
頼
be
まれた
careful.
新聞部としての役目なの。
That's what the teacher asked the newspaper club to do.
これはそのための会議なんだから、そこを忘れないで。
That's why we're having this meeting. Don't forget that.
わかってるってば。
I know that.
それから、
And Student Council President Kurusu, please come to the Student Council room immediately. I repeat, Student Council President Kurusu.
ほら、呼んでるぞ。
See? They're calling you.
それ
Alright,
じゃあ
I'll be
言って
back
くるけど
later.
く
Don't
れぐれ
forget
も
what
今
I
言っ
said
たこ
though.
と忘れちゃダメだからね。
Kurusu nagged me one more time before she ran out of the room.
のんちゃん
It was
忙
nice
し
of
いの
None
に
to
わざわ
come
ざ来てくれたん
when
だ
she was
ね
busy. She was so busy, huh?
それだけ宮代
It
が
just
信頼さ
shows
れてないって
how
ことだ
little
な。
she trusts you. No, or maybe it shows how much she trusts you. Which is
どっ
it?
ちだ？
どっちだっ
It
ていいよ
doesn't。matter. Let's get
それよ
back
り
on
話に
topic.
戻るぞ。
Thanks to Kurusu interruption, I had forgotten how much we had covered.
今回の被害者はうちの2
The
年って
victim
こと
was a
だが、
second year student
有
here,
村やお前
Arimura.
はこ
Onoe,
の被
did
害者の
either
この
of
こ
you
とは
know
知らなか
her?
ったのか？
私は
I had talked to her a
1
few
年の
times.
時
In
何度か
first
言
year,
葉を交わ
She
した
didn't
程
come
度
to
な
school
の
a lot.
私もよ
I
くは
didn't
知
really
ら
know
ない
her.
クラスの
The
子
kid
の
in
話
class
だ
said
と
that she had
学校
skipped
をサ
school
ボっ
to
て
guess
遊び回ってるって
to go
話
mess
だった
around
け
a
ど
lot. Since the murder had taken place last 11 p.m., it wasn't hard to imagine.
でも
But it's kind of
ちょっと怖い
scary,
かも。
maybe?
事
The
件のあった
place
とこ
where
ろ
it
って
happened is near the
私
route
も
I
学
used
校
to
の
go
行
home
き帰り
from
に通
school.
る道だし
そうなのか？
Is it?
うん
Yeah.
ほら言った
Remember
でし
where I
ょ
got pushed
この
on?
前の
It's
階
near
段で
there, so it's kind of
あ
creepy,
の近
maybe.
くだから
Somebody had tried to push
ちょっと気味悪
Arimura
いか
down
も。
the stairs. Given that it was near the scene of the murder, maybe it was just some psycho trying to kill little girls. Wait, bentar ya guys ya. Okay, I'm back. Given that it was near blah 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 ini udah tadi. Ihira panco.
やっぱ今回
welcome
のは今
welcome
まで
back
の
ya
とは
bagus
関
ya.
係ないってやつ
Well,
だ
it's got
よ。
nothing to do with the others.
言い方は悪いが、
It's it's
遊び歩
mean,
いてた女が
to
たま
say
たま
it,
変質者にやら
but
れ
it
た
might
か。
have just been some girl out late who got stabbed by some pervert, or maybe she got into a fight with a lover.
いくらなんでもそれはないよ。
There's no way.
だって高
She
校生
is
だよ。
in high
地上
school.
のもつれって言ったら、
Alright?
その
If she had a lover
男子と
squirrel,
女子がその
that means that a boy and girl mumble mumble, right?
小学生か
How
よ。
naive are you?
高校生にもなりゃ地上でもつれることだってある
A
だろ。
school student can have lovers quarrel. Ih, nggak bisa tidur jir. Perut aing mual sama sakit, waduh. Coba jedotin pala sekali. Enggak, coba kau ini kasih minyak kayu putih di perutmu. Enak nih ngeteh, kamu nggak ngopi Fet? Udah habis ini. Nanti sebelum stream aku seduh dulu. Berak naupal. Kok berak sesat? How naive are you? Blah 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 blah. And they quarrel. Tell me, Taco.
そりゃ子
Well,
供じゃ
they're
ないん
not
だし。
kids anymore.
そう
Maybe
い
they
うことだ
do.
って。
I
そう
see.
なんだ。
Do
じゃ
you
あ
have quarrel,
じゃあもう
Hana? Yang sesat Bang Fed, jodotin pala tuh yang sesat, kocak loh. Loh. Jodotin pala masa sesat? She practically deny it. Sakit doang nggak bisa berak. Iya, taruh minyak kayu putih di perut. Bisa jodotin pala, pasti works. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen with Kazuki. Anyway, we were getting off track.
しかし、
Still, it's
ま
not
あ
pleasant hearing
同
that
じ学校
someone
の
from
や
your
つが
school
殺
got
されたっ
murdered.
てのはキモ。
A student from my school. In that sense, this victim was the one who had been close to us. Oh, punyanya minyak tanah. Iya, itu juga boleh. Katanya sih bisa. What did that mean?
すっかり遅くなっ
It's
ちゃ
really
いましたね。
うん。
考えてみれば
Come to think of it,
もう
it's
11
almost
月ですも
November.
んね。
Pakai
そうい
buat
えば
bakar
復
Fedelish
興
aja
祭
minyak
って
tanahnya.
来
Oh
週でした
gitu.
っけ？
It's the restoration festival next week.
うん。
Even if this the case. And the last one had nothing to do with the other murders. Minum air putih kah bagis? Buset. Dikasih tau sama water. I was starting to think that maybe that didn't mean that the return of the new generation madness was over. At first, I thought that Rico Haida was responsible for all of them. Udah sampai kampung ngejir minum water. No, I had only been convinced of that because of the terror I had felt after being attacked. But after I had calmed down, it felt like there were things I couldn't explain if she was doing this on her own. And there was that underground lab too. If an organization big enough to make something like that lab was involved, Rico Haida might just have been the tip of the iceberg. Unfortunately, the police hadn't gotten any useful information out of her, so there was no way of knowing if she was connected to something bigger or not. Macam mana nak tidur nih, dibilangin tadi. Malesin dulu. Kamu ada fans baru gak Fedelish hari ini? Gak tahu, bubub. Kok fans? Emang aku menganggap kalian fans? Was it some kind of message? Was it to make more sensational? Either way, if there was something bigger behind her, we had already begun a target once. Maybe we couldn't relax just yet.
も
Come on. Lagian apa yang bisa dikagumi, Cok, dari aku, Cok? Wah, suddenly, somebody grabbed both my cheeks, bringing me back to my sense.
うさっきから話してるのに全然聞いてない。
I've been talking to you for a while now, and you haven't been talking. You haven't been listening. So sorry. What were we talking
だ
about?
から復興祭。
We were
一緒に
talking
行こう
about
ね
going
って
to the
話です。
festival together.
あ
Oh yeah, I see. Sure.
も
Please,
う
it's a
約束で
promise,
すよ。
okay? She let go of my cheek and then gently rubbed them. I felt I felt kind of embarrassed. Friends lah ya yoi.
それじゃあ
Anyway,
私はあっちなんで。
my house is that way.
お
Oh, should I walk you
送っていこうか。
home? There was the murder yesterday, and then the thing with the stair before it. Of course, I was a little worried too, but as a man, it was time to show off. No, it's fine. I'll stick to the busy road.
でも
Ini semua gara-gara Bang Fed, kok gara-gara gua anjir? Ini katanya Fedelish itu channel pengantar tidur. Kok Bagis nggak tidur-tidur nonton Fedelish? Artinya Fedelish bohong. Iya aku bohong, aku pembohong. Aku pembohong, Fedelish pembohong. Iya betul aku pembohong. Aku liar. Iya betul. Suddenly, Arimura leaned up, and I felt something soft on my cheek. By the time I realized it was her lips, she had already pulled away.
アディオスグラッシャー。
Adios, gracia.
Oh.
Before I could say something, he smiled, say her goodbye, and vanished into the crowd. Pembohong publik, iya aku pembohong. Itu berpembohong, iya aku pembohong. Ya haha, kalian ditipu. Kalian telah dibohongi oleh aku. Ya haha. I was suddenly overcome by the idea that she was going to vanish forever. Gara-gara nonton Bang Fed perutku sakit nih pasti. Iya. Aku adalah penyakit. Aku adalah VTuber yang menyebarkan penyakit lewat livestream. Iya. I drove the unpleasant thought from my head and headed for home, feeling just a little excited. I could still feel a soft warm on my cheek. Being a hawk, Fedelish, iya, senpapi. Just like she had promised Takuru, Hina Arimura stuck to the busy road on her way back. She remembered Takuru's face when they had said goodbye. He was probably scared himself, but he was holding it in and pretending to be brave. Anybody could see he was just putting on an act, sorry. He was easy to figure out, and that made Hinai feel at peace. Everyone was hiding their true feeling, their truth, deep within their heart. There was nothing true in this world at all. That's what she had thought that day. Never tell a lie. Her brother had been the one who taught her that, but he still didn't tell her what was really important. He didn't tell her the truth. So where was the truth? That was the question she had been grappling with for the last 6 years. Aku juga nggak tidur nonton Fedelish. Mana nih pengantar tidur Fedelish, dasar bohong. Iya aku bohong. Aku bohong. Panggil aku pembohong. Bang Fed kenapa hobinya nyebar hoax? Karena aku pembohong. Oke? Brother. A friend she had made just recently had asked if she wanted to see her brother. Inai almost never talked about herself, but she had been talking about her family. And then her friend had asked her. She didn't know why. But the question had surprised her, and she had nodded yes. Apalah, loh, kok apalah? Dibilangin aku kan pembohong. Dan di sini Bagis, loh, kenapa gak jelas? She didn't hate her brother for lying to her, and even if she did, he was gone. Because on that day, she had left him to die. So instead, she felt guilty toward him. If she could meet him, she wanted to apologize. The crosswalk sign turned red, and Hinai stopped walking. Even at night, Kiwi was crawling with people. Kamu nggak lucu, Fed. Iya, maaf ya. Aku kan pembohong. With this many people around, she thought it wouldn't be easy for someone to attack her. As soon as the traffic light turned green, the car started to move. And then someone pushed her hard, and she staggered out onto the street. The headlights were bearing down on her before she even had time to think. When she finally opened her eyes, the car bumper was just a few centimeters from her face.
おい大
Haha,
丈夫か
pembohong. By the way, ada 100 gak? Gak ada. Ada deh. Hey, are you okay?
何やってんだ
Ada
よ
100 ada
危ね
bagis.
えな
200 juga ada. What are you doing? That's dangerous. 300 juga ada bagis. People waiting for the light started to make a fuss. The sound of a dozen car horn echoed off the sides of the building, but Hinai didn't hear any of that. She was only looking at one thing. It was the place she had been standing a moment ago. Just before she had almost been hit, she had looked up and seen them. Minta dong. Loh. Minta ko sama pembohong.
お兄ちゃん
Brother. It was her dad brother, Shingo. Uang haram bagis yan mau. Iya iya. Haram banget. I looked at the clock. It was past 3 a.m. I had started looking around to see if there was any new information on the case, and the next thing I knew, it was really late. I didn't end up finding anything new, and as I read, I ended up focusing on something else. It was an article about how a company called Caution that was involved with the Restoration Festival had put up security cameras all over town and had been subject to a lawsuit. Uang Fedelish hasil nyuri dari anak-anak komunitas. Iya, aku nyulik anak. Iya, aku seorang kriminal. The situation had gotten pretty complicated, and by the time I had finished reading, it was really late.
さすがに寝るか
Time for bed, I guess. It wasn't true that caffeine stopped you from getting sleepy. Kok kamu pedo gitu, Bang Fed? Iya. I always drank caffeine before bed, and I was always able to sleep. Ya, aku juga. But when I opened my fridge to get my late night mountain view, malah kemarin pas nggak minum kafein, malamnya jadi nggak bisa tidur, aneh anjir. I realized I had a big problem.
ない
It's empty. I'd forgotten that I had drank my last bottle yesterday.
しょうがない
Fine,
感
I guess I'll just have to do without. Or so I thought, but once you found out that you couldn't drink something you wanted to drink, it became an obsession. That's just human nature. Caffeine was addictive. Maybe I was undergoing withdrawal. But the convenience store I will have to go in order to get the mountain view was a bit of walk from here.
くそ
Damn it. In the end, however, I couldn't defeat my own desires. I went out the city late at night to get my mountain view. Bagus, kau bayangin aku di DM isinya iya ngeri-ngeri sedap Fedelish, iya aku kirimnya 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 ya. Thank you very much. After I had succeeded in purchasing several bottles of Mountain View, I took one and opened it as I stood outside on the sidewalk. My body felt like it had been purified. It's as I thought that now I'll be able to sleep. I suddenly remember all the murders that had happened so far. I suddenly felt afraid of the situation I was in. I was in Shibuya in the middle of the night, in a place that was almost empty at this hour. Sudden fear gripped me, and I started to run only to trip on something. Rapidly, I would run into a trash can. What's
なんで
that
こんな
doing?
とこに
There usually wasn't a trash can here. I felt a dull pain where my body had hit the ground. I hadn't been holding the bottle tightly, so the cap on the bottle was leaking.
くそ
Damn it. I sat up and stretched out my hand to grab the bottle, only to touch something else.
なんだ
What is this? It wasn't a plastic bottle. It was softer, like clay. I slowly looked. what I saw made me gasp. Mukanya. It wasn't a trash can. It was a laundry basket with wheels. At first, I thought the things that fell out from inside was a mannequin or something. It was strange cold and a little black, but soft feeling against my skin, and the way its eyes were open told me that it was no mannequin. It was Huh? A dead body. So in this case, point. Hey, do you know what the... Sit down. Hey, Miyashiro.
知ってる知ってる
No again, isn't that
またでし
crazy?
ょちょっと
Even
す
if
ご
it's
くない
just a coincidence.
静かにしな
Why?
さい。
I'm
授業を続け
continuing
るぞ。
with the lesson.
タク聞いた
Aku, I heard.
昨日の
Hey,
話
tell me what
早く聞か
happened
せろよ
yesterday. After I found the body in the alleyway this morning, I called the police. By the time they were done questioning me, it was almost lunchtime. I hadn't slept a wink last night, but I was feeling so tense that it didn't matter. The whole school had heard about how I had found a body, and I could hear people talking about it as I passed them by. I could understand why. This was the third body I had been the first person to discover. Sampai kesel orangnya. Kesel kenapa, Cok? Kenapa kesel, Cok? I might have been the only person in the whole wide world to discover 3 bodies in just over a month. At this point, the police were less surprised than they were annoyed.
言っとくけど、あれは
So we
僕
are
が自
clear.
分で探し
I
たわけ
wasn't
じゃな
out
いから
looking
な。
for it. Kurusu had come to see me, too, along with Ito and Serika. I made sure she understood the real story.
分かってるわよ
I know that,
で
but
も
why
どう
does
して
this
あな
keep
たばっかり
happening
そ
to
んな
you?
現場に
ほんと持ってると
Really,
しか思え
it's
ないよ
like
な
dead bodies just love you.
伊藤くん前に
Ito,
も言った
remember
わ
what
よ
I said? It's
人が亡くな
inappropriate
って
to
る
say
のよ。
things like that when
不謹
someone
慎
had
でし
just
ょ。
died.
とこりゃ失
Ah,
言
sorry,
失言
sorry.
でも
But
Taku
no, you're
も
famous, Taku.
別に僕が
I
何かやっ
didn't
たわけじゃな
actually
いけ
do
どな。
anything.
そうよ
That's
それに
right.
こん
And
なことで
nothing
有
good
名
will
にな
come
ったっ
of
て仕方ないでしょ
becoming famous like this.
うー
Well,
それは
that's
そうだ
rude,
けど
but
で被害者は
so who's the victim?
それはまだわからないらし
They
い。
don't know yet, supposedly. The police had said there was nothing on the body that could help them. I did. All they knew was that it was a man on his mid-40s.
なるほどな
I see, which meant it's
ってことは
got
やっ
nothing
ぱ
to
あ
do
れと
with
は
the
無関係
others.
か
かもな。
Maybe this case was the one most similar to the return of the new generation madness. But given the victim's age and the date of the murder, it was hard to say if it was related. It was too early to say for sure though.
それで
So,
どんなだった
how was it?
どんなって
How was what?
だから死体
The
だよ
body, man.
ネ
From
ット
what
で
I
見る限
read
りはめっ
online,
た刺しだったって
they were
話だけど
brutally stabbed a bunch of times.
暗かったせいで、はっき
It
り
was
したことは
dark, so I
僕もわ
couldn't
から
say
ない
for sure.
た
But
だ、
when I touched it,
触った感じか
the
らし
body
て、
felt like it
死
had
んで
been
から
dead
そこそこ
for a
経ってるような
while.
か。
タク
You
触っ
touch
た
it,
の
Taku?
転んだ時に
I
たま
just
たまな。
happened to when I tripped.
マジか
Seriously?
で
So,
どんな感触だった
what did it feel like?
ゴムみたいな感じだ
Like
な。
rubber. Like
なんか
rubber, sorry.
ぐにゅっとしてて、
It was
意外と
firmer
硬くて。
and more elastic than I thought it would be.
もう
Come
二人
on,
とも
you
いい加
two.
減にしなさい
Enough.
そんな
I
話
don't want to
聞きた
hear
く
it.
ないわ
聞きた
If
く
you
ない
don't
なら
want
ど
to
こ
hear
か行
it,
け
you
ばいい。
can just go somewhere else, right? Wih, kasar bener jahat bener
それは
Well,
それとも、
or
本
maybe
当は
actually
気に
you
なるんじゃないの
or
か。
do you want to know?
そんなわけ
Of
ないで
course
しょ
not. I kept talking with Kurusu for a moment before someone came over from the door.
有村、
Rimura?
宮代先輩
Miyashiro senpai. Arimura looked really tired.
どうしたわざわざ
What
も
brings
し
you
かしてお
here?
前も事件のことを聞
Did
き
you
に来た
come
の
to
か
ask about the murder too?
事件のこと
The murder?
あれ
Oh,
ひ
you
なちゃ
don't know.
ん知らないの
Taku found another body. Eh? From the look, she really didn't know. Given how many friends she had, that was a little surprising. From the way the rest of the school had been talking about it, she should have at least heard something.
有村さん
Arimura, what's
どうした
wrong? You
の
seem kind of
えっ
down.
と
Well,
もしかして
is it something you don't want to
私たち
talk
がいる
to
と
us
いえ
about? No,
そう
that's
いう
not it.
じゃあどうしたんだ？
Then what happened? Arimura still seemed like she didn't want to talk, but eventually she slowly began to speak.
その
Actually, someone attacked me yesterday.
遅
Attack you?
マジかよ。
Seriously?
襲わ
You
れ
mean
たっ
they
てこ
tried
と
to
は
kill you?
それで
Were
大
you
丈夫だっ
okay?
たの
Everyone started to ask questions.
昨日って
Was it
僕と
after we
別れ
said
たあの後
goodbye
は
yesterday?
い
That's right. It was
あ
right
の後すぐ
after that scramble
スクラン
crossing.
そんな人気の
In a
多い
place
とこ
with
ろ
that
で
many people around? Justru karena banyak orang gitu gak sih? Jadi nggak ketahuan siapa yang ini.
信
Wah,
号が赤に変わって待ってたら
the
い
crosswalk
きなり背中
sign
から突き
turn
飛ば
right.
されて
Iya. Kalau kayak gini kan nggak ketahuan. Kalau motifnya kayak gini, kayak ngedorong gitu. Lagi keramaian gitu. Push from behind. It was the same as what had happened before, which meant that it wasn't her imagination. Someone had really pushed her.
それで怪我は
Were you hurt?
もう少しで引
I
か
was
れるところで
almost
した
run
けど
over, but I was alright. The
怪我
the
も
only
すり
injury
むい
I
たくらい
I
で
got was a little scrape.
警察には行ったの
Did you tell the police?
まだ
Betul sih aku setuju. Iya, aku juga setuju.
どうし
Kok
て
kita bisa sama-sama
Terus
setuju
gimana
gini sih,
no?
Bu? Why? Why didn't you tell them?
それは
Because he fell silent, as if it was hard to say. Someone had pushed her out into the street and in a busy intersection. She was lucky to survive. She could have easily been killed. And since it had happened twice now, it was obviously an attempt on her life. But she hadn't gone to the police. Was there something she couldn't tell them about?
とにかく
Anyway, you
警
should tell
察
the
に言うべ
police.
きよ。
I'll go with you if you
なんな
want.
らあ
Ah, no.
有村さん
Arimura-san?
その
Well, actually,
実は
before she could say something, the door to the classroom opened. It was Detective Shinjo. The whole classroom started to murmur at the sight of a strange man.
ああ、
Oh,
落ち着いてくれ。
please calm down. I'm
Ayashi
no
mo
one
dyan ay.
suspicious. Setuju banget, iya. Ih, aku juga setuju banget. He looked around the classroom until he found us and then walked straight over.
ここだったか。
Oh, kita bisa sama banget begini, Wubu. So here you are.
まだ何か？
Was there something else?
いや、
No,
今用
I'm
があ
not
る
here
の
for
は
Miyashiro. I'm
じゃ
here
なく
for you.
君だ。
Can you come with
ちょっと
us?
来てもらえるか。
Shinjo was looking in the direction of. Hmm?
私ですか？
Me? Arimura?
君まで来る
You
必要
didn't
は
need
な
to
かった
come
んだ
too,
がな。
Miyashiro.
宮代君。
Shinjo said as soon as we entered the room. But that was what Arimura had wanted. She had wanted me to be with her when she went with the police.
もしかして君たちは
Are you two?
Yeah.
No, never mind. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter now.
今は関係
Shinjo
の
seemed
ない
like
話だ。
he wanted to say something when he saw the two of us, but no, that wasn't the time.
まあいい。
Well,
どうせ今日
whatever you
認めよう。
can say,
どうせ遅く
since
れ
you
早
were
く
the
れ
first to
第一
find
発
a
見者であ
body,
る君
you'll
の
hear
耳に
about it eventually.
担当直入に言おう。
I'll make this quick.
有村ひなえさん。
Hinai Arimura, I want you to come to the
君には
police station
今から
immediately.
警察に
To the
ですか？
police station?
そうだ。
That's right.
どうして
But why?
落ち着いて聞いて
I
もらい
want
た
you
い
to calm down before I tell you this. I had a bad premonition.
今朝方、
You're aware
Shibuya
that a
no
body
路地裏
was
で
found
発
in
見さ
this
れた
morning in
他
the
殺体
Shibuya
は
back alley,
当
correct?
然、
Yes, Miyashiro said.
そう。
That's
彼
right.
が発見
The
した
one
遺
he
体だ。
found. We identified the body.
その被害者
It
の
couldn't be.
被害者は
The victim was
有村光一郎、
Koichiro Arimura,
君のお父さんだ。
your father. Shinjo took Arimura to the police station. She didn't come back. I waited for her to get in touch with me. But not only I did not get a call, I didn't even get a text message. Of course, her father was dead, and he had been horribly murdered. I could understand why. And I had no idea that the body was Arimura's father. Of course, I had no way of knowing. So even if I couldn't help it, I still felt ashamed of having been so excited.
ごめん
I'm sorry, Arimura. Forgive me. I
許して
didn't
くれ
know. Arimura's dad was dead. I never
知
met
らな
him,
かったんだ
but he was the closest I have been to any of the murder victims. And yesterday was the same day. Arimura said she had been attacked. Misteri banget. Iya, misteri banget. Kayak aku, misteri banget. What was going on? Was she the next target? But then who? I remember what Arimura had said this afternoon as she left the room with Shinjo.
とにかく
Anyway, that's how it
そう
is.
いうこと
I'm sure it's not easy,
今は
but when I
混乱しているかもし
but
れ
I
んが
need to ask you some
一
question,
応いろいろそれからできれば遺体の確
and
認
I
を
would
お願
like
いしたい
you
んだが
to ID the body for me too, if you can. Can you do that? Yes.
はい。
それじゃあ
All
玄
right.
関に
I have a
車を止め
car
てある
stop up front.
悪いが悪い
Please come
つ
with
いて
me.
きてくれ
有村
Arimura.
兄ちゃんだわ。
え
やったの
It
は
was my brother
お
who
兄
did
ちゃん
it.
よ。
あり
Arimura?
お兄ちゃん
My brother. I had heard her say it clearly. Jangan sedih. Iya, nggak boleh sedih, Bubub. Nggak boleh. Her brother was the killer. What did she mean? I had heard that her brother died during the Shibuya earthquake. Or did she mean another brother? Or maybe he was actually alive the whole time. The more I thought, the more confused I got. Eventually, I just fell into a restless sleep. 4 days had passed since her father had been murdered. There had been no new development in the case. All we learned that he had been killed somewhere else, then his body had been dumped there. Shinjo wouldn't tell me any more than that, and neither would Kunosato. Arimura hadn't been back to school since then. I had tried to contact her several times, but she never responded. Her father was dead. It was easy to assume that she must be depressed, but still, the words she had said. It was my brother who did it.
お兄ちゃんよ。
I couldn't get them out of my mind. What did she mean? For the last 4 days, I have been feeling kind of weird. Arimura had said he was attacked by someone at Scramble Crossing. And that was the same night I had found her father's murder body. Several other things had happened too. Arimura had almost been pushed down the stairs, and a second-year student at Hakiho had been killed. The student's name was Moe Ishida. She hadn't come to school often and was something of a problem child. From the photo I had seen, she was a young girl with a huge twin tail. Moishida? Why had she been killed? Gitu ya, Bube. What did it have to do with the return of the new generation madness? There was also the headless body that was burned to death. They still didn't know who it belonged to. I didn't know if it had anything to do with the other murders, but it still felt like something awful was creeping up on us. I look at my phone, still no word from Arimura.
もう一度
Maybe
連絡して
I'll
みる
call
か
her again. Maybe I'll call her again, just as I start to pull her number out of my call history. There was a loud knock at the door.
なん
What's going on? It was almost 11 at night. Tumben berana asik Fedelish malam ini. Loh, kan aku emang asik. Masa kamu lupa 1,5 tahun yang lalu yang kamu bilang, Bang, suara kamu itu asik loh, gitu. Suara kamu asik banget sih, Bang, gitu. Masa kamu lupa sih? 1,5 tahun yang lalu itu loh, yang di livestream Alien Isolation itu loh. Masa kamu lupa? Ih, gimana sih kamu ih? It was almost 11 at night. Who could be coming here at this hour? Was it my turn next? No.
嫌だ。来るな。
Go away. Go away.
来るな。
Go away. Go
来る
away.
なよ。
There had to be some way. Was there some way to fight back?
そうだ。
Right. My power. I had my power. It was no good. Damn it. He had told me not to use it, and so I hadn't. But if I had known this was going to happen, I would have practiced. Been knocking at the... No, I heard a voice. Huh? That voice.
有村。
Arimura. I quickly went the door. Okay. I quickly opened it and let her in. Miyashiro. Something was wrong with her. Lupa Fedelish 15 tahun yang lalu soal. Oh my god. She grabbed me, shaking.
どうした有村。
What's wrong, Arimura? They're chasing me.
追われてるって。
Chasing you? You mean you were attacked
まさか
again? She nodded again and again.
でも
But
追わ
who?
れてるって。
Brother.
本当にそれはお兄さんだっ
It
たのか。
really was your brother?
確かに兄でした。
It was, I'm sure of it.
間違いありません。
After I had given her something to drink to calm her down and heard what she had to say, she had told me that it was him for sure. Her family's condo had been destroyed in the Shibuya earthquake, so now they live in Kanagawa. Her father's autopsy had only been completed yesterday, and then she had gone back there. The funeral was today, and afterward, she had come back to Shibuya with her aunt and uncle. The police had asked her to come back down to the station one more time, where they had questioned her about her father's relationship. On the way back home, she had felt someone watching her, and when she had gotten near a construction site, some of the building material had gotten loose and fallen down on top of her. She had been watching her surrounding carefully after all that had happened, and just barely seen them in time to duck out of the way. But when she had looked up, she had seen him. It was her brother, Shingo Arimura.
だから
I'm
父を
sure
殺した
he
のも
was
きっ
the
と
one who killed Dad too.
でもお兄さんはそ
He,
の亡くなって
he
るんじゃない
died,
の
right?
か。
In the earthquake.
あの地震で。
That's what she had said.
でも生きて
He's
たんです
alive. He's alive and
生
trying
きた
to get
私に
revenge.
復讐しようとしてるんです。
復讐。
Revenge? Why would he want
どうして
revenge
お兄さ
on
ん
you?
それは
Because
兄は
he died because of me.
私のせいで命を落としたから。
Arimura had been out during the earthquake, she said. Her brother hadn't realized that she was gone, and he had entered the condo building to save her, only to die when it collapsed. I could tell Arimura blamed herself for that.
でもそれっておかし
That
いだ
doesn't
ろ。
make sense.
どうしてですか。
Why?
だってじゃあ
And
どうして有
why
村
would
の
he
お
kill
父さ
your
んを
dad?
それは
Because dad betrayed his family.
父が家族を裏切っていたから。
Arimura didn't tell me how he had betrayed his family, so I didn't know what had happened. But that didn't change the fact that what she was and what she was saying didn't make sense.
仮にお兄さんが生きていたと
Even
して
if
だ。
if he's
そもそも生
alive,
きてるなら
if he's
復
alive,
讐するっていうのは妙な話じゃない
why does he need to get revenge?
それは
It's because,
だろ。
right?
助
If
かって
he
たなら
survived,
復讐なんてするこ
he
とは
doesn't
ない
need
はずだ。
revenge, and you said
第
he
一
really loved
お
you,
兄さ
right?
んは有村の
So
ことを大
why
事に
will
し
he
たんだ。
start hating you?
でも
But I saw
で
him.
も私は
It was my brother.
お兄ちゃん
Brother.
どうして
Why? No matter how much I tried to pursue her, otherwise, Arimura kept insisting that what she had seen was her brother. Was it really him that she saw? Even if it was someone who looked just like her, brother, that didn't explain why they were attacking her, let alone why they had killed her father.
そうだ。
Oh, that's right. I need to apologize to
有
you.
村、
謝る
Apologize? Why?
知らなかったんだ。
I didn't know.
その
I didn't know that it was your dad,
Are
but I
you
still
kidding
got
me?
so. Ah,
だから
so I'm sorry.
いいです
It's fine. It doesn't
別
bother
に
me.
気にしてませんから
It felt like she wasn't just trying to make me feel better. She really meant it.
そ
Meant
れ
it.
に
And what's more, I don't really know if I'm sad that he died or not.
有村
Arimura.
不思議なくら
It's
い
so
にわから
strange.
ないんで
I
すよ
just don't know.
父は私にずっと嘘をついていました
That lied to us for many years. I don't think I forgave him.
だから
So part of me thinking
心
that
の
he
どこ
got
かで
what he
当然の
deserved.
もちろん
Of course, I
だ
don't
から
think
っ
he
て
had
あ
to
んな
die
む
like
ごい死
that.
に方をする必要
Since
は
he
な
didn't
か
tell
った
me,
と思い
I
ま
had
す
no way of knowing what lie her dad had told. But I could imagine that whatever it was, it left big impression on her. If nothing else, it was enough to evoke her power as a gigalomaniac. I went outside and stretched, and I could feel all the bones in my body popping. It was just past 8. Even at this hour, I could hear people playing basketball at the nearby court. Arimura had ended up sleeping in my bed. After all that had happened, she was mentally exhausted. Even for me, it didn't feel right to wake her up and send her home. And she had just been through such a scare. I decided to let her sleep. And so I ended up trying to sleep on the tiny hard floor and mostly failing. I had decided to go wash my face at a nearby fountain when the phone in my pocket began to vibrate.
電話
A phone call? It was from Kunosato.
どうしたんですかこんな時間に
Why are you calling me this early? Did you learn something?
なんだ朝からずいぶん
That's a rather rude greeting. I would have reacted the same way to anybody else calling at this hour.
例の事件
I
に
was
ついて
planning to tell you the police take on the Ryzen murder since Shinju had given it to me. But if you don't need it, never mind.
必要ないならいい
ちょっと
No, wait,
いい
I
の
didn't
って言ってない
say.
じゃないですか
I didn't need it. I could tell that she wasn't joking. She was really about to hang up the phone. I quickly tried to stop her.
その情報と
Please
や
tell
ら教
me
え
what
てく
you've
ださい
learned, please.
まあいいだろ
Well, alright. Let's start with the murder model after the new generation case. She meant the first 4 murders up until Watabe's death.
アイダリコと呼ばれ
I
る
seem to
女に
think
単独の
that
犯行
there
で
are several things that can be explained if it was just Riko Haida acting on her own.
つまり
In other words, she had someone working with her.
あるいは
Or perhaps
アイダリコ自身は放火事件だけで
she was only responsible for the arson cases and had nothing to do with the murders. If that was true, it would mean that there were multiple people involved. The real killer hadn't been caught. Or maybe whatever organization had built that lab in the basement was responsible. Which meant that Arimura and I couldn't feel safe. No, Arimura had already said he had been attacked. But
それから
also, you should know that you two are suspect.
まさか
You don't mean me and Arimura, do
聞
you?
いていなかった
Didn't you hear? I said you too.
お前たちと言ったんだ
Who else
どう
could
して
be?
僕たちが
Why
疑われなきゃい
would
けないんですか
they suspect us? Yeah.
秋田の事件渡部の事件に
The
続き
police are thinking it's too much to be a coincidence.
でもこれま
But
で
I
の件
thought
に
we
ついて
weren't
は
considered
僕た
as
ちは容疑から外れてるはずじゃないんですか
これまでの事件
for those murder, yes. But the other one are a different matter.
先日の被害者は知って
You
いた
know, the victim from the other day,
壁
the one
標
from
の
Hekiho,
石田萌ですか
Moi Ishida. I heard she didn't come to school often.
そうだ
That's right.
どうもその娘は
But the girl was supposedly a big fan of Hinai Arimura.
有村に
Of Arimura, according to Kunosato, who was getting her information from Shinjo. Of course, Moi Ishida had been a very quiet student in a middle school who didn't really stand out. At school, she would mostly sit in the corner and read books. Arimura's name had shown up in her diary. Arimura was always cheerful and friends with everybody. Arimura had spoken to Moi too. And that had evidently made her very happy. After that, Moi decided that she wanted to be like Arimura. She copied Arimura's hairstyle and started going downtown. But eventually, she fell with a bad crowd and stopped coming to school.
だからって
But that's not
そうなの？
Arimura's fault.
どんな些細なものでも関連がありそうとなると結びつけて考えるのが刑事という人種だ
A detective job is to look for a connection, no matter how small they might be, and part of the reason is Arimura's action as well.
有村の
Arimura's action?
先日の聴取で
During questioning yesterday, she said her brother is alive and trying to kill her.
それは
You told me the same thing.
そういうところが
They
情緒
seem
不
to be
安定と考
thinking
えら
that's
れているら
evidence
しい
of mental instability.
それが
Ah,
事件に関与しているせいだとも
and that it may have some bearing on the case.
そんな
Of course
あんな
she
事件
is.
に何度も出く
After
わせ
all
ば
that
不安定に
happened,
もなり
of
ま
course
すよ
she's going to fall on age. Several of the victims had already been related to her. Of course, the police had noticed that too.
それで
So, what's your take on Hina
ちょ
Harimura?
っと参ってる
You
み
look
たいで
like
す
she's really stressed out.
そうか
I see. Well, keep an eye on her.
どうした
What's wrong?
あなた
Are you really
ど
Kunosato?
ういう意味だ
What do you mean?
だって
I mean, I
黒
can't
里
believe
さん
you're
が
a real
僕たちの心
Kunosato
配をしてくれ
will
るなんて
honestly be worried about us.
お前
You're lucky we're on the phone.
命拾いをしたな
Otherwise, I will beat the shit out of
これ
you.
が電話でなければ
It really was
今すぐ
Kunosato.
叩きのとにかく
Anyway,
有村ひなえの動向には注意してい
keep
ろ
a close eye on Hinai Arimura's
パニックを起こした
activities.
人間は
There's no telling that someone will do them. There's no telling what someone will do when they panic. He said. That was all Kunosato said before she hung up. Hironori, Akita, Moe Ishida, and Arimura's dad. In the sense that she was the first to find the body, there is also Watabe. It was true that too many of the victims were related to Arimura. Maybe it was natural for the police to suspect her.
先輩
Miyashiro.
Huh?
Oh. She must have woken up. Arimura smiled in relief and ran over to me.
起きたらいないから
You weren't
ど
there
こ
when
か
I
行った
woke,
の
so I
かと
wonder
思っちゃいました
where he would gone. Still didn't look great, but she seemed to have... Okay.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry, I fell asleep
い
somehow.
や
No,
それ
it's
はいいよ
fine. Just what are you
た
going to
だ
do
そ
now?
の
帰ります
I'm going home.
おじさんやおばさんも心
My
配してるだろう
aunt
し
and uncle are probably worried about me.
そう
See, I walked
じ
you
ゃあ
part
途
of
中
the
までで
way.
よければ送ってくよ
Even if she had calmed down, I didn't feel safe sending her back alone. You must have felt the same way because she just nodded.
それ
Anyway,
に
I
して
hate
も
Sundays.
日曜
There
は
are so
人が
many
多くて
people
嫌だ
around.
ですよね
あそういえば知って
Hey,
るか
did you know? A
この前
while
伊藤
ago,
のやつが
Ito. I tried to keep us. I tried to keep up as much meaningless small talk as I could while we headed toward Arimura's home. Even with all the murders, it was still the weekend, and there was only a week to go until the festival. The whole town was in a state of excitement. It was a good thing for us. Arimura was gradually starting to smile again, in fact. Did
伊
Ito
藤
really
先
do
輩
that?
そ
あいつにも困ったもん
Sometimes I
だよ
didn't
な
know about that guy.
先輩
Yeah,
そろそ
sure.
ろこの
I
辺
can
りで大
go
丈
the rest on my... Suddenly, Arimura froze.
夫お兄ちゃん
Brother.
Huh?
I quickly spun around, but I didn't see anyone.
有村
Arimura.
いや
No, brother. Calm down,
落ち着
Arimura.
け
He's not there. I
お
grabbed
兄さ
her
んなんていない
body. I grabbed her by the shoulder, and I could feel that she was shaking. But he's right
でも
there.
今そこ
He was pointing at the mannequin in a store window. There's nothing else there.
とにかく帰ろう
Let's just go home.
家
I'll
まで
walk you all
送っ
the
ていく
way.
よ
November 2nd, 2015, Monday. The next day, Arimura came to school and...
セリ
Hey
それに
guys,
先輩
she was back to normal.
おはよ
Morning.
おは
Oh,
よ
good morning.
チーセ
Hey.
おう
Oh,
いや
I'm glad to see you guys are
皆さん、
getting
いつも
along so
仲良し
well.
さんで羨ましい
Maybe I'll quit the little club and
ー
join the
私
news.
も文芸部やめて新聞部入っちゃおうかな何言ってん
What
の
are you talking about? You're basically a member, right, Taku?
おう
Yeah, you're
そう
right.
だな
本当っすか
Really?
じゃあ
Alright,
新聞部
maybe I
員
will
ってこと
join.
にしちゃおうかな
I am
でも
Pun
掛け
Sepuh.
持ちってできたんです
Halo Rizky, welcome to the stream. Wait, are you allowed? Are you allowed to be in the two clubs?
もちろん申請
Of
さえ出
course,
せば
just fill
認めら
out
れ
the
るわよ
paperwork and it's fine.
うん
Mana, that's a
な
pool.
るほどなるほど
I see.
ま部活入っ
If
ち
you
まえ
do
ば
join,
宮
that
代と
give
一
you
緒
an
にいる
excuse to be
口
with
実だって
Miyashiro.
なんだよそれ別に僕たちは
What? We are not really.
まあま
Ah,
あ
come on,
照れ
no
ない
blushing.
照れない
Ini kok ilegal semua po? Ilegal apaan? Oh, maksudnya waifunya. SMA 3 legal lah. SMA 3, SMA 2 udah legal, bro.
照れない
No
照れない
blushing.
ってお前が言うな
You don't get to say that. Ceweknya, iya, SMA 2 SMA 3 mah udah legal, bro. I hadn't seen Arimura this cheaper in a while. It felt a little forced, sure, but it was still a good sign.
あ、そうだ。
Oh, right.
ね、
Did you
光より
hear they're
チョコレートバー
adding
が
a
できるの
chocolate
って
bar
知ってます
to Hikariwo?
うん？
Hmm?
チョコレ
Chocolate
ートバー
bar?
って、
You mean the
当
one
たりが
where
出
if
たら
you get a
もう一
winning
本
bar,
ってやつ？
you get another one?
違う。それはチョコパッツでしょうが。
No, that's a chocobatsu.
チョコレートバーってあれよね。イートインなんか
The
もあ
chocolate
る。
bars is like a restaurant, right? Where you can eat in.
そうそう、それで
That
す。
thing.
オー
Once
プン
it's
したら
open,
み
we
んな
can
で。
all. Then she stopped. I had a bad feeling.
ひなちゃん？
Hina-chan. She froze.
有村
Arimura. I quickly grabbed her before she could fall over. Oi, what's wrong?
気を失ってるわ
You。pass out.
Takuru,
Takuru, take her to the nurse office right now.
あ
Yeah. As I pick her up, I glance in the direction she had been looking.
おい何があったんだ
Oi, what happened? Kawahara was standing there. He had happened to be passing by and was looking at us in surprise. There's no one else around.
たく、
Taku,
ひなちゃん、
what did
ど
they
うだっ
say
た？
about Hina?
ちょっと疲れ
She's
て
a
るんだ
little
ろうって
tired, they said.
話
They're going to let her rest for a while.
そっか。
I see. I knew what had happened. She had seen him again. Maybe she had mistaken Kawahara for her brother.
タクル、
Takuro, did something happen
Arimura.
with Arimura?
何かっ
What do
て
you mean?
ちょっと様子がお
He
かし
was
かった
acting
よ
a
うな気
little
がするん
strange,
だ
I
けど。
think.
ああ、
Yeah,
それ私
I
も
thought
思
so
っ
too.
た。
He felt more
普段より
forced
も
than she
無理して
usually
る感。
does.
マジで
Seriously,
俺全然気づかなかったけど
I had no idea. Was it okay to tell them? Even Kazuki had stopped playing Asotsu and come over to me with a look of concern on her face.
なんだよ
What is
カズキ
Kazuki? Are you worried too? Alright,
分かったよ
I told them everything that had happened to Arimura over the past few days. That she had said her brother was still alive. He was trying to get revenge on her.
ね
Nay. It was Serika who spoke
え、
first.
ひなちゃんのお兄
Is
さんって。
Hina's brother really alive?
いえ、
No,
亡くなっていると聞いてる。
でも
I
本
heard
人
he
は生
was
きてる
dead.
と思っちまってるんだろ
She think he is, right?
僕にもわからない
I don't know,
ただ
but
確かなの
I
は
do know is
有
that
村の
this
周り
murder
で
keeps
実際に事件が
happening
頻
around
発してい
her.
るということだ
If there were dead bodies, that means somebody had killed them.
思うんだけど、まずはそのお兄さんのことについてちゃんと調べてみた方がいいんじゃないかしら。
I think that maybe you should look into her brother some more.
でも
Oh.
調べる
お兄さんは
He
地
died
震
in
で
the
亡くなったんで
earthquake.
しょ？
That means...
だったら
Oh, ke tempat ini ya. I went Kuroso's suggestion and visited the earthquake memorial with Serika. The memorial bore the name that everyone who had died in the quake was worried about Arimura, but Kuroso said she will take her home. It was probably safe to let her handle it.
どうたく。
Well, Taku...
待ってくれ
Wait,
確
wait a
か
second, I'm pretty sure his name was supposedly Shingo Arimura. Looking at the memorial, I was reminded of how many people had died during the earthquake. My parents, Serika's parents, and Kurusu's and Yui's parents all had their names here.
有村。
Arimura.
見つけたか
Oh, did you find it? Yeah,
ほら
it's right here.
ここ。
Shingo Arimura. Oh, no. From the age when he died, it was safe to assume that this was him. But this didn't mean anything for sure. The damage of Shibuya earthquake had been incredible. Some people had been declared dead without their bodies after being found. In some cases, those people who had later been found committing crimes. So to be sure, I...
あ
Oh,
あ、もう来てたのか。
you're here already. Sorry to keep you
待たせたな。
waiting. Sorry for having
すみ
you
ません急に
come out here so quickly. I contacted Shinjo and had him meet him here.
いや、例
No,
の事
it's
件の
better
こ
for
と
me
な
to
ら
know as
こっ
much
ちも
as
できるだけ
possible
情報
about
を
the
知っておい
case,
た方
even
がいい
if it's something small.
いかに些細なことであろうとね。
Lately, I had been starting to think that Detective Shinjo might be a lot better at his job than he'd look. Of course, maybe people like him never really fit in an organization and couldn't grow into their full potential.
で、聞きたいのは、
So you wanted to ask
Arimura
about
Hinai
Hinai
no
Arimura
aniについて。
brother, right?
はい
Yes,
担当直入に言おう。
I'll make it quick. Her brother,
Arimura Hinai
Shingo,
の
is dead.
それは確かですか
You're sure?
間違いない。
We're sure.
彼女の兄
He
は
died with his
渋
family
谷
condo
地震の
building.
際、
Collapsed
住ん
during
で
the
いたマン
Shibuya
遺
earthquake.
体発見の際
The
は、
body was identified by a family member.
ひなちゃんはそ
Did
の
Hina see his body?
有村ひな
I
え本
can't
人が
tell.
見
Are you
たかどうかま
sure?
では、
I can't tell you
俺
if
の方でも
she
ちょっと
herself saw the body, but I
だが、
can tell you
死ん
for
でいるの
sure
は間
that
違い
he's
ない。
dead.
そうですか
I see. So he wasn't just declared that when they couldn't find his body then.
一応写真も借りて
I
きた
have a
が、
photo too. Want to
見るか？
take a okay. I look at it just in case, but I was surprised to find that he didn't really look like Arimura. I had never seen him before.
じゃあひなちゃん
So
のお
when
兄
Hina
さんが
says her
生
brother
きてる
alive,
やっぱり有
I
村の
guess it's just her
思い込みか
imagination after all. Or perhaps,
まあ、
well,
身の回りで
all
あれ
that's
だけ事
going
件
on
が起き
around
た
her,
挙句、父親が
what
あんな
happened with
姿
her
になっ
dad,
たとな
and I
れ
can
ば、
understand if she
憔
is
悴
in
する
pretty
のも
bad
無理
shape.
のない。現に彼女の母親
Her
も、
mom's not doing so well either.
そうですか
I see.
今は友人である君たちが
Keep an eye
し
on
っ
her.
かりと様子を見てやってくれ。
Shinjo seemed to think he might gain some clue by hearing what we had to say about Arimura, but he ended up going back to the station with barely anything to show for it. He didn't tell us anything about the police considering her as a suspect. By the time I got home that day, the sun had set. I stopped to buy the Mountain View at the convenience store like always. When I opened the door, back in hand, I realized something was wrong.
誰か
Someone's in here. I could sense someone in the back of the dark room. Could it be? Could it be that I was next?
誰だ
I was sure of it. Someone was there.
いる
I
の
know
は分
you're
かってるんだ
there.
ぞ
Come on out. I tried to yell loudly to make myself feel stronger, but it didn't work. A figure slowly stood up in the darkness. At the next moment, it charged at me. It was so sudden. I couldn't move. There was no time to get away. Nah, kenapa dia ngumpet? Miyashiro.
有村
Arimura leaped into my arms.
どうして
Why? Kurusu had said she had taken her home.
私ここにいちゃいけませんか他のところ
Am
は
I not allowed to be here? I'm too scared to be anywhere else.
怖くてって
Scared? But when your
でも
uncle,
平気です
it's fine. They want
ど
to
う
be
せあ
rid
の
of
人
me
たちだって
anyways.
私を疎ましく
Was
思っ
that
てるんで
something
すか
she...
だからお願いですダ
Oh, please, let me stay here.
でも
But
メ
is that okay? There were tears in her eyes for the old Arimura that might have been an act. But now,
分かったよ
fine. Kok ceweknya kayak si Arimura jadi kayak ini ya? Jadi
本当ですか
aku lupa sebutannya. Menhera gitu ya jadinya. Really? This wasn't an act.
そうです先
Oh,
輩
right. Come inside, quick.
いやそんなせかさなくて
You
も
don't have to rush me. Jadi Menhera
Sudah.
gini dia. I know.
ここに来る
Are
ま
you
でに
sure
誰か
nobody
につけら
follow
れ
you here?
それはないと
I
思うけど
don't think so.
そうですか
I see, but be
で
careful,
も
okay?
注意してくだ
Oh,
さ
so
い
do you
ね
have anything to put up? Like duct tape or something?
ガムテープ
Duct
何
tape?
に使うんだ
For what?
窓とか隙間
We're
とかに
going
貼
to
るんで
put
す
it on the
兄
window
ちゃん
and
が入っ
crack.
てこないように
So my brother can't get in.
何
What I
言
talking
って
about,
ん
he
だ
can't
よ
come in through.
そんなところから入って
At first, I thought she was joking and laughed. But then, I saw that she was serious.
ほら
You
あ
see?
そこ隙間
There's
空
a
いてま
little
すよ
gap there, and over there too. If we don't tape the gaps, he'll get in somehow.
有村
Rimura. Jadi Menhera girl gitu dia. She had told me before that her brother was alive and bent on revenge. But now I realized that it didn't matter whether he was alive or not. Her brother was after her. That was all that mattered.
分かった
Fine, we
それは
can
ま
do
た
that
明日にでも
tomorrow.
やろ
It's
う
too late
今日は
tonight.
もう遅いから
She was still scared, but I managed to calm her down enough that she dropped the subject. But even as it got later, all she did was look outside and shiver. Morning came without either of us getting much sleep. November 3rd, 2015, Tuesday. I met the morning with the sound of chirping sparrow and the quiet snoring of a girl. I always thought that if that ever happened to me, it would be wonderful. Who could have imagined it would feel like this? It only did fall asleep, and it was already 10 a.m. I was worried about leaving her here by herself, but there was something I wanted to check.
連れの女なら
Your
先に
girl's
来て
already
待っておる
here.
ぞ。
なん
わ
ですか？
この前とは
It's
違う
different girl
女
than
とは
last time. For someone with such a stupid face, you did pretty well for yourself. But
別にそん
I
なじゃ。
don't. No matter. That didn't matter. There was no harm in letting her have the wrong idea. I had to do what I had come here for first. Just like the waitress had said, the person I was here to meet had already arrived. She was reading something that frowning, like always.
人を呼び出しておいて
You're late.
遅いご登場だな
Considering it was you who asked me to come here, she looked up from her book and spoke to me curtly.
すみません。
I'm sorry.
で
So, what did you want to
聞
ask
きた
me
いこ
about?
とというのは
I
何
sat
だ
down and ordered. She got straight to the point. It was clear she didn't want to waste any time on small talk.
その久野里さんは 一応脳とか精神について詳しいんですよね。
You're supposed to know a lot about brain and the mind, right, Kunosato?
一応とは失
I
礼
don't
だ
supposedly know anything. Matters your specialty is brain science.
じ
Then
ゃあその
I would like your opinion
専
as a
門家としての意
specialist.
見を聞きたいんですけど。
Arimura's action over the past few days had gone well beyond that anyone would consider normal. Keren juga ceweknya, iya keren banget. No matter how much I tried to convince her that her brother was sad, she refused to believe. It felt like she didn't even want to believe. Arimura was the only one who had seen her brother to begin with. None of us had seen him. Which meant that maybe it was all in her head after all. But then what was the cause? Heboh lah. Emang iya? Duh. I could have looked it up on the internet, but not with Arimura in the room. It was better to ask a specialist than just trying to figure it out based off of some web pages.
一番大
The
きいの
biggest
は
factor is probably psychological stress. Kunosato furrowed her brow when I finished talking to her.
でもそれだけで
That's not enough
あ
to
んな
cause
に
her
も
to
怯えた
get
り
so
するもので
scared.
すか？
今君が語った
spoken to her
状態の有村
personally,
ひないと
so this is
直
just
接
one
話したわけでは
possibility,
ないから
but it could be a
これはあくま
type
でも
of
可能性の問
obsessive
題でしかない。
compulsive disorder and your OCD.
一種の脅迫
脅迫観念ですか？
The fuck, Bubub? Jadi kamu belok? Idih, ew.
犯罪心理学は
You should know that
私の専
criminal
門ではないのだ
psychology isn't my specialty. But she warned me before she continued.
殺人事件を起こ
I
した人物
swear,
が
but sometimes
自ら
people
殺
will
めた
have
人間の影
who have murdered someone become terrified of that
霊
person
的な存
lost.
在に怯えるというのは
Those
稀
that
にあ
will
る
be
ことらし
Arimura's
い
brother in this case. Arimura's felt so guilty over her brother's death that she was hallucinating that she was seeing him. It was fine. Well, no, it wasn't fine, but it was fixable. But there was another possibility that I was afraid of. The idea that had suddenly come to me last night. If I say it a lot, I gave it a shape. Something might change. In a bad way.
じゃあ
Then, for example, despite my promotion, I couldn't keep myself from seeing it.
自分では気づいていない
They
の
could
に
take revenge
死んでしま
for
った誰
someone
か
who
に成り代わ
died
って
without
復
even
讐をする
realizing it. Is that possible?
そういうことは
Kunosato must have understood exactly what I meant. She put down her coffee cup and looked at me.
まさかお前
You're not telling me that you think Arimura killed her father in her brother's place,
父
are
親を
you?
あくまでも可能性として
I'm just
そういうこ
asking
と
if
はあ
it's
るのか
possible.
ありえないことじ
It's
ゃない
not impossible.
そう
I see.
ですか。
I have been feeling that way ever since I had seen her last time. It said her brother had died because of her, but she also said it was her mom and dad's fault. Perhaps Arimura blamed herself for her brother's death so much that she started hallucinating vision of him. maybe they started to escalate until unconsciously he thought she was her brother and then she killed her father. Of course, she said she had been attacked too. In that case, she will be lying, but when the thought had first come to me, it had seemed impossible. I tried to tell myself that I was overthinking things. But once the thought came to you, it was impossible to be rid of it. The more you told yourself not to think about it, the more you started to think that maybe it was true. What was the truth? And what was a lie?
教えてほしいのは
I'm the one who wants to know.
僕の方だ
Miyashiro-senpai! Arimura leapt into my arms as soon as I opened the door. How could you leave me like that? Where did you go?
悪い
Sorry, I
ちょっ
went
と
shopping
買い物
stuff.
と
I
かさ
figure we
いろいろ必要だと思
you're
って
hungry, right? I took
ほら
out sandwiches.
お腹空いただろ
急にいなくな
Get
ると
worried
心
when you
配する
just vanished.
大丈夫だよ
It's fine.
いやなんで
No,
もない
it's nothing. I don't think about it. It's impossible. It's
ちゃんと気をつけましたか？
are you careful?
気をつけるって
Careful
何に
of what?
決まってるじゃないですか。この場所が
Careful
兄
that
に
my
バレ
brother
ない。で
didn't find this
だから
place.
大丈夫だって
Nobody's
誰も追いか
chasing
けてき
after you.
も
But he's looking for
兄
me,
は
so
私を探してます。
I look away. I couldn't do it. I couldn't bear to see her like this. I grabbed Arimura by the shoulder and looked straight into her eyes.
先輩、
Miyashiro,
いいか有村
listen, Arimura.
お兄さんは死
The
んだんだ
brother
よ
is dead. I checked with the
警察にも
police.
確
He's
認した
dead. And the dead don't come back to
君のお兄さん
life.
でも
But he attacked me. It's true. Arimura,
先輩は
you don't believe me?
信じてくれないんですか？
You think I'm lying?
そんなことない信じる信
That's
じる
not
けど
true. I believe you. Arimura, look at me. It was the only. I made a terrible mistake.
嘘。
You're lying.
有村
先輩
You
は
don't believe me, do you?
私の言ってるこ
Arimura
と。
shook off my hand. Tears began to pour down from her big eyes.
違うんだ有村
No,
今の
Arimura, that was. No, I tried to calm her down, but she smacked my hand away.
先輩まで私に嘘をつくんですね。
So even you are lying to me now, aren't you?
有村
Arimura.
先輩まで
I'm lying.
聞いてくれ有
Listen
村
to me, Arimura.
です。
No, I don't want to hear. I don't want. No, jangan sampai dia kabur lah.
有村
Wah. Main hera nih cewek. She slipped past my hand and ran out of the RV. And then she ran out of the park without looking back. I probably should have chased her after her. But I hesitated. If it was Arimura who killed her dad. When I thought about that, I couldn't follow her. Hey, Taco. Awful not in here. What's going on?
ケンさん
Gen-san.
ところで
Buddy, I brought you another
ケン
one.
さん
I'm sorry, but not now.
なんだよ
I brought it for you special.
今はいいって
I said
言って
not
るだ
now,
ろ
just leave.
タク
Taco. What was I doing? Was... Inaya Rimura was in a hospital room. It took her a while to figure out what she was doing, lying in a hospital bed. But when she did, she remembered everything that had happened. She wanted to believe it was a dream. But the bandage around her body and the pain from her injuries told her that it wasn't.
パパとママは
Where are mom and dad? She looked around for her parents. She staggered out of bed and finally saw them in the hallway. They were each talking to someone on the phone and trying to hide from the other as they did. I could tell they were talking to their lovers. How could they be doing that now when her brother was dead?
こんな時
How
に
can you do
何して
that
る
at
の？
a time like this, Mom? The next thing she knew, she was taking her anger out on her mom.
ひなちゃん
Hina-chan, I'm glad you're awake. That was a lie.
お兄ちゃんが死ん
First,
だ
Dad, how can you do this?
落ち着いたひなちゃ
Calm
ん
down, Hina. Mom,
ママは今大事な電話をしてた
that,
のよ
that was a lie.
ねえどうして？
Why did you save my brother?
お兄ちゃんま
He's still alive. If you had come with me, we might save him. Why didn't you come with me?
もちろん
We tried to save him, of course, before you came, but we couldn't. That was a lie. Then why did you say it was too late?
あなたまで巻き込みたくなかった
We didn't want you to get
ああ
hurt.
でも言わない
We
と
thought that you would go inside if we didn't tell you that.
嘘
You're lying.
ひなちゃん
Hina. Hina had grabbed her mom before she even knew it.
嘘
You're lying. You're lying. All you do is lying. Everything you say is a lie. Hina, stop it. There was so much. Why don't you tell the truth? I don't want to hear all these lies. Stop lying and tell me. And tell the truth. Why did you let my brother die? Why did you kill him? Tell me.
あなたのせいでしょ
It was the first time she had seen her mother face like that. It was a scary face, with all the false kindness wiped away. It was a woman's voice, a woman's
あん
face.
たのせいで
All
しょ
your fault.
あんたの
Shingo went inside because he thought you were there.
あんたがいない
If he had known you weren't in there, he never would have gone inside. And you want to know why we didn't save him? It's all your fault in the first place. That was the truth. It was the first truth thing her mother had told her. And the truth destroyed her.
私の
My
せい
fault? Shingo had gone out to buy a present for Hinai, just like she had done. And then the earthquake had happened. He had run back home, found the building half collapsed, and then ignored his parents' warning and gone inside. He believed that she was there. And that's how he had been killed.
私のせい
It's my fault.
私のせい
It's my fault. He...
お兄ちゃんは
whole world shook. Everything she knew fell apart. And then, Hinai lost everything.
あの
Do you need something from our class?
あいや
Arimura is
今日は
Arimura.
来てま
She
せん
didn't
け
come
ど
to school today. I
そう
see.
ですか
Thanks.
どうも
The next day, just like I thought, Arimura hadn't come to school. It was after school, and the club room was still empty. Was it really Arimura who had killed her parents? Maybe I need to go back over everything that had happened, just to get it clear in my head. First, the data and location of the new generation Manus murder. There were 4 murders. Don't look at me in Jinan, leaking noise in Shinsen, and the revolving death at Fairy Dance, a place I will never forget. Then there was the Gotsuan Death case, which had also occurred right in front of us. Yeah, good so far. The problem was what came next. All the murder after Gotsuan Death. The 3 victims. The first victim was, that's right, a headless body that was burned to death. The next victim, Moe Ishida, a student at Hakiho Academy. And finally, Koichiro Arimura. Hinai is Arimura's father. It was the order,
やっぱりだ
just like I thought. Looking back at the cases, it was clear there was no relationship between the first murder and the last 3. The first 4 cases had been extremely bizarre. The latter one were brutal, but fairly ordinary. And more than anything, there were the sumo sticker. I had been so relieved that they were gone that I had been slow to pick up on it. But there was no sumo sticker anywhere to be found near the sites of the last 3 murders. In other words, they were 2 completely separate groups. And Moe Ishida had been a huge fan of Hinai Arimura. In a broad sense, these 2 were both related to Arimura. Then there was a headless burned body. They hadn't identified the body yet, but maybe.
となるとやっぱり
Which means that I was right. I turned around at the sun. Kazuki standing
な
there.
んだ
Oh, it's you,
Kazuki
Kazuki.
か
I thought about getting a second opinion, but with Kazuki that wouldn't be possible. I went to turn back to the board. and I realized Kazuki was staring at me.
どうかしたのか
What's wrong? Surprisingly, Arimura had taken a liking to the silent Kazuki, and Kazuki didn't seem to mind her either. The two of them had built a unique friendship. Maybe Kazuki was worried about Arimura too.
Huh?
Huh? What was that? Did Kazuki talk?
おい
Kazuki, did she? Come to think of it, she had talked once before. Last time, it felt like she had been so caught up in Arimura's energy and that she had spoken without thinking. No, that didn't matter.
カズキ
What did she?
私のせい
It might be my fault, maybe. This time, I could hear her clearly.
私のせい
What do you
って
mean it's your
前
fault?
に
We were talking about
ひな
Hina's
その
brother.
時に
And it
私
might be
が
because I
聞い
asked.
たって
Asked
何
what?
お兄さんに
If she wanted to see her
会い
brother.
たい
I had no idea what Kazuki was talking about. Why would it be her fault asking if Arimura wanted to see her brother?
カズキちゃんと説明
Have
し
it
てくれなき
explained
ゃ
to
わから
me,
ない
or I won't understand.
どういう
What do you
こと
mean?
だって
I'm
私も
a psychic too.
能力者だから
Huh?
能力者
A psychic? Wait,
能力者っ
a
ていうのは
psychic? Do you mean gigalomaniac?
カズキか
Do you?
うん
Hmm.
私
I asked if she wanted to see her brother,
私が
and that's why she is seeing him.
ひなさん
She's nice. I wanted to talk to her too.
私
I might have done something awful again, maybe.
取り返しの
Not
つか
all.
ないことしちゃったかも
Oh, mantas dia nggak mau ngomong ya. Oh, I see, I see. Not only was Kazuki not used to talking, but she was sobbing too. It was hard to get anything out of her, but I understood what she was trying to say. Rimura was seeing her brother because Kazuki had asked if she wanted to see him, and that this was because of her power as a gigalomaniac. Of course, it was possible that Kazuki was joking or faking, but from the look of things, it didn't seem that way. Okay, which meant
有村の
what
言っていた
Arimura
こと
was saying
は本当
true.
だった
I didn't know if the brother she had seen had really killed her father, but some power of Kazuki had caused Arimura to see her brother. It was an hallucination or mistake, but then who had killed her father?
宮代
Suddenly the door burst open and Ito rushed inside.
なんだよ
What? We can talk later.
お
I guess you don't know then.
そんな様子じゃ。
Samurai Sadur, you are.
知らないって
I don't know what.
いや
Oh, you're
いい
think-
って
No, you're thinking,
今
right?
考
We
え
can
事
talk
し
later.
なんだよそ
Don't
の
be
言
a
い
dick,
方
man.
教
Tell
え
me.
てください
You mean,
だろ。
please tell me, right? No, it's not the time, Ito.
わ
Fine,
か
I'm
った
sorry.
よ
Please tell me what
な
happened.
ん
You don't
か
sound like you
気
mean
持
it.
ちがこもってねえな
Asshole. Just before I started to get really mad through the door. Just before I started to get really mad. The door opened once more and Serika ran in. Hey, Taku, did you
新
hear?
しい事件
There
が
has been another.
おの
Oh,
え
oh no, I don't.
新しい事件
New case, do you mean? A murder. It couldn't be.
それ俺が今から言おうとした
That
や
was
つ
what I was just about to say. Ah. I ignored that idiot Ito and ran up to Serika.
それで殺されたのは
I called back, but she didn't answer. I ended up almost grabbing her. Serika looked a little scared.
いいから教えてくれ
Just tell me who was killed.
う
I think it was a woman in her 40s. A woman in her
ひょっ
40s.
として
It was an
Arimura
Arimura's
no
mom, right?
あ
Hina's. But why?
違う
No, if it was
それだったらいくら俺だってもっと
I'm
早く
not-
に言ってる
that much of a dick. It wasn't. And it wasn't some who was related to Arimura. Did it have nothing to do with the others or
電話
phone call? Could it be
有村
Arimura? I grabbed the phone, but it wasn't who I hoped it was.
宮代くんか
Miyashiro, it's Shinju.
新庄だ
I could hear tension in his voice, and it scared me.
急
Why are
に
you calling?
つい数時間前に渋谷界隈で新たな事件があったのは
There was
知って
another
いるか
murder in Shibuya. Did you hear about it? It
三
was a
上ひな子
woman.
という40代の女
Her
性が
40 is
殺された
named
事件だ
Hinako Mikami.
はい
Yes, you were just talking
その
about
事件の
a
容疑者
suspect in the
が判明
murder.
した
A suspect?
いたいた
Who is
いい
it?
か
Listen
よく
carefully.
聞け10月25日に
Moi Ishida was murdered. 26 Koichi Arimura was killed as well. The suspect in all this murder is
さらに有村ひなえの母親だ。
Inai Arimura's mother.
Takuru,
Any
どう
any luck, Takuru?
ダメだ
No
繋がら
good.
ない
She's not picking up. Kurusu and the other had arrived in the club room afterward. I filled them in on the situation who had tried to kill her, but with no luck. Maybe she didn't want to answer my calls.
くそ僕のせい
My
だ
fault. I got suspicious of
今
her.
はそんなこと言ってる場合じゃないでしょ。
Now's not the time for that, is it?
そうだよ。
That's right.
早くひなちゃんの居場所を突き止めなきゃ。
We need to find where she is.
そうは
But
言っても
she's
電
not
話したって
picking
出
up
て
her
くれない
phone,
し
and I
どこに
don't
いる
know
のか
where
わ
she
からないん
is.
だこのままじゃ
At this rate,
でも、どうにか
that
するしか
we
な
have
い
to
じ
do
ゃない。
something. Let's think
何
of a
かいい
way.
方法を考え
Alam
ましょう。
Catalina, welcome to the stream. A way. There was no way. And then someone handed me a phone.
和樹
Suzuki,
つながった
she picked up.
かも。
Maybe it's Hina. I grabbed the phone, put it up to my ear.
もしもし、
有村か
It's
僕
me, Miyashiro.
先輩。
Miyashiro.
待て切るな
Don't
切
hang
らな
up,
いで
listen
切
to
る
me.
疑って悪
I'm
かった
sorry, I doubted you. You were wrong. I was wrong. Miyashiro,
今すぐ会えない
can
か
we meet somewhere? I want to tell you something in person.
今は
No, no.
どうして
Why?
今から
I'm about to meet
お
my
母さん
mom.
と会う約束。だから
We can meet after that.
ダメだ有村
Wait,
行く
don't
な
can. Oh no. Itu adalah suspek murder ya kan? Murderernya.
ひなちゃんは
Tak, where is Hina?
切れた
He hung up. I called back, but she didn't answer. She either wasn't getting a signal, or she had turned off her phone. Either way, we had no way of contacting her.
有村のやつ
He said she is meeting with her mother.
母親に会うって
おいそれって
That's bad,
ま
isn't
ずいん
it?
じゃねえか。
どこで会うかわからないの
Do you know where?
今の時間で
I
そこ
didn't
ま
have
で聞
time
き
to ask.
何か
We
手
have
が
some
かり
clue.
はない
Some
の？
place they
二
will
人
have
で一
gone
緒に行ったと
together,
ころと
or
か
that was
思い出の場所とか。
important to them.
バカ言うなよ
And stupid,
母親と会
she
うのに
wouldn't
そ
meet
んな
with
と
her
ころ
mother at a place like. Wait, I thought I had heard. Suara kereta kan? Taku? Lari nih. Anjay, I heard the sound of. I had heard the sound on the other side of the phone. It was probably train. Train kan tadi? Kereta. I remember my conversation with Shinjo as I ran.
有村の
Harimura's mother? You mean her mother was the killer?
石田萌殺し
We sure Moi Ishida was.
ほぼ間違いない
We sure about Moi Ishida
それか
and
ら
the cases.
その前の焼死
After
体につい
that,
ても
we are pretty sure about the burned body as well. Serika and other had insisted I put the phone on speaker mode. I did that before I continued. But why will her mom,
有村家が家
which you
庭として
know,
破綻
Arimura
していたのを
family
知っているか
was essentially dysfunctional?
まあな
Yeah,
んとな
more
く
or less. It was easy to imagine after what Arimura had told
有
me.
村ひなえの父親と母親はそれぞれ別の
But Arimura mothers and dad had separate lovers who had they spent almost all their time with.
ところが
But suddenly, Megumi Arimura, her mother,
有村めぐみと愛人との仲は先月の頭
had a falling out with her lover of 10 years last month after she supposedly began to act strangely.
当初
At first, she felt hatred towards her lover for abandoning her. She eventually started to direct to...
向けられるようになっ
Oh,
たそもそも家庭が幸せであれば
if she had
夫がしっかりしてさえいれば
happy home
自分
life,
が外で
if
浮
her
気することもなかった
husband hadn't been such a failure. Okay, at least that's what she said.
そん
But that's... Kurusu raised her voice in anger at Arimura's mother's selfish action.
やがてその考えは
Eventually, it escalated to the point where she began to hate her daughter, Hinai.
どうして
But why?
有村ひなえこそが
According to her, because Hinai Arimura was the thing that tore her family apart, and also the reason she broke up with her lover.
原因でもあったから
Arimura's real father was her mother's lover. Of course, her dad knew this. Her birth had caused a rift in the Arimura's family. It had essentially ceased to be a family at all. What what was worse was the strange power that Arimura had. She seemed to have it under control now, but at first she hadn't known how to handle it. As a result, her mother had come to fear and loathe her.
精神的に不安定になった
Megumi Arimura became psychologically unstable. She killed her ex, chopped off his head, and set the body on fire. What the hell? So that was the first murder.
さらには
Then she planned to take revenge on the people she blamed for her problem, her husband, Koichiro, and her
第二
daughter.
の被害者である石田萌は
Moishida was mistaken for Hinai and killed.
そして
And now she
彼
escaped
女
the
は現在警
police.
察の手を
We
追われ
think she's plotting her daughter's murder.
有村ひなえの殺害を企て
It was her mother, Megumi Arimura, who had killed her father. And now her mother was trying to kill her too? And then there were the phantoms of her dead brother. Damn it. I may have done something terrible. All I could do now is find Arimura as fast as possible and stop her from meeting with her mom. My lungs were already at their limit. My lack of exercise had caught up with me, and my legs weren't doing what I told them to, but I had to keep going. Because I was sure. I think what I heard was Arimura was probably here somewhere. Why? I heard her. That voice was definitely Arimura's.
どうしてなの
Why, Mom?
ママ
Where? Where was she? Of course, because it's your over there. Mom? I looked for my mom where she said she would be. I was so surprised when she suddenly texted me. I never thought that she would actually want to see me. At first, I thought there was no way I will ever meet her. I couldn't believe what she said. I was so sad to lose your father that way, but maybe she really meant it. I hadn't talked to my mom in a long time. Mom had started avoiding me. Started avoiding me when she realized I had the power to tell when she was lying. So I didn't know what had happened to her and dad since then, and I didn't care. I had figured that my brother's dad, they hadn't tried to get back together. They both split off to do their own thing. But maybe she had changed. Maybe that death had made her rethink things. So I decided to do what she hoped I would. It was the last wish I had left. So I had come to meet my mom. And I immediately regretted it.
来てくれて嬉し
I'm
いわ
happy you came. She really meant it.
ずっと会いたか
I've
ったの
wanted to
よ
see you for so long. She meant that too.
パパが亡くなって
Now that that's gone, you're the only person I care about. A lie.
これからはママと
From
二
now
人
on, you'll be together with me
ずっと一緒よ
forever. A lie.
さ
Now come closer
もっとこっちに来て。
so I can see your pretty face.
そ
Lie,
の
lie,
可愛い
lie.
顔をよく見せ
All
て
lies.
ねえママ
Hey mom, I said,
どうしてそんな
why do you
嘘
always
つく
lie
の
like that?
嘘じゃないわ
I'm not lying.
嘘よ
You're lying. I can tell. I can tell you're
私には
not.
ひなちゃんこそ
Why are you saying
どうしてそん
your
なこと
mom
言うの
loves you so much?
それも
That's a lie too.
嘘
Mom looked surprised for a second, but then she looked down at her feet and didn't say anything. Maybe I had said too much.
ママ
Mom?
わかったわよ
Fine, I'll tell you the truth then. Mom? Was this her real voice?
あんたのせい
It's
よ
your fault. This was her real voice.
大体
If it hadn't been
最初
for
から慎
Shingo
吾
in the
さえいな
first
ければ
place,
パパと結婚しなくてもよかったの
I
に
never would have had to marry your dad. Mom's
だけ
words.
どあんたは
But you were his
あ
child.
の人との子
I took care of you, but
あんたみたいな
when
子
you
が
were
生まれた
born,
せい
it
で
ruined my
私の
life.
人生はめちゃくちゃよ
Totally true.
産まなきゃよかっ
And
た
never should have had
Shingo.
you or Shingo,
あんたみた
a
いな
creepy
気持ち
girl
の
like
悪い
you.
子も
You never should have born.
みんな生まれてこなきゃ
See,
よかった
you're
のよ
telling the truth.
だから消えてちょ
So
うだい
disappear. Just go away.
ママの前から
The words I wanted to
私の前
hear.
から
The
消え
words
て
I didn't want to hear.
ほら
You know,
ね
that's what Shingo wants.
お兄ちゃん
Brother.
そうよ
That's right. Your brother comes to me every day. He says
毎
it
日
hurts.
毎日ママのとこ
He
ろに
says
来
he
て言う
didn't
の
want to
よ
die.
お兄ちゃん
Brother, it's all your fault
あん
and
た
his
たちの
fault.
せいよ
It's his
したくも
fault.
ない
I
結
got
婚もした
married
のも
when I
家
didn't
庭
want
が
to.
めちゃくちゃになったのも
It's
私の
your
幸
fault.
せを
My
奪ったの
family
も
was ruined. You stole my happiness.
あんたたちが生まれ
Because you were born because a monster like you. That's why he was telling the truth. This was the truth that I wanted to hear. But if this was the truth, then you understand how I feel, right? So, Mom took something out from her back. The towel, it was wrapped, it fell off. I could see a little bit of sunlight glinting off the exposed metal. Even if I knew what it was, I couldn't move. The truth that I had just heard had shocked me so much that I couldn't move. When you're gone, I can be happy. Mom smiled. It was the first time I had seen her real smile. Mom. Bye-bye, Hina. She came closer. She looked so happy. There was nothing I could do but wait for her embrace. Huh? You'll be around here. It's all your fault. That voice. It's all your fault. It's because a monster like you was born. It was Arimura's. I ran toward the voice under the dimly lit bridge, in an empty space with nothing but the sound of the trains. Arimura was there. When you're gone, I can be happy. There was a woman standing in front of her. She was so tired. She looked very aged, but she was probably in her early 40s. The woman took something out of her bag. Mom? Bye-bye, Hina-chan. When the woman started walking toward Arimura, I knew everything. That is right, Arimura would be killed. But from where I was standing, I couldn't reach her. Damn it. She was right in front of me. Was I just supposed to let her die? Damn it. Arimura! I screamed as loud as I could, but the woman didn't hear my voice. She held the blade in front of her and began to run. Whoa! And then I saw something in the corner of my eye. It was a D-sword. There was a loud noise, and the woman suddenly recoiled backward, and then she grabbed her ears and fell to her knees. The red drops fell from between her fingers. What was that? My power? My power had caused her earrings to move and ripping them out of her ears. But it only held her back for a moment. She glared at Arimura and charged the blade once more. Arimura! Miyashiro! I flung myself between them. Bang, cara mempercepat waktu gimana ya? Tidur. There's a Nova train. The warning bells as the crossing bar slower. But welcome to stream ya dong, weh. Light and shadow intersecting, and a burning pain. Miyashiro. Wah. Kenapa? Kita yang ditusuk. I heard footsteps somewhere deep in my head. Arimura's mother had probably come back to her sense after stabbing me. And then run off somewhere. Makasih atas sarannya, Kak. Aku akan tidur, semoga. Iya. But the pain was so strong that I couldn't look to see. Arimura. I must have passed out without realizing it. Because the next thing I knew, Arimura was cradling my head in her lap. Stay put, Miyashiro. I'll call an ambulance. I'm sorry, Arimura. I softly rubbed her cheek. Her pretty pale skin was stained dark red with my blood. Why? Why are you apologizing? Because I didn't believe you. Miyashiro. If you can't forgive me, then just one more time. Arimura. Was she crying? I'm the one who is sorry. I shouldn't have run off like that. You tried to save me until the very end. And I, Arimura. Oh, So please, don't die.
先輩
Harimura tears wet my cheek. The tears fell in great numbers, rolling off my cheeks, hitting the ground.
有村
Harimura. But I was already. Harimura.
有村僕は
When I woke up from my sleep, I saw the face of person I had been dreaming of and panicked. Huh? Was I asleep, Miyashiro?
私ね、
なんだ起きたの
What? You're
か
awake?
ご
I'm
めんなさい。
sorry. I'm kind of passed out while I was waiting for you.
別にそ
It's
れくらい
fine.
気にし
You
なく
don't
ていい
need
って
to worry about it. He was always so nice to me. So sometimes I wanted to let him spoil me. Hehe.
何
What?
宮代先輩って
Miyashiro, you're really nice,
優しいですよね。
aren't you?
何言ってんだよ急
What
に
are you talking
ぼ
about?
僕は別に
I'm not.
ううん優しいで
No,
すよ。
you're nice. You came to save me after all.
それは
That was because I was worried about you.
ねえ
Hey,
先輩
Miyashiro,
なんだよ
痛みます
does it hurt?
傷
Your injury?
ま
Well,
時々は
sometimes, but it's not
あ
that.
でも
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry, it's my fault.
私
だからあれ
It's
は
not your
有村の
fault.
せい
How
じゃない
many
って
times do I have to
何度も
tell
言って
you?
る
うんうんや
No,
っぱり私のせいです
it really is my fault.
私の心が弱かっ
My
た
heart was weak, that's why.
有村
Harimura.
でもね
But I realized
私気
something.
づいたんで
We
す
can divide the world up
世
into
界は
truth and
本
lies.
当世界には
The world is
嘘と
half
本
true
当が半分ずつ
and
あっ
half
て
lies, and we have to accept
私
that.
たそうじゃなきゃきっと誰も立ち行かなくなってしまうから
Otherwise, you just can't keep going.
もっと早くに
If
そう気づいてれば
I had found that out earlier, My mom had been arrested shortly after that. An officer at the police box had seen her staggering her down the street, covered in blood, and taken her in. The Lord absent. Yeah, Lord. Kenapa kamu panggil aku Lord? But she will have to go to some hospital Shinjo had said. It was her own fault that this had happened to her. But part of it was my fault too. I will have to carry the burden of that truth for the rest of my life.
でも有
You
村
don't
は気づ
know,
いた
right?
世界は嘘と本当の
That the
半
world
分半分ででき
Was
てるっ
half
て
lies and half truth.
はい
Yes.
だったらもう大丈夫だろ
Emang hari ini lagi ada
それ
match
さえ分
bola
かっていれ
bubuk.
ば前に進んでいけるは
Then
ず
it's
だ
fine. As long as you know that, you can keep going forward.
はい
Miyashiro will always tell me the path that I needed to follow. So
宮代先輩
Miyashiro, I have a request.
お願い
What is it?
キス
Can you give
しても
me
ら
a
って
kiss?
もい
What
い
the
です
fuck?
か
What?
いや
Do you not
Kiss.
want to? No, it's not
嫌じゃ
that, but
ない
yeah.
あお前
Hey,
今
you.
その言葉が本当ならいいですよね
If those words are true, it's okay, right? If you kiss me.
だから
That's-
それは
Hannah, when did you get here?
チェだったらも
You
う
could have
少しの
pretend
間
not
だ
to
け
see
見ない
anything
ふりしててくれれば
for
よ
just a
かっ
little
た
longer.
だから壁
Stop
を叩
pounding
く
the
な
wall.
って
It'll punch a
壊れる
hole
だろ
in. I was so close to.
も
Oh,
うタクったら
there
こん
you
な
are,
ところに
Taku.
いた
It's the restoration
今日は
festival
復興
today.
祭
We're all going
みんなで
together, right?
なんだ
Ah, you're here
有村も
too,
一緒か
Arimura. The two of you were making out.
乳くりって。
Making out? Hito, watch your
伊藤
mouth.
君もうちょっと言い方に気をつけなさ
It
い
might be a while before I get that kiss at this rate.
先輩
Miyashiro?
Hmm?
Hmm?
行きましょうか復
Ready
興
to
祭
go to the restoration festival?
あ
Oh, yeah.
その代わり
Well, let's go together.
Eh?
I grabbed his hand and started to
だ
run.
って約束でしょ
We made a promise, right? Come on,
Ikimashou,
let's go,
senpai.
Miyashiro.
あおいちょっと
Hey, wait.
うーん
Hmm.
二人で抜
Hey,
け
no
なきゃ
running off on your own.
ほら
No
No,
running in the
come on,
hallway.
そこかよ
Is that the problem here? He was right. As long as I was with him, I could keep going forward, even in a world of truth and lies. Because when he had come to save me, I knew that his feelings were true. So,
ありがとう先輩。
thank you, Miyashiro. Wait. That's it? That's the ending? Dude. November 21st, 2015, Saturday. Trustworthiness Investigation Company Frisia.
全員
Everyone is
揃ってい
here,
るか
right? Shinjo looked around at the assembled group before he spoke. It was Saturday morning and early, but there were still quite a few people here. Katsuko Momose, the CEO of Frisia, Miyakuno Sato, a student at Hakiho Academy, and the famous Kei of Shibuya News. Shinji Ito, part of the Hakiho newspaper club. Nona Kurusu, Hana Kazuki, and Serika Onoi. None of them looked happy to be here. They all had a vague idea why they had been brought here, but they still seemed to be afraid of what they were about to hear. Shinjo didn't feel much different. Shinjo slowly began to speak, with the same expression of tension on his face as the rest of them.
有村ひなえと宮代拓が
We found Hinai Arimura and Takeru Miyashiro. Huh? Shinjo began to tell them what the police had learned about what happened between me and Arimura and her mother on November 4th.
お願い。
Please, Miyashiro, don't die. After her mom had stabbed me, I was lying on the... Even now, I still remember how hot her tears.
有村
Arimura, my consciousness gradually began to fade.
有村
Okay.
僕は
And then in the corner of my eye, I saw her. It was Arimura's mother. I thought she had left, but she hadn't. All sanity was gone from her eyes. I saw a sharp flash as she raised her hand high above Arimura's head.
有村
With all the strength I had, I pushed Arimura down and covered her with my body. A burning pain ran down my back. Again and again. Miyashiro. Okay. Again and again and again. Pain. Screams. Not louder. A horn. The sound of a train. Light and shadow. By that time, I didn't even know what was going on. All I knew was the sound of something hitting the ground. The sound of dragging feet. And Arimura's sobs. Arimura. I tried to speak, but I felt unbelievably weak. When I finally did, my voice was barely a whisper. But I still used all the strength I had. I had to tell her. I had to tell Arimura. Arimura. Senpai. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter, you don't have to talk. But if I don't tell you, I won't get the chance. No, I don't want to hear it. I think I love it. Miyashiro. Really? Yeah, I know, you're telling the truth. Miyashiro? No, come on, Miyashiro, don't lie to me like that. After stabbing,
有村めぐみは血まみれでふらふら
police
と歩いて
officer
いると
walking
ころ
down the street covering
警
blood.
ら中ただ残念なが
But
ら
unfortunately, she
彼女
has
は
lost
現
her
在でも
mind.
心身喪失状態で
I'm told we
話を
can't
聞け
get
る状
anything
態
out of her.
それで
And what about the
二人
two
は
of them?
有村ひなえがその後宮代拓と
You're
共に
aware
現場から姿を
That
消
Hinai
していた
Arimura and
こと
Takeru
は知ってい
Miyashiro
るな
both vanished from the scene, yes? Shinjo took their silence as a yes
どうしたもの
For some
か
reason, despite our
これま
best
で警
effort,
察がい
the
くら
police
探
were
しても
unable to
二人
find
を
them.
見つけることはできな
This
かった
until yesterday.
二人は例の封鎖されている AH
The
総
two
合
of
病
them
院の
had
地下
gone
室
into
に
hiding
潜り込んでい
in
た
the
らしい
sealed basement beneath AH Tokyo General. The place had been locked up tight. There was no way anyone could find us there. In fact, we had stayed down there for almost 3 weeks.
そんなことより
But-
二人は
The two of them are safe, right?
それは
Well,
二人についてだが
but the two of them could not to pick up where Shinju hesitated. He had already heard it.
現在
Hinai
有村ひなえは病院に保護
Arimura
され
is
ている
presently being held at the hospital.
発見された当時
When she was found, she was holding
彼女の
Takuro
腕の中
Miyashiro
に
in
は
her arm.
ただ
But-
死後2週間
It
以上
had been 2
経過
weeks
した
since
彼
the
の
time
体
of
は
death, and the body had already
すでに
rotted.
ほとんどが腐敗し
Ah,
一部は白骨化
and partially calcified. Part of the body and
遺体の
soul
一
were
部は欠
missing
損
as
してい
well.
たらしい
I could see them all gasp.
そして有村ひ
And
なえ
Hinai
は
Arimura was holding his corpse
腐敗した
closely
宮代拓郎の
and
体を
continuously talking to
大事
it.
そうに抱きかかえずっと話しかけていた
That's right. He had died right after that. Where's the picture, man? Give me the picture. I would love to see it. It was understandable, given how many times I had been stabbed. And the next thing I knew, I was in that hospital. My body was there, unmoving, and Arimura was holding me. I didn't know Arimura had gotten it down there, but she had probably helped her. Ah, bagus nih screenshot. Kita taruh general ya. Miyashiro, Arimura was talking to me happily.
先輩
Miyashiro,
お願いがあるんですけ
I
ど
have a request. He seemed to think she was at school. She kept saying the same thing over and over. I was sure she was hearing my voice as well. No, not just me. Sarika was there, and Kurusu, and Ito and Kazuki. What she was seeing was... Oh, yang tadi.
ひなちゃんには見えてるんだよ本当の世界が
What Hina's seeing is the real world. That Sarika, for you, he knew exactly what I wanted to say. Yeah, that was real world. It was the real world that she wanted. And she could hear them. Voices without lies. And I knew. Now that I was a part of her. Takuru. Sarika softly touched Kurusu's hand.
そんな顔しちゃダメ
Don't
だ
make
よ
that face. I'm sure
だって
Takuru had a
きっ
good
と
time
タク
too.
も楽しかったからねタク
Right, Taku?
そう
I'm
だよ
right,
ね
aren't I? Everyone looked out the window and up at the sky. How strange, I'm right here. But what Sarika said was right. This was for the best. My voice couldn't reach her anymore. But she had the world she wanted. She had attained a world of truth. She was still whispering in that empty room.
ありがとう
Thank you,
先輩
Miyashiro. Damn. Damn. Boleh ending keduanya. Boleh ending keduanya. Halo, angka subsnya bagus, Fed. Iya, iya. Angka keberuntungan. Wait, let me check. Community. Community Hub. Community Hub. Terus ini. Oke, kita dapat Dark Skyan. Terus nanti kita next ambil Deep Sky N. Habis Deep Sky N Dream Sky N. Deep Sky N, Dream Sky N, habis itu Real Sky N. Habis itu Silent Sky N. Oh, nanti ada true endingnya di title screen. Oke. Berarti kita masih ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Banyak amat endingnya, Cok. Nih, ada 1. Kan kita udah 1. Udah 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Cok. Ada 10 ending anjir. Yowes, kita bakal sampai sini ya, karena kita udah dapat ending kedua. Jadi besok kita coba cari ending ketiga lah ya. Oke, kita bakal sebut nama. Ada Senpapi, ada Idongo, ada Ina, ada Poriski, ada Nepu, ada Bagis, ada Eri, ada Om Aldo, ada Om Kepler, ada Mr. Berisik, ada Om XY, dan yang lain-lain ya. So ya, mungkin nanti siang bakal ada di Twitch lagi karena pengen push OTW Immortal. So ya, thanks for watching and see you guys in the next stream. Bye bye. Oh ya, dan mungkin ada yang nonton tapi nggak live chat ya. So ya, thanks for watching and see you guys in the next stream. Bye bye.